is going on? What's going on, people? It is your boy, Skywalker the Jedi, back at y'all with another one. We doing a full spoiler review for The Flash today. Y'all could be anywhere else in the world right now, but you're here with us rocking out. And I got so much love and appreciation for all you guys. We in a bit of a rush today because some of our panelists can't stay the whole time, obviously, but we're gonna be here rocking out for quite a while. So I'm gonna just go ahead and I'm gonna get right on to it, and I'm gonna start bringing on my panel members. We got the homie L Negron in the building. What's going on, Negron? How you feeling, bro?
Oh, I'm doing good, dude. As you can see, I'm fresh out of the shower, all ready to get my day started. Talk about The Flash, the best movie you'll see this summer.
Hey, we about to get to all that, bro. We about to get to all that. I want to bring on another one of my special guests for the day. You've seen her on this platform, especially recently. She's been putting a lot of work in. The homie, A Pass 97. What's going on, A Pass?
Oh, can you hear me? Sorry.
I
It's
can
like
hear you now. Yes.
okay. Yeah. I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Good,
Oh, I'm
good.
good. I'm good.
Good. Yeah. I'm excited to talk about it with everybody, so it's gonna be an awesome conversation for sure.
Right. Yes. And I want to kind of get this conversation started because I know I came in kind of late. I want to get some of you guys' initial thoughts and kind of let you guys cook for a little bit. Necron, you want to kind of give your wait, first of all, we
Hmm.
got to ask the most important question, right? Is did I lie? Right?
No, no.
So I want both of you guys to kind of touch on this topic real quick because it's been a lot of wacky stuff going on.
Yeah, well, I mean, I remember everybody was. Well, I guess a lot of people were expecting you to bury this film just because you know, it is what it is. But no, you did not lie. This movie is really, really excellent. Actually, I liked it more than I expected. Like I had a feeling I was going to like it, but then I was like, really found myself enjoying it. Like it was like, damn, this is good. This is really good. I mean, right off the bat, no pun intended, but Batflick comes out. I was like, damn, Batflick's already coming out. And an amazing sequence. And it's just also it's like amazing, but also like bittersweet because we could be seeing more of this.
Right.
We could be seeing so much more of this, and it's just a shame. We have to go through these ordeals to see these movies. It shouldn't be so complicated, but you know, Cell Movement's working on that. Sky definitely did not lie. Sky was one, the first ones to see it out of I think out of Seal
Thank
Nation,
you.
and gave us a totally honest review, and he was very hyped for it. And I was like, dang, if he's hyped, it must be pretty damn good. And he definitely did not lie. What'd you think, A Pass?
Yeah, Sky did not lie. Neither did Josh. Neither did Necron, and everyone that had seen the movie before. Like there's the Thursday night preview and everything. It is canon and it doesn't erase anything, and that's like the most important thing. And it leaves the door open for more to happen in the future. And I did enjoy it. I had a good time. I went to see it with my dad because he's a huge Michael Keaton Batman fan.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, so
What do you think?
he was freaking out as soon as he saw Keaton, and he was like, "Oh my god, he's so badass." I'm like, "I know, right?" Like I wasn't expecting it. I heard
Yeah.
you I heard you guys talking about it and like saying how badass he was, and then seeing it, he literally had his own version of the warehouse scene in the
Yeah.
Flash, which was
Yeah.
incredible. Like it was so cool to see. And yeah, like Sasha Kai's Supergirl as well. Like she was really like amazing. I loved the homages to Man of Steel.
Mm.
Um, it's just like, yeah, like it was an overall, it was a very enjoyable film. Yeah.
It left you with wanting to see more, right, of these characters. All the characters, not just one, but you want to see more Batfleck. You want to see more Keaton. You want to see more Sasha. You want to see all these people. Like,
Yeah.
this cannot be the end of this.
No, yeah, no way, no way. It definitely I definitely want to see more of them in the future as these characters, 100%. So
let me see what's going on here. Okay, so your first initial thoughts, like, what'd you think of that opening scene? Obviously, I'm sure you enjoyed it, but how did it hit you when you were watching it?
It was. I mean, it kind of just like went right in, didn't it? It didn't like
No,
like it wasn't like slow at all. It was just like bam. But whenever I saw, like, as soon as I heard Barry talking to Alfred, and then
it was
Batfleck,
exciting, right? You're like,
yes,
oh, Alfred, yes.
yes. I was just like, yes, bring me the Justice League. Like, I want to see them together. And I definitely yeah, like Batfleck, holy, like no matter what, he's just so badass. And just
He is.
He is the GOAT.
With that
Speaking of the
entrance
GOAT.
too, from the hey, Leon. Okay, we got Leon. Are you there, Leon?
Yeah.
I see him. I do not hear him. But yeah, Batflick's entrance was just so awesome because it starts with the black and then the door opening of the flying fox, and he's on this. Oh, is this cool, man? The lights.
Yes.
There, Batflick storms into action right away, and oh, what about that Speed Force run from Central City to Gotham City? Like, how cool was that?
That was, yeah, it was kind of jarring for me. Like, I don't know.
It's like a roller coaster ride, right? Like, you're like, whoa.
Yeah. Right. It's just like, again, happens like with no warning and everything. Which I don't mind. Like, I like going in, full speed ahead.
Sure.
But it was very like, and I'm not somebody that gets vertigo, but it was kind of like jarring to watch it for me. But as
like,
the movie
I can
went
imagine, like, if you went in that movie and you had a little before, boy, you
Oh,
might
yeah.
be hidden. Because, like, whoa, that run
yeah.
is amazing, and it's like it's on the next level. I ain't gonna lie to anyone, that was on next level. But Tuck, what Zach did, and like juiced it up, man. It was cool, very cool. With the
Yeah.
Speed Force running. Leon, you there yet? I think Sky had to step away for a second. Yeah, so
yo,
I also
yo.
Oh, there you are. Okay,
There he
Leon.
is.
There he is.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
What, you got that Batman tone in your voice already. He's just like,
He does. He does.
what's up, Batman? So, Leon, obviously, this is your chance, dude. Let's hear what you thought of just first thoughts of everything, the movie and all that.
But first, you got to answer the question: did I lie?
There you. Yes, that's right.
Right. Did Sky lie? Did Josh lie? Did Necron lie? Did Austin lie? No. The answer is no. Absolutely not. This film does reference Zack Snyder's Justice League, and it's plainly in the Snyderverse. We start off in the Snyderverse. All the characters are interacting with Snyderverse characters. Superman is shown and mentioned. He's fighting a natural disaster. Henry Cavill's Superman. Unfortunately, you don't see his face at first. That happens later on in the film.
Yeah.
But the setup to that was that the Justice League is a bit scattered, so they need the Flash to handle the situation in Gotham. So the Flash does what the Flash does best, and he saves the day as fast as possible. But to answer the question, no, Sky did not lie. No one lied. That movie is firmly in the Snyderverse, and they referenced that very specific scene that only occurred in the Snyderverse, where the Flash had to go back in time to basically save Earth. and the Justice League at the speed of force. So that was amazing. And then obviously we've talked about it before, but to show a little love for the Iris scene too,
Yeah.
when she says, and they didn't have to do that. There was at least 3 very specific Snyderverse references. One being kind of vague when you actually see the Snyderverse in action in the beginning, when you see Alfred interacting and everybody. That's like, okay, we're in the Snyderverse.
Mm-hmm.
Is it going to be the justice? The ruse? It's like, no, you see the Snyderverse, and then they confirm by referencing at the speed of force that only happened in Zack Snyder's Justice League that you are in fact in the right version of Zack Snyder's universe. Then later on, you hear Iris say, basically, I'm paraphrasing, I could have swore we ran into each other some years ago. Or was I tripping? Was I dreaming? And he responds in this awkward and like he's trying to avoid the question sort of way, which paints the picture that, well, they're talking about when they literally ran, quote unquote, into each other. He saves her, pulls her from the air, and lands her safely on the ground. And that all happened within a matter of seconds, if that. Because again, the Flash experiences time differently than everybody. Same way Bruce was talking to Barry when they were having their heart-to-heart, and they mentioned at the speed of force. It happened within a matter of like maybe a minute or some seconds. All of that. The entire going back in time briefly, So it's incredible. I was like, those 2 parts, made me smile and made me happy that, all right, cool. So then I had to see if the rest of the film would keep the Snyderverse intact, because we know which there's only one Snyderverse, but I'm just saying there's one that looks like the Snyderverse called Justice League, right? We know this, and that could be the one that fooled us. That's not it. We saw Zack Snyder's DC universe, the Snyderverse. My mission watching it was like, all right, do we end this movie with the Snyderverse intact? And I've seen a few articles that they tried to make it seem like, oh, is the Snyderverse over, or is the Snyderverse is over? Just little weird ways of getting you to click shit and mess with you. And some people outright have lied and said the Snyderverse is dead and done, whatever. But I'm here to tell you that not only is the Snyderverse intact, everything is intact. Christopher Reeve's universe is intact. George Reeves' Superman universe is intact. Hell, Tim Burton's Superman is intact.
I know, it's crazy.
1966 Batman universe is intact.
Mm-hmm.
Freaking, what else? I saw Jay Garrick. We've only seen him in the CW Flash series.
So
maybe that's from there
somehow, yeah.
Right, maybe that's a reference and saying that's intact. I saw, what else did I see? Basically, in my opinion, because all I've stated right now are facts, right? But in my opinion, maybe Warner Brothers Discovery and the DC department wants to keep that idea open, because we're no longer in this, it's an arms race, basically, right, of IPs. It's an arms race. It's been an arms race for a while.
Yeah.
So, maybe they're trying to keep everything intact so that maybe possibly they can, sell the properties off, or, spin them off into animation. I don't know. I think the Tim Burton Superman situation might be getting animated. Some rumor that I heard. I don't know if I heard it with Still Nation or Syndicate Network. I've not, for some reason, that popped up in my head. I could be completely wrong, but somebody in the chat, let me know if I'm tripping. But anyway, and then obviously, personally, right? This leaves the door open for the continuation of the Snyderverse via hashtag sells ESJ on Netflix, hashtag sells Snyderverse on Netflix. So anyone watching this film and saying that the Snyderverse is dead or they didn't reference the Snyderverse, well, they're a damn lie, because everything is intact. We not only walked out of that film with our favorite universe intact, the Snyderverse, Zack Snyder's DC universe. We walked out with everything. So if you're looking at, the 19th year copy of the 1966 Batman series, well, just know that, hey, it's a part of the multiverse. If you're looking at a comic book in the classic DNA of DC, well, guess what? It's a part of the multiverse. If you're looking at your steelbook copy of Zack Snyder's Justice League, well, guess what? It's a part of the multiverse. So I'm gonna need everybody to get on board. Hashtag sells GSJ on Netflix. Hashtag sells Snyderverse on Netflix, because this thing ain't over.
Yo, I feel it. And I just wanted to come out here and open up with that topic because I was called a whole bunch of names, yo. Right? I got called a WBD shield, right? A shield for James Gunn. I got told that I was grifting, right? I was lying to everybody. And I just felt like, since we've all seen the movie, I think it's very important to come out here and answer that question. Did I lie? Because, hey, we just getting started, y'all. For sure. I want to move on to the initial thoughts segment, right, on the film, and then we're going to kind of touch on all of the actors, topic by topic, and then we got some things that we're going to get to at the end about all this wackiness, right? But initial thoughts on the film. A-Pass, I heard you kind of touch on some earlier, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to kind of speak first. With the journey that you had personally with this film, right? Like not wanting to see it, and then hearing that I saw it, and then kind of changing your mind and actually giving it a shot, right? Like, one, are you glad that you gave it a shot? And two, can you kind of speak to that journey a little bit, from, not wanting to see it to actually being a little bit excited for it. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Yeah. So yeah, I am glad that I went to see it, because I wanted to make my own opinion about it instead of, having another BVS situation where we're listening to somebody else's opinion, and therefore we're going to go off of that instead of going to the theater ourselves and judging it as audience members. So I am happy that I did go to see it. So honestly, it doesn't surpass Wonder Woman for me personally. There were just certain things, there were pros to it, that things that I loved about the film, but there were also some other things that I was just I felt like it could have been better, and just personally, that's how I felt. Yeah, overall, I am happy that I went to see it, and I did have an enjoyable time, especially going to see it with my dad, because he was super, super hyped about Keaton, and it was nice to see him having a good time too. So, yeah.
Can't hear you, Sky.
Yeah, you're muted.
I was saying that's dope, and what is especially funny is that watching Batman '89 recently, it really gave the Keaton scenes a whole new context for me this time. because I didn't get to watch it before I saw the early screening. And yeah, there was all kind of stuff that I just picked up on more this time than I did the first time, and a lot of it was kind of revolving around Keaton. So yeah, that was definitely a big plus for this film, having him in it, and I think that the general audience is going to be eating up everything that he kind of was doing on screen. Necron, what about you? Can you kind of touch on your journey with this movie, and are you glad that you gave it a shot? And you know, if you can kind of touch on some of your initial thoughts as well.
Well, yeah, the journey it started with I was never going to see it because it was a Hamada burger. You know, it got changed to that back in the past, so I was like, nah. But then I heard, you know, DeLuca and Abby came in and started doing their things to make it fit in. Like, okay, cool. And then we know what happened with that when James Gunn got hired. He was like, nah, we're not doing Snyderverse stuff. So he did his thing. But at this point, you know, what I heard Ben Affleck say about the movie and his role, and you know, Ben's pretty much an honest guy, and he's a Snyder guy. We all like he was there, dude. He went to the Snyder Con and again, you know, and so I knew like he wouldn't do something if it was not going to be um good or if it was going to be like some type of backhanded, you know, thing to the Snyderverse. He would not be involved with it. So to me, that gave me my justification to pull the trigger and see the movie. And of course, I wanted to see the Flash. You know, he is a Snyder character, so I wanted to see what they're going to do with him. So I am definitely glad I just, you know, went and saw the movie. And I really don't understand. I heard some weird things yesterday. I heard like one big dum dum say all the movie's good except for in the Snyderverse part. And I said, well, there you go. There's your agenda right there. Like
Yep.
that's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. So you're telling me the director screwed up and the Snyderverse parts were terrible, but anything after that is really awesome. It's just like, man, you got people spinning those type of narratives. You know what's up. That's just like insanely dumb. That because really, bro, that beginning scene that didn't move you. That wasn't cool. Are you we know what your game is. So you're going to hear weird things like that, and it's just not true. The whole movie from A to Z is good. Is it a perfect movie? No, you know. But I think what people will get out of it, either you're going to really love it or you're going to think it's a good movie. You know, I think if you're going in there with, you know, good faith, that's what you're going to get out of the movie, especially if you're a comic book movie person. And like Sky was saying and Leon was saying, this movie isn't erasing anything. It's actually opening more doors to any of the multiverse. You know, like it's establishing there is a multiverse in the DC, you know, theatrical world. It's like there's a multiverse, so you have more opportunities to actually see more things. You're not shutting the door; you're actually opening more doors. So, yes, the Snyderverse can continue. We, you know, yeah, we're doing our part to make that happen, but this is not erasing it. It's definitely after I was okay. I'll say this: after the release of the Flash, it's actually a better chance of seeing the Snyderverse prior to the release of the Flash because the multiverse is open. Your opportunities are infinite. So I'm like very happy with that actual situation. You know, it's like it puts us in a better position because it's already being established. There's Elseworlds out there. So you know, James Gunn can do his thing over here, and hopefully Zach can do his thing over here, and it's all, you know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be stuck in one continuous timeline. You know, there's a multiverse going on now, and they're introducing that to the general audience. General audience kind of already been introduced to this concept with Spider-Man, so should be able to follow what's going on pretty easily. So my journey is yes, Sky. Sky did not lie, first and foremost. So the people mocking him and this and that and giving him a hard time, he definitely didn't lie. This movie is worth seeing. And if you're a Snyder fan, I think you would come out of the movie pretty happy. Now, if you just one of those people that's just bitter and, you know, you're just mad about everything and you just, you know, if Zach didn't direct it, it's, you know, garbage. Well, it's not going to change you because you already got a agenda in your head how you want to feel about it. I went there with an open fucking mind and enjoyed it. That's how I'm feeling, Sky. I think everyone who's a real Snyder fan should just go check it out, give it a chance. I couldn't see how if you actually warrant with no agenda in the back of your head, how you cannot enjoy the movie.
Right. Hey, I feel similar. I definitely feel similar. For all you guys in the chat talking about the cinema score, I have an entire topic on that that's going to get a little interesting later because I think it's a little bit of wacky stuff going on, and I'm going to just show you guys something. But I want to move on to the homie Leon, right? Bro, one, can you say, are you glad that you saw the movie? And two, can you talk about your journey, like with this film, like from, this whole time all the way up until seeing it the other day?
Oh yeah, for sure. To answer the first question, yeah, I'm definitely glad I saw it. Like I was telling you before, I was definitely going to go see it the first day. Because usually on Thursdays they do midnight showings, but they actually had way more showings than just midnight. But I ended up going late anyway, and so that was dope. And as far as my journey leading up to this movie, it's interesting because we met each other for the first time in full circle, face to face, etc. Had a really dope time. So like the verdict of the Flash was looming even then. And it was just cool because, going on this journey, we were just like, come hell or high water, this is hashtag sell or bust at this point. Like, it doesn't matter. And we're hoping that the Flash respects the Snyderverse and keeps it intact. So my initial journey was just kind of, I wasn't scared or nervous or anything. I just was like, it doesn't matter because we got Cell. The Flash is just going to tell us how we move from here. You know what I mean? In regards to that, whenever we saw it. And so now that the timeline has come to fruition and we are post watching the Flash, I'm like, yo, it's incredibly dope to be validated that you were right and what you saw, and now I get to experience that and go, all right, the Snyderverse is here and all the universe, the multiverse is here. It's I want to emphasize that because for the haters, it's always been rest in peace Snyderverse, rest in peace, and it's like I didn't get rest in peace anything from watching that movie at all. I didn't get rest in peace anything. You know what I mean? Yeah. The ending of that film kind of felt like that everything can continue. Anything and everything can continue. Even that George Clooney ending, it didn't spell the end to anything. That just kind of showed that, well, things are still messed up, and that's what Barry does. Yeah. Is he gonna fix it? Who knows? He's probably in the wrong universe, which is why he said, "Who the F is that?" You know what I mean? So he's probably
he's in the right universe and he's not.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's probably gonna have to go try to find the right universe. And that's what it leaves for me. Like it was a little sight gag, and also it shows that even Batman and Robin has its own multiverse.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. People, if you're a DC fan, definitely go watch this movie, right? If you're general audience, I definitely recommend it. Your general audience, you know what I mean? This movie opened up the multiverse. I thought that was cool. When I saw that George Clooney thing, I'm not a fan of the person who put it in, right? And also, side note, shout out to Sil Abdul. Sil Abdul was right.
Hey, when he came on screen with them sunglasses on, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right?
I was like, Sil, when I saw it. Not that anybody in the theater probably knew what the hell I was talking about, but I was like, Sil.
People's champ, right?
Real
And they was
quick.
like, what? They was like, what was that dude talking about? Why
Right.
is George Clooney the people's champ? You know,
Well,
right?
Can I describe something too,
Long
guys,
story,
just real
bro.
quick?
Right.
Sil got another scoop that all these other scoopers are like saying, oh, there was a original ending in the movie where Ben Affleck reaches out to Barry and saying, come find us. And they're not one of them who are saying that now are giving Sil and Mikey the credit when they what was that, like 2 years ago when they said that?
Yeah.
Yes, I saw. Who was it?
I saw Grace Jones.
Yesterday.
Grace Jones.
Chris
I was
Gore.
calling that. Oh, really? Another one?
Yeah, Chris Gore. He was talking about it. He said that ending credit scene where Flash and Aquaman, or Barry and Arthur, were talking to each other after the bar, that is actually supposed to be extended. So they were talking and being, Aquaman is obviously drunk, blah, blah, blah. Barry takes Arthur to his apartment. Arthur sleeps on Barry's couch. Barry busts open his laptop computer that's like got Justice League access, and somehow Batman and Superman in costume, Henry Cavill and Ben Affleck. I repeat, Ben Affleck and Henry Cavill, right? Somehow they got access to whatever universe Barry Allen is in, because he's still not back in the Snyderverse. So he was supposed to open up his laptop, and Batman tapping into this other universe would tell him, Barry, what the hell did you do? Because you're in the wrong universe. And then Barry's goes like, what the and then it was supposed to end like that, letting everybody know the Snyderverse is continuing. Barry has to get back to the Snyderverse. That was Chris Gore, the film threat man. He's very, 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 very insider. He used to write for Hustler magazine. He had a magazine called Film Threat, and now he has an online, basically, channel called Film Threat. Dude is dope. He's amazing. He's actually, he's critical of Snyder's work, but he is definitely likes what Snyder did, and he definitely loves ZSJL. So, this guy isn't just some guy with bias. Like he's been critical, you know what I mean? So he has no reason to lie. Anyway, so that's even more interesting, right? Like, we know that the Snyderverse was meant to be plainly shown as continuing. So that's even more interesting, right? And we know because everything is about to be rebooted as far as what they do going forward and what they focus on. Like, the focus is rebooted. Like, the focus used to be Snyderverse, and it was scattered once Zack left. Now the focus is, on some DCU stuff, whatever that looks like. But anyway, are we going into pros and cons territory with these initial thoughts, or are we doing that later?
No, you guys can kind of touch on that when you're giving your final grades, and also when we're discussing each character, you can talk about what you did and didn't like.
Gotcha. All right. So those are my initial thoughts in my journey of the film.
That ending would have been way better.
Right.
Hell yeah. Just hearing about it, I was like, oh, that's dope.
The crowd would have gone crazy in my screen.
And it makes that scene make sense. Because what we saw is just like, okay, and they were at a bar.
Yeah.
Cool. I don't get it.
Yeah. It's funny because when my screening ended, everybody was going crazy. They were loving it, buzzing. The credits were rolling. You could hear everybody kind of talking about it. And then when it gets to the end of the credits, and then you see the Flash, people were literally clapping like all over again. And then when the post-credit scene happened, it just got really quiet, and everybody just kind of walked out afterwards, right? So it literally that post-credit scene seems to not be hitting with a lot of people. And it was just funny, like seeing the actual difference, right, in the end of the movie versus the end of the post credit scene. Like, it really seemed to like almost suck the energy out of the room because it was just like, yo, like, what was that, right? But that would have definitely been more fulfilling.
Dude, that would have been like,
I think so.
People would have gone bonkers on that. They're like, what? Yeah, it would have been crazy. It would have gone. I know my theater would have gone crazy on that scene. If that happened, if they would showed what they were supposed to do, oh, dude. Because I mean, people cheered when they saw Clooney because it was just,
oh yeah,
it's not,
it was funny.
It's because it's fun. Funny. It was a fun. It was fun. Yeah. It's okay to have fun, guys. You don't gotta be mad about everything. The Clooney scene is actually fun. It's a funny scene.
I actually liked it because Clooney was serious. He wasn't. He himself didn't play it as a joke.
No, I'm very serious.
He was looking at Barry and he was like, "Yo, like basically, what the f is wrong with you? Like, are you good, bro?" Barry was playing himself for a joke. You know what I mean? Like his scene, him being in that scene, he was more of a joke than Bruce.
Yeah.
Bruce was like, "What's up, bro? You good? Let's roll." And he's like,
"What the hell are you talking about?
Who the f are you?" And then he's like, "Barry, what the hell are you talking about? What's wrong with you?" So I was like, okay, look at George reminding me of Ben Affleck for some reason. You know what I mean? Like
it was total Ben Affleck vibe of Bruce Wayne for sure. Yeah, I got that too.
Yeah, it was super dope. It was very funny. I didn't expect to like it as much as I did, but no, it was actually hilarious. And I had the homie with me, and he was rolling too. Like it was pretty funny because I mean, obviously I knew that it was coming, but I was trying to place myself in the shoes of like somebody that didn't. And you could tell, like, it really got a lot of people. They were all pretty shocked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially like if you don't follow this stuff and you're just a random moviegoer, but you know your little history. Yeah, that would be a total shock because you would not see that coming at all.
Right. Oh yeah. Now, I want to just give my kind of quick initial thoughts and kind of speak on my journey with this movie because obviously, as you guys know, with me being like part of the Snyder fandom for so long and all that good stuff. Wait, real quick, we got another special guest appearing, right? We're gonna get this taken 1 second, but the homie Josh Herrera is here, right? What's going on, Josh?
Good morning.
Yo, but
that's my Instagram buddy down there, dude.
Right? Oh yeah, Josh and Necron made Ezra Miller's Instagram story, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Super dope.
Standoff. Man, splash standoff.
Right. But yeah. Real quick, just with me being part of the Snyder fandom for so long, as you guys know, for the most part, we've had like a tumultuous relationship with this film. We kind of had been being told that it was going to be erasing Zach's vision and used to, just erase his work and disrespect his work and all that kind of stuff. So, obviously, with me hearing all that for all that time, for quite a while, I had no interest in seeing this movie, but to be honest, all that long while, we still had Mikey Sutton kind of chugging along like, hey guys, like I'm hearing that it might not be erasing anything. And, hey, like if it does good, right? Like how are they going to kill this off and all this stuff, right? So, and towards the end of the promotion and getting closer and closer to the movie being released, trusting what Mikey was saying, watching the Super Bowl trailer, which got me super hyped. All of the trailers looked dope. And so, I made the choice a while back that I was going to see this movie and that I was going to, judge it for myself. when the opportunity came along for me to get into one of the fan screenings or the first fan screening, I knew that I had to get into that event somehow, and I'm glad that I was able to make it in there because I think that getting the truth out there about this film was very important. Especially the closer that we got to the release, there seemed to be like a ramping up of people telling others to not go see this movie and people trying to put stuff in this film that's not in this film, people taking things that are in this film and trying to twist them and make them look as worse as they possibly can, right? Like editing photos, editing videos, right? I mean, there's just been all kinds of things that have been taking place, and all of it just seemed to be centered around, people not wanting the fans to go see this film, right? So when I was able to see this film in the fan screening and I saw, hey, like it doesn't do any of these things, I felt that it was very imperative to kind of keep putting that out there, right? Because if the Snyderverse is going to be able to continue, we need as many people in the Snyder fandom to be supporting this film. And, with the avalanche of like negative energy being pushed towards the fans that are trying to support this film, yes, it is very imperative that we have real fans that are flesh and blood and are willing to come out here and have these conversations with you guys and to really explain to you like point by point, right? Like why these things are not true that are being said about this film so that it can be judged on its own merits, right? I'm not saying that you have to think that this film is the best DC film ever made, right? But you just have to be honest about what it does and doesn't do in terms of like, timelines and respect and work and things of that nature, right? But Josh, you just got in, right? The first question was, did I lie? And after you answer that question, can you kind of speak about your journey with this film, right? Up until seeing it, and then also can you just kind of segue into your initial thoughts after that, sir?
Sorry, I'm late. First of all,
Hey, all good, homie. All good. Hey, you on time?
I was like, I'm late. I'm so late. Yeah, no, you did not lie, Sky. I mean, the leader of the cell movement, it would be kind of wacky for you to lie, right? And to remind people and reiterate, yes, me and Sky both were lucky enough to see the test screen version from May 22nd. But I had friends with me who saw it with me, and then I had to take a friend home, and we were talking about it the whole way. So by the time I uploaded my video to Twitter, I had told you this, Guy, your tweet was literally the first thing I saw as it was uploading, and it took a little while. So I was like watching your thoughts as because I was nervous. I was like, oh, what is he saying about it as my tweet was already uploading? And sure enough, popping champagne bottles. Let's go. So initially, about this movie and development, I kind of jumped into Seal Nation around 2020 during the pandemic because of entertainment was on pause. I didn't know when I was going to see any of these projects because of the delays. So hearing Mikey and Sill's scoops about the Flash movie, it was disheartening as a Snyderverse fan, right? Because they were going to use the nostalgia play of Michael Keaton replacing Jeffrey Dean Morgan's role. And I was like, I love Keaton, but knowing that the development of this movie was at first intended to erase the Snyderverse, right? That was pretty much, from what I understand, the directive Muschietti was given by Walter Hamada and the Toby Emmerich and all those executives, because it started under them after years of development, right? And all kinds of rewrites, Spider-Verse directors, different Rick Famuyiwa, you know. We were supposed to have Captain Cold. We were supposed to have, you know, Golden Glider right here, you know. So that doesn't mean those things can't happen, but there was a version before. So I was like hearing more about it. I was like, I can't believe they're going to do this. They're going to try to do the whole Spider-Man No Way Home nostalgia play, but replacing Ben Affleck with Michael Keaton, just, it never sat right with me, right? A 71-year-old Batman. But I love Michael Keaton. I was literally like you, Sky. I was like 1 year old when 89 came out. So I grew up, and Batman Returns, like you, was my first theatrical Batman movie experience. So I love the man. Love him. I love all the Batman. I love Adam West was actually my first Batman. Yeah, I was against the movie essentially of The Flash because I was like, y'all have perverted the storyline to do something. It was like it was an agenda, a movie with an agenda, right? But things change in Hollywood. Just like Zack's storyboards, things change. They evolve. There is no longer, from what I understand, the Bruce and Lois love triangle, right? The storyboards are different now. Zack knows what he's going to do. We don't know what he's going to do. So I, like you, went into the movie and was like, okay, I was like this. I was like, you know, like, what are you going to throw at me? They threw a freaking epic movie in our faces, in my opinion. I love this movie. I freaking loved it. I've seen it multiple times. I have studied this film. And the thing that I just want everyone to know is, like, it is a great blockbuster action comedy. But for me, what really just makes me want to see it over and over and over again is the emotional journey of Barry Allen that Ezra Miller gives us. Because it's not even the fighting at the end that is the climax. What's the climax to me is that emotional part where he meets his mother in the grocery store. And I'm an emotional person, but I'm also, because I'm so emotional, I'm so guarded, and I'm so, like, with people, with art, with like things, I'm very impressed me. You know, you gotta penetrate my shield that I have in order to get to my soul. And this movie does for me. It gets me here. And I saw it last night with my friends in IMAX, actual IMAX, because we have here in Austin, like you were saying, Sky, we have like LIMAX. We have IMAXs that aren't really the aspect ratio like we saw at Full Circle. But we have one that is right down the street from my apartment. So I went there last night. Yeah, it must be seen in an actual IMAX, like how Chris Nolan is showing Oppenheimer in those theaters. If you can find the Oppenheimer theatrical release theaters that are actual IMAX, trust me, you need to see this in a actual IMAX. It's amazing. But I loved it, just to give y'all my initial thought.
Oh yeah, I know I did. I know I loved it. I saw it in IMAX, the real IMAX, right? A-Pass was having some connection issues. She'll kind of dip back in if she can, but if not, we will have her on the platform again. Y'all already know. But yeah, this, and I think that you're kind of right about the ending scene with his mom being like part of the actual climax too. A lot of people were getting choked up in the theater. I almost, the first time I didn't get as choked up as I did this time. But with that being said, I think that it was because that first time that I saw it, I was so hyper focused on like it erasing stuff or not erasing stuff that, I didn't get to take the movie in as much as I did this last time. But yeah, it's a super dope, and that is a very, very powerful scene at the end of the film, with Barry meeting his mom, and it's just kind of crazy because it played. I saw a comment from Austin, he's like, yeah, when he's got to see himself say, "Don't forget the tomatoes," and he's pissed, right? But yeah, also, just knowing that earlier in the film, when she said she was sure that she got him, right? It's like, yo, she actually did have him, but Barry went and took him back out again, right? So it's like, there was all types of little callbacks, and little threads that could really give you a good through line for the entire film.
Yeah, and it so for me, that scene, you think about the movie, right? I always think, I've seen it multiple times, and I'm like, why does it hit me here with the such little screen time that the mom actually has on screen, right? But in a way, in the short time period that she's on screen, in my opinion, the lessons that she gives young Barry carry throughout the film, where there's things that he does that call back to the type of kind person. Like, think about it. I didn't notice this the few times that I've seen it, but the Flash, when he meets his mom at the end, he has like no shoes on. He's in his socks, like a homeless person, clearly, with the tags on, and she just starts talking to this person, stranger, sees him being emotional and offers to give him a hug. But there's also like that, women have like women intuition. And there's that, like, she gives him a look when he takes off his sunglasses, like, I know you. I know who you are, and that scene, like, I get like choked up because you can tell she recognizes herself in him, even if she doesn't know that's her son. She knows something is connecting them. And just like he said, they're magnets. They're, in every multiverse, there's going to be that type of bond with that mother that carries throughout. And that love is resonant throughout. And so that's what gets me right here every time.
Yeah. And like go ahead, bro.
Sorry. No, it's just like in that lesson, like when Supergirl asked him, "Why did you help me?" And he's like, well, "Because you needed help, and because everybody, Batman was ready to bail. It's not him. Let's go." Remember? Like,
yeah.
And that's obviously a lesson, like, from his mom. Hey, this person needs help. You should help them out.
So before I was on here, I actually I had mentioned this on one of your streams, Sky. There's a 3-issue prequel tie-in comic that it's called Flash, the Fastest Man Alive. And the cover is, it was that controversial naked Barry cover where he's, but so Andy Muschietti sketched that. And so it actually,
which we saw where that was going to come from now. And right, it actually makes sense. Like, yo, but look, him building up heat and all that stuff, right? That's like low key call back to the Snyderverse, right? When he was talking about the plating and all that stuff, and his suit not dissipating the heat.
And one of the things about this comic, so I have them, but I can't find the actual physical, but I went through the digital just before jumping on this stream, which is why I was late. If y'all are really interested in this movie and love it, check that out, because not only does issue 1, it's 3 issues, so they're real short, but the first issue has Barry in his Zack Snyder's Justice League outfit fighting a villain called Gritter, who I'm not really that familiar with. I'm sure Austin knows him, but he's basically a metal guy, and Batman and Flash team up. And so when the Flash is punching him, he's got like metal skin. His whole gloves get bruised and his gloves shatter, basically. So he has to go to Batfleck and Alfred. And just so happens, Alfred is saying that Master Wayne has an initiative to create new costumes for everyone that are portable and more durable, and explains where the Flash reading comes from. And so the first issue, you get the rationale that Bruce Wayne is the one who teaches Barry how to really focus his powers and to go one-on-one physically. And there's a scene where Batfleck is boxing with Barry, and mentoring him just like he did with Robin. So you can totally see that.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a flashback where you see Snyder Cut Flash fighting parademons and you know, meeting his dad. In the second issue, Tar Pit is the villain. And I'm sorry. The first issue is all about learning Barry's power to increase his density. So when he punches somebody, it's like a super punch, essentially.
Yeah.
First lesson where his power is evolved. The second lesson is against Tar Pit, who's like Ink from Batman Beyond, I think. Kind of looks like that. And it's all about phasing. He learns how to phase, but he has a problem because the villain knocks him into a car and his molecules blend in with the car and disrupt the molecules of the car, so the car explodes and almost hurts some people. So then he gets demoralized and he's like, I don't know how I can do this. In the third issue, the Top, the famous Flash villain, the Top is the villain. And it's all about learning how to be fast, but also not cause destruction. And at the end, I will say, you should definitely check it out, but the Flash, not Barry Allen, the Flash has an interaction with Henry Allen in prison. And it's really like, I was reading it right before I jumped on. I was like, so Henry Allen knows who the Flash is. He doesn't know who the Flash is, but he's meets the Flash because the whole 3 issues is about Barry's costume evolving, Barry's powers evolving, and once again, referencing the Snyder Cut. So definitely check it out if y'all want some more on this movie's storyline, what happened before the movie.
For sure. And thanks for that little deep dive, right? Because I didn't read those, but they sound dope and they sound like, you know, they may be a great add-on to the experience if you're watching this film, right? So, Leon, did you have anything that you wanted to add before we start moving on to some of the actors?
No. I think you guys covered a lot, you know, in these initial thoughts. I'm just really glad that, you know, the haters have zero to say anymore about the Snyderverse. The Snyderverse is here and it can continue. The only thing I'll add before we move forward is, like, no matter what anybody thinks quality wise, it's absolutely irrelevant to going forward what everybody's focus should be on if you're a Snyder fan and you want to see the Snyderverse continue.
I agree. Couldn't agree more. So we're gonna move on to the star of the movie, Ezra Miller, and I'll give you the first crack, Leon, because you've been kind of lying in wait. It seems like, right? How did you feel about Ezra's performance? Did it stick with you? Right? I mean, now is a time for you to really deep dive. You know, how did you feel about Ezra's performance, like, as a whole, sir?
I think his performance was great. I think he did a really good job of playing 3 different versions of himself. I think he has the acting chops and the gravitas to hold a movie. I think because he's not, you know, as famous as his other co-stars, that there's this hesitation to think that. I know there was some people, like Chris Gore, he was saying that, you know, Barry Allen as an actor can't really hold down a movie, pretty much. That he's especially next to other powerhouses. But I think that he did very well. And I think it's pretty interesting to see via his performances the type of person that Barry would have been if his mom was still alive. Because Barry essentially became very neurotic once his mother died. He became a different type of a Barry Allen, to the point that he's even a virgin. And no diss. It is what it is, you know.
Yeah.
And then you see Barry, younger Barry, who probably would have been this smart, semi-hip guy, you know, had his mother still been alive.
And he has friends.
Almost a sort of a Wally West-ish. And then you go from that to seeing the third version, the darker version, the more obsessed version, who is pretty much his younger version, just aged. I don't know. He looked very old. So you see neurotic Barry Allen, which is the Snyderverse Barry Allen. Then you see the what would we call this? I guess the not even the Burden verse. I guess. Huh?
The slacker Barry.
Yeah, I don't know what I would call that universe. Maybe the Flashpoint universe, because it's kind of a Flashpoint concept. So Flashpoint universe Barry, which is the younger one, and then you have the aged version of that version.
Who
and
doesn't
I think he did
have a Justice League mentoring him.
Right. So you see all three of those versions, and it just shows the range in his acting ability. I don't know. I don't know how anybody could see this and not say that Ezra Miller isn't a superb actor. He's got good comedic timing. He can get very serious. He can get very emotional. We saw the full range of emotions with Ezra Miller, man. It was quite incredible to watch. So he was dope. I think some of the choices they made comedically were a little, not even necessarily with him per se, but just like the things that happen around him were a little annoying. And this is just me. I'm not general audience, and I'm also not like your typical nerd. When I go into a film, I try to turn off that cinephile cap, but I can't. When I look at a movie, I'm like, man, would Martin Scorsese have like this? and I don't even say it jokingly anymore. I'm just being so serious. And when I saw like the things happening around Ezra, I think Ezra was the only one who took the material serious. And I don't mean serious as in like his acting was serious in the moments. I mean, like he believed what he was doing, while everybody around him was being a cartoon, like their apartment scene.
Yeah.
They're obviously cartoony and shit, or you just so happen to have a Back to the Future tattoo. Like, really? Like, that was, you know what I mean? Like, it was just little things that were going on around him that I was just like, Lord have mercy. But Ezra, as an actor, handled those situations well. Like, a homeboy was being annoying playing his instrument, and he was like, I'm in the theater like, yo, this is annoying. And Ezra was like, could you stop? And it was like, I was like, oh, wow. Yeah, well, there you go. Thanks, Ezra. I was saying the same shit. Because the scene was meant to be sensory overload. You're getting information. I'm in the wrong universe. Back to the Future is a whole different movie now. You're being annoying. This chick's being annoying. That dude with the tattoos being annoying. So I thought that was cool that Ezra was able to deliver a believable performance in everything he was doing. So yeah, I would not be surprised if he's utilized going forward in future DC projects. It'll be unfortunate for me because I ain't gonna watch him unless they sell Snyderverse to Netflix. But I ain't hating on dude. Like, I know that I know there's controversy with the man or with Ezra. Whatever, I don't really care. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. That's between him, God, and the courts. You know what I'm saying? Like, I literally don't care.
Did you catch the part at the end with the guy after he talks about the spaghetti, the quote, and then he's like, "What about the trial? What about the allegations?" Did you catch that? They're making a
yes. I also caught the beer part. I laughed
the beer part
when he got hilarious. The beers.
Yeah,
he got the two. He wouldn't stole the 2 beers. I was cracking up, bro.
Beers.
Hey,
I was like,
what about when he said that the Justice League isn't good at seeking mental health yet? And then he was like, "Trust me," right? Like,
yeah, he was like, that's not our strong suit. Trust me, or something like that. Yeah, I was laughing, bro. Like I don't know if it was like, I don't know if that was intended to be a nod at Ezra, a lot of this stuff. But it just unintentionally was like hilarious that art imitated life or life imitated art. I don't know. But again, if there are people who were affected by Ezra or victims of Ezra, or if Ezra was being framed or whatever, like, I sorry for the victims. That sucks. If there's something like that, right? Not that we have to touch on this all deep. I'm just saying, but it's not my job to sit here and police what happens to Ezra. I'm not gonna sit here trying to boycott or, I don't know, call for the man's head. Because at the end of the day, it's like this. I love the fact that people have pretty much ignored all this stuff. Nobody in my theater mentioned it. Everybody in my theater was just chilling, having a good time. And it's interesting because, like, I know, Sky, you had a similar experience, and I think you too, Josh, with people that you don't know conversing with you about this movie after. I think you too, Necron. I had, like, somebody was like, "Hey, what did you think, bro?" And I was like, "Oh, he's talking to me." I was like, and I gave my thoughts. And I thought it was interesting. Oh, okay. So this is a conversation starter, this movie is, and it wasn't a DC versus Marvel. I was like, because I'm kind of hesitant to talk to people after watching a comic book movie sometimes. I'm like, I'm really not trying to hear about how great Marvel is or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, just miss me with that. But we didn't talk about Marvel at all. I was like, look at this movie here, making us just talk about it instead of, Marvel or the Avengers or Spider-Man. Like, we were talking about the Flash and everything it did and or didn't do. And I even explained to them about the Snyderverse. And one of them in their group was like, "Oh yeah, I heard about that stuff." And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know if y'all caught the line when Bruce and Barry were talking, and I explained that, and they were like, 'Oh yeah,' and I was like, 'Yeah, that only happened in Zack Snyder's Justice League, the one that was on HBO Max and on Netflix overseas.'" And I told him, I said, "Me and my crew been a part of this campaign called basically, hashtag Sell," and I explained Sell to them in the Netflix thing. They're like, "For real?" Like, "Yeah, look it up, man. Look up the hashtag." They were like, "Oh, that's cool. That's what's up. Yeah, I think that would be cool, blah, blah, blah." And somebody was like, "Yeah, I think that they could probably do a whole bunch of other stuff because, like, there's other things that they were showing too." Like, so anyway, this movie, Ezra's performance, it definitely lended to great conversations afterwards. So I think that's really dope.
oh yeah, it really lent itself to some dope conversations. I feel like this, just as you said, this film does as well. It really brought out a lot of people, man. Like, it was people dressed up like the Flash and stuff in my screening. I got there a little late, and so I was trying to take pictures and all that stuff, but I had to go get in my seat and all that. I ain't gonna even front. But people was buzzing after the showing was over. They was hanging out outside. I think that you can even see it in the video that I posted. Like, it was just gaggles of people just hanging out outside talking about the movie. And you're right. It's funny because the entire ride back when I was going to go drop off my homie, he never brought up Marvel one time either. Right during that conversation, he just kept asking me, "Yo, like, so what's next? Like, what are they doing next? Like, is there going to be a Flash 2? Right? What's going on with this and that?" And he was talking about Blue Beetle and like whether or not that's going to be in the Snyderverse. And I was like, "Nah, bro." And then he was like, "Yeah, I can actually kind of tell." And but yeah, look, this movie really does a great job of like bringing DC as a whole to the forefront. I mean, I even was copping some of this stuff. I was gonna wait till Austin was on here, but you know, Austin's like super late. But I even got like this like little popcorn eater and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like this little thing opens up at the top. I was like, yo, this is dope, man. And it kind of turns around and everything. Super dope. I also got this
What'd you say,
cup
homeboy?
with the Batman cover. You know what I'm saying, right?
No.
Hey, Keaton, bro.
Keaton, yeah.
That's what's up.
Yeah, right. But you know, I had to cop all that stuff. Much love to homie Austin sliding through, right? As soon as I started talking about him, right? This man can slide through. Well, since you're here, bro, I will go ahead and give you the floor. Did I lie? Initial thoughts. Ezra Miller. Those are the three topics. So go ahead, sir.
Yo, first of all, shout out to everyone being here. And three topics. Yeah, I gotta catch up. There's a line in this movie that was meant for me, bro. Very early. What universe are we in? That shit was meant for me, bro.
Wait, and did you notice that Young Barry's laugh sounds just like yours? Did you notice that?
Dude, that is too crazy. Right when I heard that, I think, holy shit, that's fucking Austin, dude. That's Austin right there.
Austin was the stunt double.
Yeah, I was walking with him, in London, bro. Oh my god, yo. The funniest thing obviously my first thoughts on the Flash. I loved it, man. As a Flash fan, it's a Flash movie. You guys did not lie. I said it yesterday in the Spaces. Sky did not lie. Actually, what I started hashtagging was Sky was right. Sky was right, bro. Everything that he said about the movie. I was even like mad because you guys downplayed it, in my opinion. Like, I was as I was watching this movie, I'm like, yo, how come they didn't like hype this up more for me? I was like, what the this is sick, dude. Like, what the fuck? How come they didn't hype this up more for me, bro? I was like, oh yeah, it's a Flash film. It's a Flash film. I'm like, literally, this is me during the like first, I don't know, 5 minutes, just the first 5 minutes, and then like multiple moments to the rest of the movie, just what the, oh my god, yo, what?
It really does get started like immediately. Like there's no opening credits. Like it gets right to it.
So, dude, the first time I watched it, I would say you got to go see it in IMAX or the Dolby Atmos theaters. Those are also, if you can't go to the huge screen, at least you can get a big screen and like sound that encapsulates you. Like literally, I felt the Speed Force in my feet when I was watching that. And like the sounds of the electricity when he starts and stops running, like they just are so like they hit you. It's like, I don't know. It's so weird the way it sounds. It's like it's literal. If you've ever listened to and been like, I'm a country guy. I lived in the country in upstate New York. Every once in a while, you're chilling under some power lines, right? That's a nice spot to chill. And I'll have a little sit on a mountain, whatever. If you listen, you can hear the electricity going through the lines. It's hard to hear, but you can hear it. And that's what it sounded like in this movie. I was like, whoa. Really like kind of like was a cool add-on. And the second time when I saw it last night, I focused more in the first like Speed Force scene when he's running. I focused more on Barry himself rather than everything else around, because I was like, oh, where is he going? Like I was trying to get a sense of like where Central City is compared to Gotham. I was like, all right, where is this geography in like the United States? Is he in like, where is this? Right. But the second time I just looked at him and I was getting vertigo. I was getting literal vertigo. I was like, whoa. I had to like stop looking at him because like if you just focus on him, he stays the same. Like the image of him isn't blurred at all. Everything else is like, it was tripping me out. I was like, whoa, that was so cool. As a Flash fan, again, I thought there were so many moments in this movie. I was like, yo, they didn't hype this up like enough. They didn't hype this up enough. I've heard a lot of things also about the falling baby scene. When I first heard about that, to like briefly talk on my journey to this Flash film, we were all like clowning on that, right? We're like, yo, it's so fucking stupid. Excuse my language. But it's so dumb. Like, why would they do this? It sounds like something straight out of like Hamada Burger scene, whatever. Like, yeah, it is sort of a gag, but I thought it was done well. Like, as far as all of the bad things that you could say about it, like I still thought it was done well. Like, how cool is that he's still on low energy? He's like, F it, I gotta do it. Like, goes up there, and then the first thing he does is just go right to the snacks and just goes in on him. I was like, yes, I'm laughing. People in the movie are probably like, oh, well, this is kind of dumb. Like, no, he needs energy. There's a scene in one of the animated movies where like he shows up, quote unquote, late to a meeting, and they're like, Flash, where were you? He's like, oh, sorry, I had to stop in Hawaii and get some food real quick. And he was like eating like tacos or something. He's like, what do you? He's like, what? I have a hyper fast metabolism. I got to keep my calories up. That's like the whole point of the Flash. He's got to always eat. He's a snack hole, bro. Like, that's from Zack Snyder's Justice League. So I love that scene. All of the little things in that scene. I didn't stay until and watch the actual like credits until yesterday. Like, the first night I saw it, as soon as like it was done, I just walked out. I was like, all right, I'm out of here. I don't need to see anything else. But last night I stayed and watched like the credits, and it's the dog falling, and the burrito goes shooting by him, and he hits it. Like, I thought that was so funny. I was like, yo, there's a callback to the beginning of the film, and I think
I kind of laughed too when I saw the falling dog.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna even lie, because in my first screening we didn't have like any ending like credits at all, so I didn't get to see that.
That's fair. That's fair. And like, I think a lot of people's gripes with this movie may just be like, we're taking ourselves too seriously. Again, I said it yesterday. I'll say it again, and I'll continue to say it. As a Flash fan, I went into this movie with the thought and tried to really get in the mindset of what would 8-year-old Austin like think of this movie, or 12-year-old, 13-year-old, like what would teenage Austin think of this movie? But he wouldn't have the baggage of all this other stuff, right? He wouldn't have I've gone through all this stuff. And that's what I was like. I went into that movie like, get the past off of me. Let me just experience this as a Flash fan. Not forgetting what I know, but just like leaving my emotions of the past out of it. And I really, truly love this film as a Flash fan. Like, there was so many things that we have not seen before. The phasing down to the molecule, and seeing that was really awesome. The when Barry loses his powers is hilarious, dude. And he does the run around the thing. Like, that is so funny, bro. That shit is so funny to me. And there's a lot of other moments that are like callbacks to other films and pop culture. Some people may think also that the comedy didn't hit for them, but I'm here to tell you, I laughed the entire time. There wasn't like a single joke that didn't really hit for me. I went and saw it with my lady last night. Even the things that may seem a little bit obnoxious, or she's laughing at every single one. She even laughed. I didn't expect it. The Nicolas Cage turnaround. She started laughing. She's like, "That's awesome! What the fuck? That's so cool!" And then, like, there's so many moments in this film that I laughed at, and it didn't take me out of the film. Here's the thing: like, you can't go into this film like, all right, it's Snyderverse is only like serious 98% of the time and 2% of the time jokes. Like, no. You think that Zack Snyder would have wanted a Flash film to come out and not be funny and not be revolved around like comedic relief throughout the time, like, and not also be serious and have heartfelt moments. Like, I'm here to tell you, as a lifelong Zack Snyder fan since Dawn of the Dead and lifelong DC Flash fan, like, Zack Snyder would have loved this movie. We just rewatched seasons 1 and 2 of Justice League Animated, and it feels like this could have been a part, like one of those episodes. Like, this could have been like a 3-parter episode where they go into an alternate universe or an alternate timeline. I also think me being able to remove the baggage of the old stuff. I hate that we clowned on the Spaghettiverse thing so much and like made jokes of that so much, because like it's a cool concept. Like, yes, it's maybe the display of it like could have maybe done better, but it's such a cool concept that it opens the door for so many possibilities. Oh, look at some of these strands are running parallel, and some are just completely off on their own, like doing their own thing, like, and they're completely divergent is the words that he uses. I think there's so many good things and possibilities that the bad things that I hear about this film, the criticisms, some of, like, yes, they're warranted, they're valid, but there's also a lot of things where I think some people went into this movie a little jaded, and they couldn't go into it, like, they went into it as their adult selves, and they didn't go into it as like, yo, this is the first Flash film ever in theaters. Like, how would you feel? Like, we got to stop going into it as our jaded adult selves and just enjoy movies. That's the whole point of the movie experience, is to enjoy it. And I did. I wholeheartedly enjoyed my experience as a Flash fan. It was awesome, dude. When he first breaks the speed of light, right? And people are like, oh, he did that. He didn't run that fast. He wasn't that upset. Like, he didn't do that in Zack Snyder's Justice League. Also, the world exploded, so there was nothing for him to run on. He had to, like, create the fucking speed of light and, like, recreate the universe almost. So that was greater than the speed of light. Now he's just time traveling. It's different. Whether you want to play semantics or not, go see the movie, and then we'll have this conversation. And until then, I don't want to talk about anything. But this, when he first did that, and he's like, it's all blue and white, and he's like tripping out, bro. I was like losing my mind, and I was so mad that no one like told me that some crazy shit was gonna happen. That was so awesome.
We couldn't tell y'all all the secrets.
Yeah,
like, I was like, bro, like I had to kind of leave some stuff for you guys to, enjoy actually watching the movie.
No, I know. I feel like you really downplayed it though, as far as like how awesome this would be to see this stuff as a Flash fan. Like, all of the power usage, man, so cool of the power usage. Like, yes, if you do keep running for a long time, you will build up a lot of charge. It's called static electricity. If you don't dissipate that energy, like, it's gonna just explode on you. If you don't complete a circuit like an arc, then it's gonna, like, if you have this off, you ever like played around with electricity, you will understand all of that. You need to close the circuit. You need to have a ground. You need to have all these things. And they really talk about that stuff. People were like, oh, well, he never had to do that in Zack Snyder's. Yeah, because in Zack Snyder's Justice League, he would stop, or he was running in a circuit, in a circle. You know, understand that, guys? So, like, there's certain things like, all right, you want to play semantics? I'm here all day to combat, like, the reasons why this is canon to the Snyderverse. This makes sense in the Snyderverse. This is directly after, or a few years after, I should say, Zack Snyder's Justice League. And as Leon was saying, as you guys are all saying, like, there's so many hints. There's so many, like, they do it so nonchalantly. They say it matter of fact, like, yeah, of course. This has happened, like, don't you remember? Just a few years ago. Oh, yeah, like, that one time. This one time. They just say it. They don't say it and, like, look at the camera and they're like, remember in Zack Snyder's Justice League when we did this? Like, they're not going to do that, all right? They're not going to do that. And they didn't need to, because they said it so many times about the events, about certain events. in Zack Snyder's Justice League. Man, I just love this film. Everything about it, even like the bridge scene, I thought that was hilarious. Like, people gotta stop taking themselves so seriously and thinking that comic book movies can't have comedy like this. Like, oh, if there's a lot of jokes, blah blah blah, blah, it's not. No, here's the thing: it's a Flash movie. It needs jokes. You think I want to, as a Flash fan, sit through a serious Flash movie? Yeah, it would be like probably interesting. But if I'm not fucking laughing, it's not the Flash. Okay? That's the whole point. Like, I'm sick of it. I hate when we take ourselves too seriously. I needed this superhero growing up. I needed somebody to be comic relief and be everywhere at once. So, man, this movie, as a Flash fan, you can't tell me nothing. I'm gonna love this film. The comics that you just talked about, yo, I'm gonna go get those immediately because I want them. Everything in this movie, even like his first little like suit that he made that was all just duct taped together and shit. Like, yeah. I felt like as a former like racer and stuff, like that's what you do when you first start. Like, you just throw together whatever you have, and you use a lot of duct tape, bro. Like, you lose a lot. Like, it's so funny. So like that hit home to me. I was like, yo, like, first, that's a rookie right there. That's a rookie, like, just trying out his best.
Too,
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And a cool little tidbit: when you're racing, you have to duct tape around your boots and stuff. So, yep. But anyways, I gotta be right back. I'm getting a phone call right now from my work. So continue the conversation, but I do want to talk more Ezra Miller. Amazing. But I'll be right back, guys. Hold on. I'm sorry.
You're muted, Sky.
All good. I was sitting there listening, and all this stuff is true, man. I think that the tone of the movie needed to be a lot lighter. It is a Flash movie, right? The Flash is obviously going to have a lot more of a comedic tone to it, and it wasn't overdone. I don't think that it was overdone. It's just there are a lot of things that this movie had to kind of balance and had to do, and there was a lot of plates in the air, right? And had to kind of land the plane without letting any of these plates fall. And I feel like is it a perfect film? Absolutely not. But it was dope. It was super enjoyable. I loved it. General audience members seem to be loving it. I was in another screening that got ovation last night, right? I'm seeing it again later tonight because I definitely want to check it out. And I'm taking another general audience member. So, it's gonna be we getting reactions, and I think that that's going to be what really tells the tale of this film, right? Because I know you guys keep talking about the cinema score in the chat. Trust me, I got a whole segment for the cinema score specifically because we're going to touch on that. We're going to break it down, you know what I'm saying? Because it's looking real wacky out here, y'all. But Austin, if you want to go ahead and finish your thoughts, sir. I think you were getting to Ezra, or no, you were talking about Ezra Miller's performance as the Flash.
Yes. And sorry, I just saw Alex's comment in the in the chat. Eric Stoltz is your boy. That dude. There's so many things in this Flash movie. Ezra Miller did a great job. Okay, amazing job. I do not want to undersell his performance whatsoever. Mikey Sutton was right. Hashtag Mikey was right. There's a reason why they kept him in this film. There was a reason why they had a hard time just saying, hey, F you, kick to the curb, let's refilm a whole Flash movie, because he carried this film. Like, he obviously is the star of this film. You want to say what you want to say about anything, that's fine. That's none of our concern, all right? You can fight for whatever you want to fight for, but here's the thing. I've also heard personal interviews with the people that were involved with certain situations. And I like to say that a lot of things that are said online are false, and they're just hyped up stories to get clicks. And they're fascinating things that when you read it in the headline, it's like, oh, but here's the thing. A lot of people just read headlines. They don't read the full story. They just see a headline and they take that as fact. And that's the issue with a lot of people's narratives online. And when you see them just spouting nonsense off, you're like, oh, there's clearly someone who's ignorant and doesn't know enough and doesn't look into the situation. Because you guys grow up like you can't be one person say one thing and the other person on the other side of that relationship experiencing it completely different. Like, maybe like a toxic male who's controlling and manipulative and gets the story out first about a mom and their kids being housed by Ezra Miller. And when the mom's actually in a sanctuary right now, away from this toxic male, like, not to get into all that, but I'm just saying, like, there's two sides to every story. And when you've only heard one, I don't think you can base your opinion as fact. Ezra Miller, man, you are a true star of our generation. Everything outside of acting, that is like none of my concern. I think you as a person are so heartfelt. In this movie, I really see a lot of Ezra in Barry Allen. I know he's a very unique person, they are a very unique person. They are a unique, like, there's so much confusing perplexity to Ezra Miller that you can see in this movie. Like, there's so much going on in someone's brain like that I really relate to. I feel like Ezra probably has OCD. He probably has certain things that I also relate to, and that Barry Allen or a speedster, if they're like this all the time, that's how they would act. Like, people are like, yo, Barry really nailed like the jittery, like that's how you operate. If you like, that's what happens. If you have to continuously go 24/7, everyone's like, yo, if I'm late to things, it's just because I'm doing so many other things all at once. Like, I can't stop doing things. I barely sleep because I'm always doing. Look at my room, guys. Like, there's so much stuff going on all the time. And that he really like nailed it. I feel like that's also how Ezra is as a person, playing the two different people too, like the young Barry in 2013. That, I'm sorry if you guys were irritated by that person, that's me and my God brothers in 2013. Like, you guys think that's how I laugh? Like, you should hear my God brothers when we do that just to joke around. Like, we will say something like, yo, Eric Stoltz is your boy. Oh, we'll just say like dumb stuff like that and be funny. And like the guy in the underwear just sitting like for no reason with his leg up, like, that's how, just to bother you, we would do that. Just like, yo, what's up? What's good? And then when he's leaving, like, Barry, Gary, Barry. And he's like, Barry, come on. Like, that's me and my stepbrothers just like being stupid, literally being dumb. And I felt like that apartment scene was us from 2013, like just waking up, yo, what's up, man? I'm hungry. Like, go get it. Like your girl goes over and gets a drink and she's just being herself, like not apologetic about it at all. When we were in college, it's exactly how it was. So sorry if you didn't experience college in 2013. That's kind of how it was. Like, just everyone everywhere. Some dude sleeping on your couch. There's always a funky smell. It was so on point for me. That little scene is like, yo, what's that smell? He's like, could be anything. Like, yeah, could be anything. I don't know. Yeah, Ezra Miller really killed it. As the two Barrys, as the Flash. I think young Barry also, people might hate him, but if you watch the film, if you think about it, he really was the hero of the film at the end of the day, because he took the sword from himself and saved our Barry. He took that and he was like, you know what? I got to end the loop. And he just sacrificed himself to save our Barry. So if you think about it, young Barry was technically a hero. While it was crazy, like how they got in that kind of like loop. But if you listen to Dark Flash at the end, he mentions a paradox. And that's kind of like what they had started. Man, I loved Ezra Miller's Flash. There's so many little moments too, like at the beginning of the film when he does the thing, he does the whole hospital save, comes back, and the guy's like, "There, was that fast enough for you?" And he's just like, I will kill you. Like the look on his face. Yo, I laughed both times, and then there was like a couple behind me last night, and as soon as he's looking at him doing that look, they're both like, ah! the lady was like, he said, "Oh no, you didn't just say that," and I was just dying, bro. I was dying. Like, yes, even you can laugh at facial expressions in this film. So yes, it hits on every point that you could want as a Flash fan, and Ezra Miller, to me, is a Flash fan. Like, there's no way that they're not. Like, one hundo p, dude, 100 p. They are a Flash fan, and I feel as a Flash fan, I feel honored, and I'm very thankful and grateful that they were able to continue and do their solo movie. And I'm obviously grateful that Zach saw them embody Barry Allen and the Flash so well in real life and picked them to be ours, because what a performance, man. I was truly just blown away by the whole thing. And it was hilarious from A to Z, as Necron said, from jump to the end. And I'm going to be rewatching this film over and over and over again. I'll probably end up watching it more than Zack Snyder's Justice League at the end of time, just because it's my film. It's 2 hours and 30 minutes specifically for a Flash fan. It's amazing. It's a Flashpoint film. Whether you want to debate all the semantics of everything, like, you're not going to enjoy any film if you want to do that, right? You're not going to enjoy life if you want to nitpick everything. I'm not here to try and be miserable. I'm here to try and enjoy life. And this performance by Ezra Miller definitely is going to let me enjoy life, for years to come, because this is a great movie, man. Amazing movie, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel it. Thank you for coming through and giving that perspective from the super Flash fan, right? Absolutely. But I think we about to get to some smoke, right? Because Leon, right, actually said something that I want to give him the chance to expound on now, right? Leon was not a fan of the baby shower scene, right? So I want to hear your thoughts on that, Leon, and that scene specifically, because I think it might have touched on something that you were talking about earlier with some of the things that was happening around Ezra, or was that more or less involving Ezra with that scene as well too? Because I actually don't know, so I'm really curious to hear.
Yeah, I did not like that scene at all. I was like, good God, what is happening here? But I don't think that was necessarily Ezra's fault at all. Because, a lot of it was done in post. You know what I mean? A lot of it was done CGI-wise. As a film, because, the way I look at movies is kind of three ways. I look at it on a personal level. I look at it on how does this hold up historically as far as cinema is concerned, and how does this hold up within its own genre, right? That's just what I do. And it's not like I plan on doing that. That's just how I've always looked at movies. As my palette evolves as a movie watcher. And it was yesterday when I kind of thought about okay, I guess I do look at movies in these three ways. And so I can't not look at The Flash that way just because it's The Flash. I literally, when I'm watching it, everything up to that point was this is freaking dope. You know what I'm saying? Like I got a smile on my face. That scene came up. The way it kicked off, I was like, oh shit, this is about to be crazy. You know, like he has to save these babies. We know the physics of the way he moves, how he can't do certain things. Like this is literally like it's gonna test, you know, his abilities, you know. And I blame Warner Brothers partially because I can't really fault Andy Muschietti for a lot of the things that probably transpired. God knows how many times that scene was probably redone, and other scenes in the movie too. You know what I mean? I can't really fault the man for giving us what he gave us in certain parts. You know, this movie's been through the process of this. We've seen and heard the process of this film dating back to Zack Snyder's days of sort of being in charge of it, right? Because I know people say, "Oh, the Walter." No, this is going on when Man of Steel first kicked off, and they started forming plans to initiate solos, right? So, and this was back in Zack Snyder's day. So this is even before the Hamada-verse, Hamada Burgers, and the takeover of that. Before Jeff Johns took over and eventually got fired. So, like this movie's been through a lot, and pretty much, classically speaking, as far as like the old school stuff is concerned, old school movies, like that's just how films have always been kind of made. 1989's Batman was the rights to that was bought by Uslan to make live action Batman movies. The producer Uslan back in like the 70s. So there's always a process. The Flash having a process is par for the course. It's just crazy that we hear about every detail because we're so close to it, I guess, and also because we know how these processes interfere with Zach staying, you know. So it's kind of like hits you different as a fan, right, of Zach, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, that being said, that baby shower scene in particular was jarring. I was like, eh. And it was the CGI, to be honest. And I'm just gonna take Andy's word for it if he's saying, because you know he's probably professional. If he's saying that that was how everything was supposed to look in certain areas, then all right, cool. It's just interesting to go from like how you initially see the Flash and his perspective and how he perceives the Speed Force and all that and running to how you get it in the film and his actual solo. You know what I'm saying? Like it was a bit jarring. I guess had I seen like let's say that sort of perspective CGI wise in a prior film, I'd be like, all right, cool, that's what's up. So maybe that was fighting against it. It didn't destroy the film for me or anything. Like I didn't walk out of the movie going, that baby shower scene, that was the reason. No, like it's not that deep. But I'm also not going to sit here and lie and say I liked it. I didn't like it at all. I thought it was stupid. However, I did like when Ezra was Ezra, because clearly that was Ezra after the scene was over and he's talking to the nurse. The nurse is screaming. That was hilarious. The babies are there doing their thing. That was hilarious. When he did that, that was hilarious. And then he's talking about mental health and all that. That was hilarious. Like all of that was funny, and I laughed. And this is after literally hating that fucking baby shower scene. Like I hated that shower scene, and literally Ezra brought me back to enjoying the movie. And I that's a testament to his acting, his performance. When Ezra was doing his thing, and it was really him, I was with it, 1,000%. Because like that scene and him presenting the babies, if you compare that, the one that Austin demonstrated, right? You that scene, compare that to like him eating the freaking snack. The way he was eating it annoyed me, and I was like, "Yo, man, what's up with the CGI department?" I wanted to smack the hell out of him, man. I was like, "Bro, that crap annoyed me, bro. I was like, especially like I know you're like the number one Flash fan. I'm low key a Flash fan myself, bro. Like Flash is that dude, and the freaking 1990s Flash series. I used to watch the hell out of that show. So like I'm a DC, I'm a DC guy. I love Flash. Flash is that dude. So as I'm watching this, I'm kind of trying to take out my bias as a DC fan too. You know what I'm saying? But you can't. So I was like, I'm just gonna let it all hang out there, and But anyway, I'm not gonna beat up that scene too much. But I will compliment Ezra for him being such a professional and believing what he was doing after the fact. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love that Ezra was like able to hold down his own movie, man. Shout out to that, because I'm hearing here and there the opposite, and I'm like, shut up, man. Ezra did great.
Yeah.
Right. And I wanted to touch on this too, because and that's why I wanted to have like this panel with varying opinions, because like we gotta have this conversation and we gotta have it honestly, right? And the people is gonna need this. I wanted to touch on that scene too, in particular, because I liked it. Like it was great. Like I ain't gonna even front. I do feel like the CGI could have been better, and I do feel like, because I just saw Mama Bear in the chat say that the baby shower scene was reminiscent of Quicksilver saving the kids in the mansion, right? In X-Men Apocalypse, right? Now I felt like that could have been like one of the greatest like renditions of like a speedster ever, but the CGI did need to be a little bit better in order for me to say that. But I laughed when it seemed like he was going to go get the baby, and then he went to the vending machine. Like, yo, I was laughing, yo, and the way he saved all of the kids and everything was super creative. And then him like going like this, it did work for me, but I do agree that the CGI did need to be a little bit better, because it was especially the part that only kind of almost took me out was it wasn't the Flash and it wasn't the dog. It was like one or two of the babies looked like kind of funny. Yeah.
I feel you that. I kind of look like a doll almost at one point, but I think I can hear where you guys are all coming from, but again, like it didn't take me out of it, and I enjoyed. Also, I think I enjoyed this film a lot more just out of spite, like just because all the things that you want. Like, nah, f you guys. Like, I'm gonna thoroughly enjoy this. Actually, everything that you like want to hate on, I'm gonna enjoy. But I think it was supposed to be a little bit wonky looking, just because he is moving so much in such a short period of time, and you're not following him. You're kind of just like chilling in different spots as like he's moving all around and doing different stuff. But yes, it probably could have been a little bit better, so to speak. But that whole thing, like Leon said, if not like all of it, 90% of that must have been done in post. So like it's all going to be like CGI. It would have been nice if they could have done like some, green screen, actual like build a set for that. But like you can only spend so much money on the movie, right? You can only spend so much money. So no, I understand that. But I think my favorite part about that I noticed last night, it's so small. So it's a small thing. But when he's actually running out of the as it's collapsing and he's running out of the thing with the gurney, and he's like, then he has to jump over it and he's pulling it, and the lady's like, as time goes back to normal, if you depending on what theater you're in, you can hear this like whine. It's like a as it goes in. It's the lady screaming, dude. And I was like, whoa! Like when I heard it, I was like, yo, that was crazy. Like to hear sound distorted also in the Speed Force, and then when it comes back up, it was like a wind up or like a wind down. Like that was crazy to me. I was like, whoa, that was as a Flash fan, again, like the physics, the little like audio cues, I was like, that was so cool. Like that one little part, I was like, yo, that was sweet. What a cool detail they just added in there. But I understand your criticisms of it for sure.
Oh yeah, no, there was a lot of little details in this movie that really just kind of brought it to just really kind of took it up a few levels for me. Josh, right? I want to get your take on Ezra Miller's performance in this film, right? How did it land with you? Just go ahead, sir, and expound however you want to.
Yeah, no, thanks, Guy. Just Austin, like what you were talking about, him being neurotic and just suffering from neurosis. Like you can see him playing with his flash ring at all times in the movie, even when he's not wearing the suit. He's always, he's just like little twitches and little tweaks that convey not only, I think, the person that Barry Allen is, but the person that Ezra Miller is. And as somebody who works in mental health for over 10 years, they're going on 13 years now. I just kind of want to talk about how, Leon, you had mentioned about, what if was there like actual Ezra Miller in this? And I 100% believe it is. There was Ezra Miller in this performance because I'm not licensed or anything. I've worked in mental health, but I can't professionally diagnose somebody. But, we know about the allegations. We know about the history of Ezra Miller and all these, controversies, so to speak. And if you think about it, if people are on the fence about seeing this movie, they're probably asking themselves, why is this star still in this movie, but this actor and this other franchise is being accused and they're being dropped and they're being dropped? Well, not every situation is the same, right? And from the hypothesis that I've gathered after watching Ezra Miller's personal Instagram and seeing the things play out, seeing body cam footage, Ezra Miller could suffer from, ADHD, neurosis himself, maybe even a little bit of bipolar disorder, and maybe even a little bit of schizophrenia. So the fact that there are 3 different Barry Allens in this film, like Leon was stating, we have Barry 1, who is Snyderverse, who doesn't, gets wrapped up in solving the mystery murder of his mother, getting his father out of prison, but leads him down a path of isolation until he meets Bruce Wayne and gets involved with the Justice League on his heroic path, right? Then we have Barry 2, who is like the Flashpoint, slacker Barry, who has his mom, has his dad. And if you look at his bedroom in that flashback, a first initial, he's a spoiled little kid. Like he has everything, all the shit, the battleship. I was like, damn, this kid was living the life. And can you imagine of having that world where you have everything, you have your mom, you have your dad, and then it's ripped from you, what Barry 1 experienced, but Barry 2 didn't. So he has friends. He has Patty Spivak. He has Albert Desmond, who is actually alchemy, if you know your comic book history. So that's a little Easter egg then there. And so then we have Dark Flash, who is Barry 2, but a path that becomes obsessive and doesn't have all members of the Justice League from the Snyderverse to balance him out, and ultimately gets this hero complex where I can do anything without ramifications, because he doesn't have Ben Affleck Bruce Wayne really emphasizing to him that lesson at the beginning of the movie. So the fact that Ezra is able to convey 3 different personalities and 3 different Barry Allens is amazing to me. He gets me. Like I said, I have mentioned this on Bat Dan's channel when he interviewed me, but all of the multiverse shenanigans, all of the worlds colliding, all the epicness that both Batmans do, Supergirl does, General Zod does, all of that would mean nothing if you didn't care about this person right here, the man behind the suit. And Ezra Miller transcends the role, not only puts himself in it and kind of calls out all the haters and all the ignorance and all the clickbait media, in my opinion. That's what I love about this movie, the beer stealing you've seen, like at the end with the court. And then what about the allegations? I was just like, yeah, fuck yeah. I love that that's in there, because it's like, y'all are worried about the wrong freaking things. Look at the person. You know, the person was going through something. 2020, there was a supply chain issue with the pharmaceutical industry. So not everyone could get what they needed to balance themselves out, right? And so you saw that play out on social media and whatnot. But I love the fact that you can kind of see Barry 2 and Barry 1, how they come. There's that emotional scene where he snaps and he's like, shut up. You shut up. You have no idea how great you're ungrateful, you know? And that's the scene where I was talking about, where Ezra Miller gives, it's one of my favorite scenes in the whole movie, where he's literally battling himself when you think about it, right? He is come at blows and he is conflicted with his own self, which is maybe something that not only Barry experiences on a daily basis, but maybe Ezra Miller, the person, experiences that as well, right? So that's why this movie is my favorite movie of 2023 so far. You know, like, it hits me here because not only do I love Barry, in my opinion, I've seen it multiple times, but the audience falls in love with Barry too. But by doing that, being so, like, you know, Austin, kind of like how you're talking about being like you in college, you know, just so green and so just full of life and everything. He's a little kid. And then it's crazy how Barry 1 has to become straightened up, you know. In Snyder Cut, he's over here able to slack off and, you know, oh, yes, yes, yes. So when he comes in the Batcave, right? But then he's already done that in his universe. So when he comes in the Michael Keaton one, he's like, stop playing around, Barry. I got to do work, you know? And he's like, what are you talking about? This place is amazing, you know?
Look, I got this bag. It lasts.
Yeah, like, it's so in a way you fall in love with, in my opinion, Barry 2, but that helps inform you and really bond with Barry 1 because they're the same person, just from different multiverses in a sense, right? Mm-hmm. This is a Barry from if things went this way, but this is a Barry. So that's what was genius about swapping out the Flashpoint storyline to have 2 Barrys, in my opinion, go through this journey, is that you bond so much with the character of Barry Allen. And it's one of my favorite performances of the year. And it has led me to have my favorite, you know, declare it as my favorite movie of 2023 so far. And yeah, I just think that it's a genius that Andy Muschietti kind of put this meta commentary. It doesn't matter what's going on with the actor outside of the screen, you know. There's a limit, you know. I will say, in all my screenings, when people mention the grooming, that's where I get real, because that's my limit. Like, the whole, like, pedophilia is just something that I'm like, you know, we talked about Holly Weird and how there's a lot of people that, you know, are in that. Yeah. And so that's where I draw the line, you know, just for myself personally. And I will not see something if, you know, somebody has done, you know, sexual assault or something to a minor or a kid. But people don't understand the circumstances. Apparently, the accuser, the father, you know, it all started when Jason Momoa and Ezra Miller and the Justice League cast were part of, you know, Native American reservation to basically improve water quality, right? And so that mindset on the reservation is very closed-minded and conservative. And turns out the daughter of the accuser was trans, right? And was leaving a very toxic home environment with their parental figures. So that's why, from what I understand, the accusation of grooming came into play. And then he's giving drugs and all that. So you got to look at the big picture politically, what's happening in our country with fucking, like, drag queens or just performance art, or, you know, people of trans that are considering themselves trans, which Ezra considers themselves trans. Mm-hmm. So do your research. Like I said on Bat Dan's channel, don't try to, you know, make your assessment based on this clickbait, because every screening I went to, you heard people mention the either beating up women or the grooming. And when the grooming was mentioned, that's when I was like, all right, look. And so every time I literally respectfully told them, like, what the tea was. I was like giving them all the tea. I said, I have links to Twitter threads where you can see how this hate campaign has been going on since 2020 for a long, long time against this.
Yes. And I want to add on to the whole reservation thing too. Like, these, like, reservations, the closed-minded, the conservative outlook of them. There's Native American nations down here in the South, in the Southwest, that literally owned slaves still for a long time, and they didn't give the freed black slaves and descendants of their nation, like they didn't even give them equal rights until like 2011. So these are the type of people we're trying to defend and like say that they have validity in their accusations and all of that. And you want to stand on their word. Those people that you're trying to virtue signal for wouldn't even give freed black descendants of people who used to live in their nation equal rights in their like territory. So those are the people you want to defend? Okay, good for you. Good virtual signal. Yeah, kind of backfired on you there. But yeah, no, I completely agree with what you're saying. And that's also, that's what you don't listen to, or hopefully you don't listen to like a Michael Jackson film and like, oh man, he touched little kids. Like, well, if you do, like, stop listening to Michael Jackson. If you enjoy Michael Jackson still and you have a problem with Ezra Miller, stop listening to Michael Jackson. Like, there can't be a double standard with things. Like, if we're gonna separate the art from the artist, or Elvis, exactly.
Elvis,
like, there's so many things.
He groomed his cousin.
Jimmy, I think there's a famous rock star too who married a 14-year-old, and there's one guy who like married his like stepsister. There's so many like weird things that happen in Hollywood, in entertainment, in the business. Because if you are somebody who can go on the road, who can do these long schedules, who can do these 13-hour days, who can portray somebody else so convincingly, you got a little bit of screws loose usually. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not all up top. Like, you're not going to be a well-rounded individual until like maybe later in your career when you've lived a little bit and you've gone through some things. We've seen it with Robert Downey Jr. We've seen it with a lot of other stars before. People want to talk about all the time Leonardo DiCaprio's life, but he's just doing his thing. So everyone is kind of like I forget what the word is, like, eclectic. They're all like eclectic in their own ways. They all have certain things going on. And Ezra Miller, I didn't go into this movie like, are all of those things true? Well, I don't think there's been any court cases. I don't think there's been, and the ones that have happened, like the only one he got like in trouble for was the beer stealing, which was also a hilarious callback in this film. And I think really the beer thing was just more so to a wake up call for Ezra at the time. And after I got out of this film, one of the pictures that I thought of immediately was that smile that they saw him at his mom's house in Vermont, and he's sitting on a porch and he's just at like a shit-eating grin. Excuse my French, but he's just kind of chilling, like, yo, what's up? Like, I have people who like took a picture of him, and I have a feeling that was like after some of these scenes that he filmed, like they really saw him after that, or like he knew that he really blew this out of the park in my opinion. And all the controversy surrounding it, like, you're never going to enjoy anything if that's all you care about, because this world is surrounded in controversy, and there's issues going on every single day. And we don't go to the movies to think about controversy. We go to the movies to escape, and that's what Ezra Miller truly let me do, was escape in his role.
And my question would be, like, it's kind of a rhetorical question to people that, because like you said in multiple screenings that you went to, Josh, that you kept running into people that are like this. Like, I don't know where you live, bro, but it sounds like a lot of people ain't got a life. Like, I have rarely, and I say rarely because I obviously I'm not recalling every detail of my movie-going experience in all my years, but I'm just saying I've rarely heard anybody ask me or have questions or eavesdrop on a conversation about like some actor in a movie and a controversy. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
I think I know why Josh gets a lot of that. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been where Josh lives at, and it's kind of just like that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, okay.
It's kind of just like that, real talk.
Sorry, Josh.
Yeah.
No, I get it, because it's like I'm listening. I'm like,
hold up, real quick. Actually, I had somebody come visit me that like lives out there near Josh in that kind of area and everything. And one of the first things that she said was like, "Yo, people like just mind their own business out here." She was like, "Yo, it's so crazy. Like, I'm just seeing people minding their own business." I was like, "What? Oh, it's like
Oh,
not
talking about
like
where
that
you
over
live when she went to visit you
there."
compared to
Yeah,
where she's from?
yeah.
That's
And
hilarious. That's
and
hilarious.
she's from, kind of like out there where Josh is at for
And
real.
that's the
So
thing. It's like me. I did not expect. I didn't even think about any of that when I went to go see the Flash. I'm like, my concern was Snyderverse. So when I'm watching it, I got a whole different concern. Whether the movie ends up being good or bad to me, I was like, I really don't give a shit. I'm trying to figure out what's up with the Snyderverse, right? And so, and then everybody around me, they probably don't have any of that going on. They're just like, oh, Flash, got a movie, let's watch it. And so, like I said, people that I don't even know were asking me different questions. Not once did they ask anything about Ezra's personal life or, what were my thoughts on Ezra as none of that. Everybody just, that was dope, or, that was this, that was that. And then we left the movie theater. That was, so yeah, Josh, sorry that you go through that, bro, because that's got to be annoying as hell. Like, damn, bro, like, I'm just trying to watch a movie.
Yeah, no, I go to advanced screening since college, and so basically what it is, it's a lot of people who sort of pay attention to like movie news, but just headlines really. So you see the same people. Like I go to all of them. Like I went and saw like Transformers, I saw Elemental, and it's the same people. But the problem is when they get so like in I don't know, boastful about their opinions, their moral compass, basically, their moral high ground, like Austin was referring to, where you can just tell they're like, oh, I have to state this out loud so everyone knows that I'm not okay with this person on screen.
yeah.
Can do their research, right? And so that's when I'm like, actually, as a mental health professional, you need to know this, this, and this, and this. And there's not another allegation other than the fact that he stole beers. And after I explained it at my last screening, they were like, oh, he stole beers? That's why he's going to court on probation? Oh, okay. And then they saw the movie, and those same people were sitting behind me and started dying laughing. So that's it. Anyway.
Yes.
But guys,
Yeah.
I do have to head out. I'm going to put on my Flash suit. I got my Flash ring. I'm going to take my family to see the Flash in about 20 minutes. So I got to head out. Sorry I can't stay on longer. But
all good, bro. All good.
I will be watching on Replay Crew because I want to hear what y'all think about all the Batmans, Supergirl.
Oh yeah, we about to get to that like right now too. So hey, much love. Thanks for coming through, Brody. You welcome back anytime, sir. Real talk.
Take care, Josh.
Have fun, bro. Have fun.
I'll be in the Speed Force like Austin. Peace, y'all.
Right, homie.
Yeah, right. Now, I want to kind of use that as a great opportunity to kind of move the conversation forward because we kind of talked about everything dealing with Ezra, and we all agree that the performance in this movie is stellar, right? We all agree that it is stellar, and you guys should definitely check it out if you haven't already, right? But the next thing that I want to talk about, guys, is Ben Affleck. All right, because Batfleck is definitely in this movie. I want to start with the homie Leon, right? Because Austin got to talk about the Flash, and he got to have his diatribe, right? So, Leon, can you talk about Batfleck and how that felt seeing him back on the big screen again? Were you happy with the performance? Like just everything. Go ahead and touch on Ben Affleck, sir. Pause.
Oh yeah. Definitely pause. It was cool to see, first of all, Alfred. That was dope. The conversation that Barry and Alfred had. I thought that was it showed like the camaraderie and the growth of their relationship, you know what I mean? I thought that was really cool. And Jeremy Irons always brings like a certain level of gravitas to a film whenever he's on screen. Wish we had more of him somehow. make that Batfleck movie happen on Netflix, please, and thank you. But so yeah, that was incredible. And then getting into Ben Affleck as Batman again, yo, bruh, you already know. I was kind of chilling, and then when I saw my dog get on the screen, I sat upright. You know what I'm saying? So I really
They showed
paid
the back of
attention.
his cowl first, right? Like it was like
Yeah.
the back of, and then it was almost those same notes that was from BVS, right? Like it is slightly different, but it was very similar to that. Dun, 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 dun. I
Hmm.
was like, yo, hey,
Hmm.
but go ahead, sir.
And to me, bro, I'm gonna be honest. Like I know that 1989's Batman had everybody feeling all nostalgic, you know, but you're talking to like arguably, you know, the biggest Batman fan you'll ever meet. All right. My first remembered film going experience was 1989's Batman. So if anybody should be feeling nostalgic, it should be this guy. But I'm gonna tell you, Ben Affleck's Batman was representing. He was killing it, and it just showed me like, yo, I don't give a damn what y'all do. I need more Ben. I need more Ben as Batman, bro. Like you can't. It cannot be understated. I appreciate the fact that they didn't do the voice modulator and it was like raw Ben Affleck's voice as Batman. That was a cool touch. Um, Especially when you compare it to the other Batman that you see in the movie, right? I thought that was. I was like, oh, okay, so.
Hey, real quick,
Mhm.
I don't think that the Wonder Woman scene would have worked as well as it did if he had the voice modulator on, Leon. That's actually a great point.
Yeah, pretty much. I think the man just seeing the action sequences. I like how they handled the physicality of Ben Affleck's Batman, um, chasing down the robbers, and you can see that. Oh, let me back it up a bit. When you see that flying fox, bro, bruh, that flying fox coming through, I was like, yo, I'm mad that this man uses this troop transport vehicle as his vehicle now. That's so sick, bro. Like that's a Justice League. That's like the javelin. He's basically using the javelin
Right.
on the streets, bro. That's sick, ain't it?
Hey, also Fred saying, what about the dude jumping out the car so he ain't got to fight him, right?
Bruh, my
Like,
man said, I'm avoiding his ass whooping, bro. That actually made me laugh out loud when I saw that. I said, ha! I said, yeah, it's better, dip. He looked at him, he was like, nah, bro, I don't want that. I don't want this smoke. I don't want this smoke. Yo, and every time there was an action sequence with Ben, bro, like you could feel the everything land. I was like, yo, I appreciate Andy and the crew making sure that Ben felt, as similar to what he felt throughout his tenure so far, in the Snyderverse. You know what I'm saying? Which started with Batman versus Superman, continued into Suicide Squad and Zack Snyder Justice League. Like we have never seen Ben be a bad version of Ben Affleck as Batman in the actual Snyderverse, right? And I know there's Suicide Squad, but yes, I understand the semantics of that, whatever. But we all walked out of Suicide Squad liking Suicide Squad. Let's not have some revisionist history here. It wasn't until Justice League that we walked out either scratching our head or just hating it. So let's not play around here. And we don't even count Justice League. That's officially the universe that's dead, if we're being 100% honest here.
facts, right? That's
But
it. Like,
you know what I mean?
Josh is dead. Bury
Bury
it.
it.
Right?
Exactly.
Real talk.
Right. That's the only universe that has no representation. You know what I mean? Okay, so that being said,
Did you say that, Leon? The GOAT.
I definitely said it in my head. The GOAT, bruh. The GOAT.
Oh my god.
And my whole theater was into it. That was
Oh
the cool
yeah.
part. You know what I'm saying? Like this idea that somehow, what's interesting? I don't even think Ben ever really caught a lot of flack before, like after he put on the cowl. You know what I mean? Before he put on the cowl, the internet was acting dumb. After he put on the cowl, even haters highlighted that he was like, that dude. And I'm gonna say this too. Seeing Ben again, best definitely solidified that he's arguably the greatest Batman we've seen. Because we'll get to the rest later, but like, bruh, stop it. Everybody just stop it. Ben's the GOAT, bro. Like, stop it. Just stop it, bro. Like, every time he's on screen as Bruce, as Batman, everything he did brought a level of maturity and a level of understanding of the character that I have not seen anybody really do. I think the closest I've seen to that was Christian Bale's performances as like Bruce Wayne and his journey as Bruce. I've always said, even way before Ben Affleck, because no one knew Ben Affleck was going to be Batman in the future, that I've had issues with Christian Bale as Batman. You know what I'm saying? I remember me and my sister, when we would discuss that, we would always say the weakest part of some of those movies at times was him as Batman. And that's because we're just nitpicky, diehard Batman fans.
An ordinary citizen.
Yeah, my goodness, exactly that type of stuff.
I hate that's like one of the worst Batman lines in any film ever.
Ever.
And I actually love that movie. I love The Dark Knight Rises. Like, I love that movie, but he never gave it to an ordinary citizen. That was crazy.
It was so weird that he never shut that voice off. Even Ben did that in ZSJL.
If you watch Batman Begins, Leon, it's not that bad.
No, it's not. It was amazing.
The Dark Knight, it got a little bit worse, and then The Dark Knight Rises, it just like went over the top.
It went off a cliff. It went off a cliff, bro. And you're right, because like Batman Begins, I always said that movie was like the greatest Batman movie ever made. You know what I'm saying? Before the stuff we got after, right? And everything in it was kind of perfect except for the fight choreography. Like the voice, everything. Performance, everything. And Dark Knight was like, the fight choreography got a bit better, but then the voice got worse and he got skinnier. And then Dark Knight Rises, the voice went off a cliff and the editing got bad. Still a fantastic masterwork trilogy, right? Comparing all the Batman to Ben, Ben just kind of makes it look easy. It's really weird. He just makes it look like, just nonchalantly, like he's like, you could destroy everything. Like everything's just so damn easy to this man to be Bruce. And then him as Batman, it just looks so like he gets it. Like he said in an interview years ago, he said he lets the suit do the work. Meaning he's already Batman. He doesn't have to put on an act after that. And that's crazy to hear because you do. But to him, he doesn't. And it's kind of a low-key brag. He's like, you're already Batman. The suit does the work. It's intimidating, etc. You just have to convey through that what you're trying to deliver. And it's literally a low-key brag because there's people that can't figure this shit out. They'll put the suit on and they still think they have to be like a panther, like Christian Bale used to say. And Michael Keaton used to complain about how hot it was and blah, blah, blah. There's all these different things that kind of let you know the mindset of these different actors and how they approach Batman. Ben is like, I let the suit do the work. And it just, from there, it's just, I'm Batman. And he definitely did it again, man. I loved how long the sequences felt. Because I was like, I just want more. But of course, it's a Flash movie, so I would love to see Flash and Bruce and Batman team up more throughout the film. So if they got a Flash 2 and Ben's in it, I'm watching the hell out of it. um, and the only thing that I didn't like,
Warner Brothers, you want to get Leon back in the theater, right? The Flash 2 with Ben Affleck in it. You know what I'm saying?
facts.
It almost seems too easy at this point now, yo.
Bro, like, I love that they're best friends because, like, in the comics, that definitely is a comic book thing too. There's a comic book precedent for that. That they're buddies. They talk about criminology together. They just overall just shoot the shit and chill. One of the people that Bruce Wayne calls when it comes to detective work is Barry, and damn sure.
All the time, bro. Yo, can you run this or what do you think about this?
Mm-hmm. And for damn sure, the first person that Barry calls is Bruce. So, to have that dynamic in the movie and it doesn't feel exaggerated or like, oh, this is just a thing that was created in the film universe. No, that actually happens in the comics too. So that was really cool. And to know that Ben meant that much, or Bruce Wayne meant that much to Barry is really cool. And the way Bruce Wayne had a heart-to-heart with Barry, and they recalled the actions that they had in ZSJL. The fact that it was Bruce who delivered this message to the fandom was very, 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 very important because he's the guy who created like the Justice League, essentially. You know what I mean? He had to undo the wrong that happened in BVS, form the Justice League, and have everybody come together, So him reminiscing with Barry about, at the speed of force was very, very dope. Just little touches that, like, I guess only we as fans really can see and kind of nod our head to it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I think the one con I'd say with his scenes was just the lasso scene, and it wasn't even that bad. It was just I couldn't really hear him. I was like, what the hell is he saying? Because he was talking so fast, trying to get that damn lasso off. And Barry's talking too, and they're trying to, and then she just sitting there chilling. And it's almost like, I ain't helping. I actually want to hear what you got to say.
Right. I'm dealing with childhood trauma. And I also deal with childhood trauma.
Yeah.
I'd probably just be better giving all my money away, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like his thoughts about it, like the feelings he battles with.
But yo, that's what is so crazy, right? Because I can see how Ben Affleck could say, like, yo, I really figured out how to play Batman shooting that scene, right? Because it's literally like him giving his innermost thoughts. And like how he really feels, right? So that could definitely inform him if he were to reprise that role going forward. Wouldn't you say so, Leon?
Oh, for sure. I think I think I got like two tiny pushbacks would be like, I think they missed an opportunity to go deeper into Wonder Woman and Bruce Wayne's relationship. I would have loved, because every time I watched a DC movie, like the good ones that we've seen in this iteration, right? The DCU, it's felt very like there's passion going on. Like in Man of Steel, you see it with Lois and Superman. Like they love each other. Like, well, they respect the hell out of each other. And then there's this love that could be blossoming, right? And then you have BVS where you see that love blossomed. And then Bruce Wayne, you see that, the way he handles relationships, he just kind of, he's just a bachelor trying to get over some shit constantly, And recently he's trying to get over the things that happened in Man of Steel. And what does he do about Superman? You see a woman in his bed. You see wine on the table. You hear Alfred begging this man to sire a new generation. Like, there's passion, there's love, there's sex. And then you go to Wonder Woman, same thing, right? Suicide Squad, same thing. All these different passions. And it's very, like, as an adult, you're very much thrusted into it. Like, I can get with this because they're covering all layers. The thing that annoyed me with the Flash, the film in particular, like you see the passions happening, and I wish they would have touched on that a little more.
You
Because I
just
love
wanted
seeing
more, bro. You just wanted more.
for sure, and the fact that Wonder Woman and Bruce, like they're locked in with each other right now. Like I wish Wonder Woman would have asked something. I wish Bruce would have said something. I wish Bruce would have asked something. Like I just think that would have been dope.
Hey, look, part of me though wants that to be a Zach thing, though, man. I
Right.
think Zach was clearly setting that up, and
Dude, did you like that?
I
though,
do feel
Leon?
you though, man.
Leon, that was the moment
I
I was
do feel
talking
you though,
about.
man.
That was the moment I was talking about though, when he first gets pulled up and she's like, "Hey," and he's like, "What's up?" Like that. Did you not enjoy that part? I thought you were gonna love that.
I love that she saved him.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm
That
late.
was very cool, and like that whole setup of if that hits the ocean, then it's going to destroy everything.
Yeah.
Gotham. Da-da-da. I was like, shit.
It's gonna destroy the whole city by lunchtime.
Yeah.
Oh no. I didn't
And I'm
know
thinking to
that.
myself, like, obviously Bruce got some tricks up his sleeve to, get this situation. He's good. But
Don't drop me, dude. Don't drop me.
yeah. Like, and I know the way it's set up, like, I mean, as a Batman fan, there's a million different things he could have did in that scene. Like,
Yeah.
he's fine. But
Hey,
Wonder
the
Woman
grappling
helping
hook
him.
was
Bro.
failing, bro.
It broke.
You don't think he's got 12 more on his belt? Come on. But anyway, I digress. I love the
He was
fact
holding
that
the guy,
Wonder
bro.
Woman
He
came
couldn't-
through.
He couldn't grab me.
Oh
He was
yeah,
holding
sure.
the guy.
His cape doesn't glide. Yeah, none of these things exist. I get it. But trust me, you're talking to a Batman fan. I can come up with a million different ways that Bruce can get out of this. However, it doesn't take away from the fact that, like, whether he needed it or not, I'm glad she was there because, first of all, I love Wonder Woman. Jesus Christ, like she's everything. So seeing her again was so dope. And man, I was pissed that we didn't get more of her.
Yeah,
But it's a Flash movie, so I get it. But just seeing that their interaction let me know that obviously that Wonder Bat situation is looming. It's still there, and I love it.
To me, I think it's there, bro. Just that. Oh, hey, like just that. Like that's when you see like your girl, but you're at work. Like you gotta keep it professional. Don't let them know. You know what I'm saying? That's what that was to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't really see the unflattering point of Bruce. I mean, maybe the mask a little. I don't know. It didn't really take me out too much. Like that was dope. I think that whole sequence was dope. I think the way they try to do my dog Barry dirty, talking about he's a virgin. No, I'm just kidding. There's nothing wrong with that. Like that was cool, man. And just seeing them transition from that to Barry and Bruce having a conversation with each other and him being like the big brother figure, that was really dope. And seeing that you could tell Bruce is still dealing with, the scars of the past, but he's also telling Barry, like, we can let it define us in a way, but we can't let it own us. The past. You have to take the past and let it inspire you to be greater. And these scars, they make you who you are, and you can either let them kill you or heal, and just everything that he conveyed with his facial expressions, his body language, and Ezra Miller's great acting along with him.
Right.
Like these two could literally do a movie together, and I'd watch the shit out of it. Two powerhouse actors. I'm sorry, like people can miss me with the Ben Affleck. They're trying to act like he's not a good actor or whatever, and they're like, and then trying to downplay Ezra. When those two were on screen, I was just like, yo, man, right? I was like, give me more of that. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, just that conversation. He's like, I knew you'd be like this, and then throws the thing away and sits in the trash can. I was like, dude, I laughed at that. Like, some people laugh, but when he was like, you know what? I knew you'd be like this. Like that got me. That got me, bro. That got me.
I love that. The thing that the tragic line when he said, it's just kind of such a chill line, but he said, Bruce said to Barry when Barry was like, "Do you want to basically you want to go? Let's go do something or whatever." And another time,
Yeah.
that was like, oh,
Oh,
another time, huh? And the way he gave him that look, like,
that smile.
yeah, but it was also kind of like a
meta thing too, right?
he was sad. Bruce, you could tell he was sad at the same time. At least I thought that. So I was like, wow, this Batman here, man. I tell you, this arc he's going through. Hopefully it continues. Hashtag sells ZSJ on Netflix. Hashtag sells Snyderverse to Netflix because I gotta see more of the evolution of this version of Batman.
Yeah, dude. Oh, so good. And the whips, dude, the cars too, just keep getting better. Just like
yes,
gliding away in the Mercedes, just
yeah.
gives him a look real quick before he shuts the door. Like, how cool is that, dude?
Iris was like,
Fancy Frank.
yeah. He's like, what do you say, Uber?
He's like, oh, it's an Uber.
Exact.
Yeah. Uber exec.
Wait a minute, y'all.
Is that Lobo?
The Lord of Darkness is back. You know what I'm saying?
I'm back.
What it do, Necron?
Oh man, had to go to handle some Lobo business for an early morning.
Some Lobo business.
Word.
Hey, yo. But hey, go ahead though. And can you speak to Ben Affleck's Batman? Yo, that's what we talking about right now, bro.
Oh, okay, Ben Affleck. Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, wait a minute. Was Leon done? I'm sorry.
I don't even know.
Yeah, no, pretty much. I was just saying. I ended by saying that hopefully we get to see this arc continue because obviously Bruce is still going through an arc. You can tell. You just based on the body language and everything. He's just, he's laying this wisdom on Barry and telling Barry like, and it's almost like Bruce is like, I need to take a deeper dive into taking my own advice because BVS.
Right? Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? BVS, I clearly am not taking my own advice. I went through another tragedy by seeing a city befallen through the alien attack. I'm taking my advice through ZSJL, and I need to continue that. Because I still can't even hang with Barry right now. Like, even though he should be having fun with him, y'all just go shoot the shit and relax and go chill. But he's like, there's work to be done, and he's just gonna go bury himself and work again.
Yep. He even said, he said, I also ended up alone, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
So he also said that too. So yeah. But go ahead though, Necron.
We can keep going. We can get a bite to eat. I'm still hungry.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, right. Ben, first, you see him as Batman in the movie, doing Batman stuff, which was amazing. The whole car chase scene. It's one of the top tier superhero car chase scenes I've seen in a movie. It's up there with well, shit. Speaking of BVS, that chase scene in BVS, maybe not as violent. I don't know, but I'm not gonna get into all the semantics. It was fucking kick ass. Regardless, it's kick ass. It's kick ass. And then later on, when he's Bruce Wayne and he's having the conversation with Barry, he's just. You could tell he's grown as a character too, and he's become very wise. I think he's probably maybe the wisest member of the Justice League at this point because he's been through so much, and I think he's experienced more than probably the rest of them at this point. With the loss of Robin, obviously, Dick Grayson, Robin. If you go by Zack Snyder, right? That's got to be brutal. That sentiment, and look at the type of nemesis he deals with, the Joker, and people like that. Batman's still very hardened, but he's become wiser and he has more of I guess sympathy too for other people. You see that now where he didn't definitely in BBS. He did. It's like it's my way or the highway. I'm branding your ass. I mean, that was brutal stuff. Brutal.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, you may go to jail, but you're gonna die because they're gonna know who got you. He's like he knew what he was doing. So this is a major arc for Ben Affleck's character, and I want to see more of it, man. I want to see him. We all know what was supposed to happen in some way. I'm sure it's still going to happen. See him make that ultimate sacrifice. For the Earth, man. want to see it. So if anybody's worried that like, oh, this is Josh, he's not a clown. He's not making dumb jokes and oh, that's gonna hurt in the morning or whatever. If it's Bruce's art for sure that Zach had envisioned for him is how I'm seeing it. So yeah, dude, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed all Ben's moments in the movies from being Batman, the Bruce Wayne, the Wise. It was cool.
That's super dope, right? And I think that going forward, when a lot of people see these characters and they see these interpretations, they are gonna definitely want more of this stuff going forward. They're definitely gonna want more of this stuff going forward. So I think that it's gonna be a really interesting conversation. I just think that I'm gonna leave it at that. But Austin, I want to get your thoughts on Ben Affleck's turn in this film, right? How did you feel when you saw it, right? And did it work for you, right? Just all that stuff.
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. You were waiting for his appearance because first you get Alfred. It's like, they got something going on, and then finally it's like, all right, patching you with Bruce, to Master Bruce, and he's like, no, do it, and he's like, Barry, where are you? and I think it's so funny. Also how I, as a person, am very much alike how he was acting in this very scene. Like, oh, okay, gotta help you again. Like, why does it sound like you're leaving right now and I have to go pick up after you? Like, but all of the responses that Batfleck had in this movie were just like, boom, on point. Even if they were funny because they were like truthful. It felt like real. Like, yeah, sorry, I'm Falcone's son just like stole this, blah, 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 blah. And the way he said it, it's like, I'm gonna go save the world. And then, while you go like clean up the rest, it's like, yeah, sounds about right, thanks. And he just mutes him. That whole sequence is like his introduction. The behind the head, wasn't expecting that like entrance. I think now we've seen some of it like in like previews or in like little trailers. But the entrance of Batfleck, dude, from the Flying Fox, like both times I've seen it in theaters, hype. Just like, oh, like as soon as he lands, it's like, and it just fucking, he's just ready to go. He just starts zooming in between the cars and stuff. So cool. That whole sequence. And I just was thinking about something as Nekron was talking. I know we've talked about to just expand on everything we've said. Like I said, every response that he's had for Flash, like in his screen time, even just as Batman, right, was so funny to me because Wonder Woman flies away, right? It's like, this sex thing was a metaphor for Gothic literature or something like that. And he goes, there's no recovering from that. And Batman's response is just let it go. Just let it go. Flash, just let it go. And like that, I laughed at that. I thought that was funny. And it was a very like it feels like Batman. It feels like Kevin Conroy like came to life. And is in this movie.
It's literally right, like cartoons and Serial. We literally been watching this. It's just like the car. That shit's wild, yo.
That's what I'm saying.
So they want to say Justice League.
Nah.
It's the damn cartoons that Zach was even inspired by. This is wacky stuff, yo.
No. And I thought
he should have taken Batflick's advice. He was trying to tell him throughout the whole movie, just let it go, Barry.
Just let it go.
He wouldn't.
He couldn't. Until finally, like, he saw what happens when you don't let go.
Yeah.
And he still didn't let it go.
Yeah, he still didn't let it go.
Yeah, I know. He still had to do that one day.
Why'd you move the cans, bro? That's what happens. That's why we got the Clooney showed up. But yeah, Batfleck was amazing. And his, like, even if it was short, it was still very impactful, right? Like, it felt like the whole time he was trying to get back to his Batman. And you were mentioning his Batman the whole time. Like, he's not only a great he's not only a great Batman and Bruce Wayne, but he's like, he embodies the role so much, he embodies the character so much that he's like an omnipresence. Like, he's like, yo, I'm trying to get back to my Bruce. Like, my Bruce is different than all yours, and he's special to me. Like, he represents like this world also, and he wants to impress that Bruce. Like, as much as it is to impress and try to be a friend of like the mentor role in these universes, it's not the same. Like, it's not his Bruce. He wants to impress that guy. He wants to be friends with that guy. He wants to get close with that Bruce. And I think we really do kind of need like a Flash 2 to complete this story. Like, we need to see him get back somehow. Maybe before we see Zack Snyder's Justice League 2, because or after. Like, I don't know how what the script is, even the first treatment of the script. I don't know what that's at, but Ben Affleck killed it, and yeah, obviously would have been nice to hear about all these things. Like, again, it's don't let it make you feel jaded about this film. Like, what we got is what we got, and like there's you can woulda, coulda, shoulda all day long, but you're gonna do nothing. Listen to Iris. If all you do is think about what if I could just go back and change time, like that, you're gonna drive yourself insane. You're going to become the Dark Flash. Like, you're going to end up going nuts if that's all you think about is, oh, it would have been cool if like that was there. It would have been like, no, just enjoy what we got, and don't like drive yourself crazy with all of that. We got a great film. It's a great story. There's a lot of connections from one thing to the other, like the Easter eggs and the foreshadowing at the beginning of a film to the end of the film. I thought the ending of the film, while I knew it was going to be Clooney showing up, I was waiting to see the reactions of everybody else in the theater, right? And as soon as Clooney showed up, there was like a kind of, people were like, well, what the fuck? And then all of a sudden, when you hear Barry's reaction, he's like, who the fuck is that? Like, everyone's like, oh, they like lost it. They lost their minds. Everyone just lost their minds. Yeah. It was a very funny end to the film. And then he's like just smiling, and then his tooth falls out. Like, oh, call back to like the beginning of the film, like, or the second act of it, whatever. So I thought it was very well done as far as movies go, as far as rewatchability. I think there's a ton of it. I think there's a lot of things that I missed and I want to go back and see, like all of the little Easter eggs in the multiverse, man. How much did we miss with that? I think there's a lot more Ben Affleck in there too that we probably missed. And one of the scenes that stand out to me as good CGI is actually him and Wonder Woman standing in like the Chrono Bowl when it like goes around him. I thought that was really cool. I was like, oh, there's Batfleck again. That's so cool. So yeah, Batfleck killed it. He's an omnipresence Batman though at this point. That's how I felt in this film. Like, he's a figure that we're trying to get back to, and that's our Batman. Like, that's our Barry's Batman, and we still haven't found him yet.
Still haven't found him yet, right? Still trying to get back to him. Definitely something that they could touch on in a sequel, right? I loved Ben Affleck's turn in this film as Batman. I just keep wanting more and more. Just like Leon said, I wish the scenes were longer, but I understand that it is a Flash movie and you can't just have a Ben Affleck Batman just come over and take over the entire film. Even if I really wanted it to be that way. But I would want him to take over whoever's movie though, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, so it ain't even just a Flash specific thing, right?
Facts.
I just want a Ben Affleck Batman movie, right?
Yeah, right. Fair.
I think that we'll probably end up getting one, over on Netflix. You know what I'm saying? But that's for another conversation, right? But in terms of Batfleck, it was definitely the same Batman that I've been used to seeing. But he does seem more seasoned and more used to being around the other Justice League members now. And so it is like the Batman that's in the animated cartoon, that's literally where Zach was going, right? And that's where we are now, right? So it's literally like, they're at the that cartoon level, but it's like when you go back and you actually watch the cartoons like we've been doing, they're like super top tier cartoon with top tier writing and top tier concepts, right? High level concepts in like a kids show back then, right? So with that being said, you know, Ben Affleck has a lot more runway left as Batman. I feel like the audiences want to see more. He got a great ovation. You know, I saw this movie at the Chinese theater. It was not filled to capacity, but it was definitely over halfway. But it's a huge theater, man. And like, there was people going crazy throughout. Batfleck got a very, very great reception, and it was super dope, and I just want more, and I think that everybody is that ends up seeing this movie, right? So moving forward, right, I want to get to Sasha Kaye, right, because Supergirl, right? Because I wanted to put some space in between the two Batman conversations, right? Because I don't want to do two Batman back to back. But Sasha Kaye, right? How were we feeling about her? I'm gonna let the homie Leon start this one off. How are you feeling about Sasha Kaye's turn as Supergirl in The Flash?
I think that it's interesting because, you know, we were told that she was this incredible, you know, powerhouse force, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And some people were saying she stole the show, et cetera. I thought she was fine as Supergirl. I was not over the moon thrilled. I wasn't like overly impressed. Also wasn't disappointed either. So she was fine. But I think it's because the role of her character lended to that sort of, at least for me, lended to that sort of not critique, but this sort of assessment, this verdict, right? Was just that, you know, yeah, she did pretty good. Like, dope job, kid. Keep it up. Hope to see you again in something, whatever. Her acting was cool. But her character itself, it didn't really lend to me having a higher sort of verdict on her overall. I think that her as Supergirl, like seeing her actions was dope.
1 second, Leon. Is the Lord of Darkness has to get out of here, right? So Necron, thanks for coming through, Brody. You know, it's always a pleasure getting to interact with you. And any final thoughts before you get on out of here?
Yeah, busy morning. I got a show tonight. I got to do a bunch of crap before I get on and do that. But Leon's on the right track. Sasha, she needs more screen time because what we saw was pretty cool. I want to see more of her, but it wasn't her movie, you know. So she was just a part in this movie. Is how I feel about it. But I would love to see more of her because I thought she was savage, man. The moments we did get with her, she just wasn't ready for them Kryptonians, but. She was
right.
She didn't get her chance to shine the way she really could have shined. But carry on, Leon, Austin, Sky. Thanks everyone. I'll be back later.
Yo, have fun, dude. Shred the streams.
All right, Necron, do your thing, bro.
All right, later, guys.
Yes, sir. Good luck on your show.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Go ahead, Leon, with what you were saying.
Yeah. And again, I don't want to seem like this is some, oh my God, it's a criticism. No. Like, sure, think of it as a criticism, whatever. But she was cool. She was fine. I mean, like literally fine and figuratively fine. Nah, she's I could tell like there's given another role or even more an expansion on this role, she's gonna do great. But you know, the way they had her in the film, she was fine. Action sequences were pretty savage, and I think like even the CGI that went with it was not as bad as we initially thought it was going to be, and what we saw as far as screenshots and even in the trailers. Like, it was cool. It to me, it was like your typical summer blockbuster as far as CGI goes. Because like there's high level CGI where you're talking Avatar, BVS, ZSJL, and we're talking like your basic blockbuster CGI, and that's what we got here. You know what I'm saying? And it didn't throw me off because that's just what we've become accustomed to. You know what I'm saying? Uh, the pudding, the bread and butter is in the details. We know this. But like I think her characterization was interesting because like the way she represented the the way they utilized Flashpoint in a way that represented live action DC, right? Because like we know in the comics, it's supposed to be a male. It's supposed to be Superman, right? And the timeline is so screwed up that it's a Supergirl, and then Superman is dead, or Super Baby in this case. Um, what else? Oh, and then even Batman '89 replacing Jeffrey D. Morgan. Like they utilize certain things to represent Flashpoint, and I think like she was representing this hardened Kryptonian who's been through hell with humanity, and she's also come to grips with like even the Kryptonians that I'm seeing. I can't rock with that either. I can't do either or. You know, so I'm choosing to side with humanity here because humanity just saved me. So I think that was pretty cool that they showed because she asked him, she's like, "Why? Why did you save me? You didn't have to do that." And he's like, "Because you needed help," and it was just that simple, you know. And I think that was a cool moment.
Keaton was out, bro. Keaton was like, "Yo, let's bounce." Ain't him. You know what I'm saying? Let's just
facts. And I think that was a very interesting touch, right? And it just kind of showed you where Keaton's Batman was at mentally. Like this dude's retired. He's like, I'm out. I'm done. And I'm just doing this as a favor. Whereas we know where Ben Affleck's Batman is, just by comparison, he would have helped it. You know what I mean? Like two different Batman, two different places, and then you get Barry who has this reaction of like, oh no, we can still help her. Let's get her out of here. We don't know what she's going through right now. They don't know a damn reason why she's even weak. They have no idea she's gonna get powerful. So this is literally them being selfless, Barry. So, and that selfless, sort of a sacrifice, helped them in the end because had they not saved her, they don't have a Kryptonian. But yeah, she was pretty badass. Sasha Kaye, I'd like to see more of her.
Him getting his powers back too, because she's the one that helped him get his powers back.
100%, bro. That was a cool sequence too. When she came back, picked him up, and went up in the sky.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, because you know it's funny because she doesn't even know that lightning could hurt her. She's kind of sacrificing too. She's like, I'm gonna take this risk too to help you out because you risk your.
I want to body this lightning real quick.
Yeah, so I thought all those little details are pretty cool, and it kind of lent to Sasha's performance, and Sasha as Supergirl. So I'd like to see more of her. She's cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more, man. We finished on that? Because I want to kind of go on.
Oh, yeah. You're good.
Sasha, I couldn't agree more, man. I don't know if you guys probably all saw the thing that happened, but there was an immediate callback to the first flight scene, bro.
Yes, where she flew around and she flew literally in the same areas. I don't know if you saw that.
No. Well, maybe that I didn't see that. Oh,
yeah, she flew over land. Yes, she flew over land. That was I was like, damn, that was literally where when he went around the world flying.
Yep.
I was like, that's literally from Man of Steel.
I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that, but that's
even the angle, you know.
That's another one. Then I'm talking about when they first get out of the elevator and they crash in the sunlight, and all you see is her hand over the thing on the snow. That's a callback to when Henry Cavill crashes through the mountain, and all you see is his hand on the snow at first when he's climbing back out.
Oh yeah.
And that's immediately what I thought of, because I've seen that scene so many times doing my editing, like using the first flight in the clips of the whatever we use, and it's always the hand on the snow after he falls down first, and like it was such a cool little callback to Man of Steel for me. And then of course you see like her hand getting bigger and like rejuvenating. Then Barry says something. You see Barry number 1 on the ground. He's like, Barry, shut up. Batman, what do we do? What do we do? He's like, fuck. Try not to die. And it's just like, it was so cool. That whole scene. I enjoyed the CGI in it, honestly. When she's like flying around, she comes down and like does like a turnaround, just boom, and wrecks a bunch of people like bowling pins almost, and just slides through. And then when everything's happening, the one scene I thought about must have been so cool for Michael Keaton's Batman, for Batman right there, because she saves him, right? Where she like comes in between and she grabs the bullet and then pushes the gun into the guy and then just like flings him off.
Yeah.
But if you look, when I watched it the second time, if you look at Batman, he's just throwing a punch.
Yeah.
So like in his mind, he probably thought he just sent that fucking guy. Like I was just thinking about that. He probably think he just super punched that guy off the cliff real quick for like 2 seconds, and he was like, "Oh, okay, Supergirl's right there." Like that must have been what he saw, though. It's just like, oh, he just swung and was like, "Oh shit!" Like what up? He's gone. He's really gone. I thought that was sweet. I thought that. Again, the second time I watched it, Barry 1's like reaction when they go back to Wayne Manor, and he's like, "Oh shit, this is supposed to be simple. Like that was supposed to be Clark. I don't know who that is." And he's freaking out, and then like, all of a sudden she's like, "Why did you save me?" And I was like, "Whoa!" She's so like, she's just so real. She didn't take me out of the role at all. I thought like she was very serious. She didn't come in and like yuck it up. It was a Kryptonian. Like she was a Kryptonian. That was a Zor-El. And people forget, like she was, I'm pretty sure she was old, like her age now when she left Krypton. Like she knew that her cousin was like a baby and she was sent to protect him as like a teenager or whatever. And that's exactly where we found her. She was like still kind of like on her mission, but she got intercepted by the government, or the Soviets or whoever. So I thought that was really cool. I thought she played a Zor-El. I thought she was a Kryptonian through and through, and also like didn't fully understand the capabilities of her powers on Earth yet. Like she was very emotional. Still like a young person would be, a young Kryptonian would be, and she didn't have the discipline to like have the forward thinking in battle. Like what happens if I do this? What happens if I do this? Do I make myself vulnerable here? She didn't think about that. She was just kind of going crazy because obviously the infant did not survive. And she, what do you do? Fucking boom. That was so cool though. Like when that happened, my lady was like, yes.
Did not survive.
Did not survive, yeah. So I just thought I thought she did play great. I did want to see more though. So if there's somehow when it comes out to physical media, if there's like a director's cut or maybe like an extended cut, ultimate edition of The Flash, I would love to see more of Sasha Calle just being a badass, because she kills it. She kills it in my opinion. And yeah, we got to see more. We got to see more, dude. There's got to be an Elseworlds timeline with Sasha Calle in it. They'd be damn fools if they didn't just, capitalize on her.
Well, according to Muschietti, there's a 4-hour version of The Flash. So
that's what I'm saying. He said that he liked the cut that got out there, but give us a 3.5-hour version of, like, just take out everything you don't like and just give us, because he doesn't understand, like, yo, what you might not like as a director, like we might really love as fans.
Man, look, I think he know exactly what we like. I think that's why that's out there. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
It is a 4-hour cut.
facts.
He just had to say, "Yo, but I like this cut more." So why are we even talking about a 4-hour cut? You know what I'm saying? But anyway, all right. But yeah, I thought that Sasha did a great job with what she had. Right. She didn't have much screen time. She isn't in much of the film, right? And even at the point that she is in it, um, a bit after that, they're kind of having this time loop, right, where her and Michael Keaton keep dying over and over again. And so, yeah, she didn't have much to do there. But at the same time, when she was on screen, I thought that her presence was great. She looked like she could be Henry Cavill's cousin. And yeah, the breakout scene was super dope. On my second viewing, I liked the fight with her and Zod a little bit more than I did the first time. But I still feel like that breakout scene was probably like the peak action beat for her in this movie. Uh, I felt the scene where she pretty much gave Barry his powers back by getting struck by lightning was a really great scene. And you could kind of feel the dread in her eyes, like as she was holding him, like waiting for the lightning to strike. She really played that well, and I definitely want to see more of her going forward. I think that it would be a missed opportunity if this is like the only time that we get to see Sasha Kaye as Supergirl, and I just have an inclination that it might not be. Right, I just really think that this might not be, probably won't be the last time that we see Sasha Kaye. Right, but it all depends on the box office of this film, right? But luckily, I just think that I have a bit more hope uh, than others do at the current juncture, right?
Oh, so you know what that symbol stands for, bro?
Right? Hey,
Yo,
hope.
I would tell you this too. That moment it's kind of in the trailers, and we've seen it too. My lady, not having watched any of the trailers, when she's like, "Do you know what this symbol stands for?" And Barry too is like, "Super girl." She was giggling about it. She's like, ha, 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 ha. She liked that part, like obviously. But yeah, the scene with Zod to me wasn't as good as the breakout scene, but the breakout scene was like part one of like the Justice League animated, or part two of the Justice League animated show. You know what I'm saying? And we're going to it. What's part remind me of that? Maybe this will transition us better into the next topic. Was I also like Keaton a lot in that sequence, like the whole just walking up to the thing, and he's like, oh, they're up there. And then he shoots the grapple hook, and Barry 2 just zooms up, and then Barry 1's like gets on him like this, like that part was so funny, bro. I love that. I love that whole scene, and I probably like that more than the ending. But again, the ending wasn't like, it doesn't invalidate the ending. The ending was still good. It just wasn't as good as that breakout scene, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, and at the same time though, I do think that with the ending fight scene, you know, I'm glad she couldn't beat Zod, yo. Right? Like,
Yeah.
She shouldn't be able to. She literally like just got her powers. She's just learning all of this stuff, right? And it's General Zod, yo. He almost like Superman had pretty much fight this dude to the death and almost lost.
Bro, on the second viewing, you notice it because obviously the first one, you're not taking everything in. When he first starts talking to Barry 2, he literally says, only Superman can defeat Zod. Those
Right?
are literal words in the film. Only Superman so it makes sense that Supergirl couldn't. It made sense.
Right. So yeah, I do agree that like it was some cool choreography, right? It wasn't like, BBS level or ZSJL level choreography, but at the same time, I do think that it was a great fight. And she's not supposed to beat Zod, right? Like she's supposed to lose that fight. You know what I'm saying? Like so, uh, especially at that juncture, she just got her powers back. Literally, just got her powers, or not even back, just powers in general, right? She had literally been depleted and held, right, in like captivity, right? So it was it was a great movie, and I liked Sasha Kaye in it quite a bit, and I do want to see more. I absolutely do, and I just got a feeling that it's just not gonna be the last time we see her.
Can't be, dude. It can't be. Yeah, she was great, man. She was absolutely great.
All right, moving on. We moving into the other Batman in the movie, or one of the other Batman, Michael Keaton. Once again, I want to bring this back to the homie Leon, the resident Bat fanatic, right, sir? Go ahead and cook on this. How was you feeling about Michael Keaton's turn as Batman in this film?
I quite enjoyed it. I think that I could be a sucker for nostalgia. I could be a general audience type of guy. But then after that, you got to deliver the goods. And I think that Michael Keaton's turn as somebody's aggressively ringing my doorbell. Michael Keaton's turn as Batman, seeing him again was quite dope. I think that give me just a moment.
Was that Michael Keaton, bro?
Somebody's ringing at Wayne Manor. One moment.
Hey, Leon think that he's slick. Them servant bells, right? Those servant bells that they be ringing throughout the house. Right? Oh my goodness. But look at that. Leon's ladies have arrived.
It's hot outside, Leon. It's hot outside.
Right, this is but I'll go ahead and because I will have you save your thoughts until it's your turn to go. But Michael Keaton, man, I know, like, especially with me rewatching Batman '89 recently, I picked up on so much more, right? Because I forgot, even on that scene where he pulls out the tape measure, right? And then he asked them, how much do you weigh? That was a call back to '89 because he asked Vicky Vale, like, how much do you weigh? And she was like, oh, about 108, give or take. And then he swoops her up, and then she goes, oh, that's a whole lot more than 108. You know what I'm saying? Right? And I just love how his tech is so old school, but still like usable today, right? He totally brought out the tape measure. It was just little stuff like that I really love, because that is one of those things that just really separates Michael Keaton's Batman from other Batman. It's just like how precise he always had to be about certain stuff. Like he had to actually measure stuff and how much do you weigh and all that type of thing. So it was super dope, and just having all those little callbacks. And
I'm back, fellas, by the way.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
Oh yeah, my bad. Sorry about that. So yeah, but that's cool. That they did do a lot of callbacks when they were talking about the weight. I started chuckling. I was like, that's hilarious. Those details of 1989's Batman are definitely ingrained in my mind. So when he broke out the measuring tape and all that, I started laughing. I was like, this is such a like, I don't know, such a nerdy Batman, you know?
Bruh, that was crazy. When he broke out the measuring tape, bro, my screen was like started dying. Like, bro, it was like, come on, man. Like,
Even the way Flash looked at him, he was like,
He's like, what?
he was like, what? He was like, real quick. That joke was funny. I was like,
He
you know,
was so serious about it too. He's like, how much do you weigh? Like, real
yeah.
him with me was 400 or whatever. And he's like, okay, and he just hops in. Like, you don't even have time to like really laugh about it. Like, it's so serious. Though. It's so serious. You know what I'm saying? But it is funny. So funny.
How much do you weigh? I was like, what a dope callback to '89. But yeah, Keaton, that fight sequence that they did during the breakout, that was sick. The initial sequence when they first met one another, when he thought they were basically just breaking into his house, that was cool. And I think to me, that felt more real than the one where he was in a suit. But this Batman probably has a suit that kind of allows him to be more like less old than he would without it. Because without the suit, he moved like an old man who could fight. You know what I mean? Like you could still tell he was a bit creaky, just a little bit. I thought that was a nice touch. And then in the breakout sequence, I was like, oh, this man think he Batfleck. But that joke was dope. As an '89 fan, seeing him finally move the way he moved. Because, you know, in the '89 Batman, it was kind of stiff. The action sequences were dope for the time, but, you know, kind of stiff because the suit is stiff. Can't even bend his neck. There's all these different restrictions. So all his actions were very deliberate. They were very like 1-2 punch, this guy's done. Punch to the face, this guy's done. The villains that he fought in '89, they weren't as skilled. They're just a bunch of thugs. You know what I mean? The one skilled dude that he fought gave him those hands. The big brother at the end in the bell tower. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yo, I was just watching that movie the other night. Yeah, bro gave him the hand.
He gave him that work. I was like, yo, I'll never forget that. That big brother came through and was beating the brakes off of Batman. Batman was like, oh, I got to end this guy. He gave him that work, them paws. And so, you know, we've never really seen '89 Batman deal with a high-level skilled character. And then you don't even think about that type of stuff back then, right? Until you see the stuff that we're seeing now in the evolution of comic book filmmaking. So, like, it's so crazy because we've never seen him fight a high-level character until pretty much the Flash, dealing with Kryptonians, man. When we saw him deal with the big giant Kryptonian, the one from Man of Steel, because that was the same one, if I'm not mistaken. And there was even a callback to Man of Steel where he leaped at the fighter jet and he destroyed it in Man of Steel. He did the same thing, or he tried to do the same thing to Bruce Wayne, Batman's bat jet, the Batwing. He leaped at it the same way. I was like, oh, snap's about to be over with. He about to pop this man's top. Nah, he was like, yeah, that was sick, the whole spinning thing. I was like, I might have to buy that. I might have to buy that. That's nasty, the way they did the Batwing. They evolved the Batwing like a mug. Because his initial Batwing got destroyed in '89, so he probably had to rebuild another one. So here's the other one. You know what I mean? So
the easiest way to do those evasive maneuvers too, and not like feel the force of it. And I will say that one part, my lady was also like, she found that funny that the Kryptonian was just trying to hang on, like, and Batman just like, oh shit, like, oh no. She was like laughing at the Kryptonian, and then all of a sudden, as soon as he got ripped off, she was like, ah! And she got like sent back into the seriousness of the situation, which I thought was very, like, it was cool to see the reaction of somebody else, you know, take these things in, because that was kind of like, yo, what do you do? You have a Kryptonian on the Batwing, like, what do you do?
Right. Yeah. I think he handled it, the way they handled his Batman was not over the top. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Facts.
I think they handled it rather well. Like I would nitpick the warehousey quote unquote sequence as being a bit over the top because he's so old. But then I'm like, yo, maybe the bat suit's doing the work too. You know what I mean? Because like that bat suit was a little more souped up than it was from '89. There was little details about it, so it was just cool seeing Keaton again because
he definitely had better flying capabilities too, or like gliding capabilities.
heck yeah,
for sure.
and his he fit right into the role again too, and I like how he was able to shut off his Batman voice and just chill and talk and be kind of effortless too in his own Batman way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He kind of does like when I see Keaton's Batman, it's like his version of Batman, and when I see Ben, I just see Batman. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a difference. So, but Keaton was dope, man. Keaton was dope, and I would actually like to see an official sequel to like Batman Returns. You know what I'm saying? Like bump all that Gotham. You know, oh, Gotham's been at peace. Cool. That's what's up. How do we get there?
Beyond, bro.
Hey, right? Just
right,
show me.
It's
show
right
me,
there, bro. It's right there, bro.
Show
it's
me
right
15 minutes, 30 minutes of him as Batman. You know what I'm saying? And then he gets taken out, and he got to get a Terry McGinnis or something from the rest of the movie. You know what I mean?
You're right there, bro.
That could be Batman 3 essentially. You know what I'm saying? Like Batman.
That'd be cool.
Batman 3, Batman Beyond, or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, look, it just
that would be nasty.
Batman Returns, Batman Beyond, bro.
Yep. That would be Word! Batman Returns, Batman Beyond. There you go. That's the official third Batman, Batman Beyond. And it's such an homage because remember we talked about how like the animated series was an homage to Batman 1 and 2, 89 and Returns. And you know the sequel to the animated series was Batman Beyond. Well, the sequel to the Burton Batmans could be Batman Beyond too. That'd be dope. Just thematically, that would be amazing.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Yo, wait.
So those are my thoughts. You know what I'm saying?
That's actually a great point because, that's wild. Dang, I ain't really think about that. That is wild. Cause like
I've mentioned that in the past during streams, but like it's different. It hits different now. Like
it definitely hits different now.
Yeah, the animated series and being an homage and a callback and a wink to, the Burton series, and then like going into the sequel, Batman Beyond, the sequel to the animated series, and then if you give a sequel to the Burton franchise called Batman Beyond, like that's just at this point it's like it's got to be done.
It's right.
It got to be done.
It's right there, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's right there.
And Keaton can do it. Keaton can do it. There's no excuse. Keaton fits. It fits like a glove. He handles it well. He handles it like an older person playing Batman. He's not trying to play a young dude. There's wisdom to it. Like it's dope. So yeah. Hey, Noel Leon Flores.
Noel.
It definitely is viable for sure.
Right,
for sure.
It is viable.
The world-renowned artist. Shout out to you, brother.
Artist. Oh my goodness, I got this crook in my neck. I've been watching movies and streaming. Bro, I either been streaming or watching movies. Bro, dude.
That was a perfect. Right? I think we also we were fans. Like fans should be for the lead up to this movie. Like we did everything possible to get immersed more into DC universe and the multiverse of DC. We watched Justice League animated series. We saw how they were cohesive with Zack Snyder's Justice League and Man of Steel and BVS and Wonder Woman. We saw how it was also cohesive with Suicide Squad and things of that nature. Like everything in the Snyderverse, everything DCEU, however you want to label it. Like all of these things kind of work together. And then also watching Batman in '89 again, right before the movie comes out to get the callbacks of that. We were fans of this movie before the movie. Like we're actual DC fans, like getting rehyped for these things. Cause like, we have the recency bias that we lose, obviously, when like you see something, you're like, oh man, like how many years ago did I think, oh, I can't wait till I see a Flash movie like in theaters? Well, now it's finally here. So now we gotta get back into the mindset of the old times when we watched these things the first time and stop having the jaded past that's been in between when we watched Justice League Animated, when we watched Man of Steel, BVS, Zack Snyder's Justice League. You got to forget about all that minutia that happened in between and just go with the story. And we did it. And it made these films so much better. And that's what I'm saying. Like, as a Flash fan, rewatching Justice League Animated Series, laughing hysterically all the time at Wally West. That was what this film was. It was like Wally West was Barry Allen. It was like the same thing, but better because it was Barry Allen, because of the tragedy that Barry Allen has to go through. I thought it was even better than it could have been if it was just Wally West. So yeah, man, Michael Keaton in this also this universe did so well to open up the multiverse for DC fans, in my opinion, bro. Like, if not for having Batman 89 exist, if not for having other people that I respect, because I didn't grow up with this movie like other people did. I was born in '93, so like this movie had already been out. Batman Returns had already been out. Like I grew up with like and seeing the Batman and Robin, which was not great, obviously. And like the first like Batman that I really fell in love with was Christian Bale. But even then, I thought what Leon thought. I'm like, man, this is a really skinny Batman. Like, geez, buff up a little bit, bro. Like, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, he actually lost weight as the movies went on. Which
exactly like you said. Yeah,
I was about to say, and that's the part that was annoying. Like initially he was hella beefy, and then all of a sudden he got scrawny as I don't know what in the Dark Knight. I was like, what are we doing? Why are we devolving?
Right, but if you watch again, I mean, Justice League Animated Series, Batman Animated Series, Justice League Unlimited, like the version that we see of Michael Keaton definitely reminds me of that in certain aspects. Like, you know, like when we see the alternate versions of Batman in the Justice League Animated Series, right? They might be just as good, or they might have like a weird side to them or a difference to them, but it's another version of Bruce Wayne. And Michael Keaton gave us another version of Bruce Wayne. So slick with it, like talking about, you know, the spaghetti, explaining the multiverse, and he's like, "So can you help us?" And he's like, and he just walks away. He's like, "So is that a yes?" Like that was perfect. The interactions between Barry Allen and Ezra Miller and Michael Keaton's Batman were great too. Where like he's sitting there, he's working on like doing research, and he's like, "I know you're there," and you just see Michael Keaton like pour a glass of bourbon, dude, pouring himself some bourbon, and he's like, I just try to save my parents. He's like, "There's got to be a way, Barry. There's got to be a way." And as he's saying that, he touches the picture of his parents, slides it to the side, and then Batman ensues. Like, I thought that was so cool. And Michael Keaton, in the limited time that he was in this movie, really just portrayed Bruce Wayne and the pain of that. Like, we see after the first fight, all the stuff is on the floor, and homie's like sutured himself up, and he looks himself and catches himself in the mirror. He's like, "Oh shit, this is who I am." And he kind of has that smirk, and it's like, "Oh," and then that little like
yeah, that was cool.
And then it plays it back though to the very ending too. It's like when Barry's holding him, he's like, there's no change in this, is there? He's like, "I tried to, like, I can bring you back," and he's like, "You already did bring me back." Both times when that's said in the movie, there's each time people in the theater are like, "Yes," like, "Oh," like, there's always some kind of reaction, like a clap or like a chuckle, because it feels like literally Ezra Miller brought Keaton back. And at first, when we first heard about this, I was so mad. I was like, everyone, right? "Oh, the 7-year-old, blah, 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 blah." It's a movie. It's not real, right? So why are we going into this with logic? Too much logic, right? Too much reality. 7-year-old can't move like this. Actually, I know 7-year-olds who still run marathons. You know? I know 7-year-olds that still do a whole lot. who's to say Bruce Wayne can't be doing that stuff? So like to also go into have your preconceived notions of this movie, of these characters, before you actually see them in action and in the role, man. Like it's a shame on you for having those preconceived notions. Shame on myself. I feel bad for like initially like trashing Keaton because
I was
he
just gonna
killed it.
say, like, myself included in
Right.
that, because like, yo, I was on that train too.
Me too, and I'll openly admit it. That's one thing we always do here, right? We're always gonna like completely be open with how we feel and transparent with what we've said, and that's one thing that we did do. We like trash on Keaton a lot and joke about it, but man, he killed it. He really killed it. He made me believe there was another Batman in another universe, like doing his thing, and he was funny, and the quips that he had too, like when Barry's talking to Barry, he's getting strapped into the chair. He's like, "Are you sure about this, man?" He's like, "Yeah, we're fine. We got this." I mean, plus we have Batman. He's like, "For the record, I think this is completely insane." Like that was so good, dude. Delivered so perfect, and he looked like an older version of Bruce Wayne. It reminded me so much of the Flashpoint Paradox animated film when Thomas Wayne is helping him get his powers back, and it's not said in there, but if you've seen that movie before, like one of the things that said is, now all we have to do is wait for like a thunderstorm. He's like, hey, it's Gotham. It's always raining. Like I wish they said that in this, but it's what's understood doesn't need to be explained, right? It's Gotham. It's always raining. And I got a kick out of to speak about that point. I've been wanting to mention this. Michael Keaton's Batman, the logo, one of like the most recognizable symbols out there for Batman, right? Like that's Batman. All of the little toy logos, action figures, towels, boxers, whatever you name it, it's Michael Keaton's Batman logo on there. That it's there. And there's so much merch of it everywhere, right? I've seen lighters, I've seen wallets, I've seen hats, I've seen everything with that oval yellow logo on it. And what's one more thing, dude? They got a bat kite in the movie. Like, I thought that was so funny. Like, to me, that I laughed at that. I was like, oh, here's more merch. Here's more Batman.
It had to be
right.
It had to be in the shape of the Batman logo, bro. Yep.
I thought it was great, and his Batman, again, like as far as Ben Affleck's Batman was an omnipresence in the film, Michael Keaton's Batman has literally been an omnipresence in our life. Like we've just seen his logo everywhere, in Walmart, wherever we go, like Target, wherever we go, it's there. His logo is there. Whatever Batman you hold as the Batman in your head, the logo we always see is that yellow logo, time and time again. And to see him embody the role again and portray it perfectly, it just goes hand in hand with pop culture in real life. Like, yo, Michael Keaton has really always been Batman. He really has been. And as much as people want to like hate on that, like the whole point of the movie is accepting, and the whole point of Flashpoint in general is accepting things that you can't change, and letting them go, and focusing on the things you can change. And that's one thing we have to accept as DC fans, as Snyder fans. Like, Michael Keaton will always be Batman. And when you accept that, you can enjoy this film so much more, and enjoy it tenfold even. I thought Michael Keaton was...
That's the whole purpose of the multiverse, bro.
Right?
Facts.
So people can be these characters again, and the possibilities are endless, as we've seen. I loved all the cameos. Everyone wanted virtue signaling for these families out here and shit. Like, you don't think the Christopher Reeves Foundation likes that that person was shown again in a movie? Like, what are we talking about? Like, it's just getting their name, image, and likeness out there again is good. And people want to talk about this and that and this and that. Like, I made a joke earlier. Like, what does that person do for a living? Virtue signal? Because it seems like that's a lot of what's going on. And if you're such a rider on your high horse, then stop talking about film, stop talking about entertainment, and go right off into the sunset, because that it's so unproductive for people to be like that and thinking you're accomplishing something by always having a problem with something. It doesn't get anything done, and in fact, it just turns a lot of people off. Do you want to be around people who complain, who bitch, who moan every single day in and day out? Do you want to be around that type of energy all the time? You want to be around people who are impossible to please. And even when you think you've done everything to appease them, they find one more thing to be upset about. Would you want to be around that? I know I don't. And I could say probably for a lot of other people, you don't want to be around that type of energy all the time either. So why would you blame anyone for wanting to move on from the like a lot of the way a lot of people act this way, or just on Twitter, outside of the Twitterverse, the betaverse as I call it. There are people out there who just enjoy films in general, who want to have a good time, who want to enjoy things no matter what. They don't want to care about the minutia of this and that, and they don't have to defend people because they're perfectly capable of defending themselves. And if they had anything to say about this Flash movie as far as you not going to see it, they would have publicly come out and said it, and there wouldn't be rumors swirling around about these things. So yeah, to get back on the Michael Keaton topic, to get back on track, because I'm always going off, and I'm sure Sky will be back. I can't wait to see Batman Beyond, because they'd be fools if they don't expand more on the acting of Michael Keaton as the Batman. He still kills it. He can still do it today. And I think it'd be another missed opportunity if they don't do that in some way, shape, or form. If some studio somewhere doesn't pick that up, it's money on the table.
Hey, I agree wholeheartedly, man. And I want to say this, right, because I saw a comment in here, and look, I love the discourse, but Charles says Denis Villeneuve, the director of Doom, would be dope for Batman Beyond. Have Tim Burton produce the film. I feel if Tim Burton ain't directing this film, yo, like nah, ain't no. Tim Burton got to do it. Like that would be such a missed opportunity. It's gonna be huge, just like having, oh my God, Tim Burton, Michael Keaton, like, yo, man, that's like, Beetlejuice, right? Like, that's the type of stuff we need right now.
I'm just going to say, people forget they're doing Beetlejuice 2 right now, both of them. They're doing
right?
It right
so,
now.
that would be such a missed opportunity if we don't get that Tim Burton.
I got a different take on that. I actually 100% agree that Denis Villeneuve should take over.
My God, bro.
Especially given that I think Tim Burton has a certain style that he has never swayed away from. Now, Tim Burton can tap into his Batman Beyondness, that would be dope. But Batman Beyond was inspired by, obviously, Batman animated series, but it was also inspired by Blade Runner. So I think that, having, if not Denny, someone like a Denny, right, who could deliver that Blade Runner-ish future, I think that would be dope. I'm not saying Tim Burton couldn't.
Bro,
I'm not saying he couldn't.
Want to see, bro. But see, here's the thing, and here's why I'm gonna push back on that. Right, we've literally seen what Denny does with Blade Runner. Right, like we literally saw that. Right. I want to see what Tim could do. 100%. Like his take on that, man. I think that's super dope. I think that could be super dope.
I'm cool with either or is basically what I'm saying. But yeah,
right,
for sure.
But
I'm
yeah,
cool
because I've seen that from Denny. I own Blade Runner on 4K, right? Like it's right there. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm a big fan of it. But I want to see Tim Burton's take on that. Man, that dude, Batman came, not Batman, the character, but that movie came from his mind, right? And it had such a great atmosphere. Like, what does the future, the super futuristic Gotham look like in Tim Burton's mind? I think that's crazy.
That could be that, dude.
That's a great question.
It has a lot. It has a lot of potential. It's up to like certain people to put certain things in front of him. Like I'm sure, he's had plenty of time to think about that. And imagine they're on set, right now during Beetlejuice 2.
You mean he ain't thought about, bro? Hold up.
That's what I'm saying. Michael Keaton.
That is a great point. Ain't no way Tim Burton ain't thought about Batman Beyond, bro.
Exactly.
I like all this time. Hell no. I refuse to believe that, bro.
You think for a second though too that having Michael Keaton in this movie again for Beetlejuice 2, that you think that they haven't maybe gone to see The Flash together? Like, yo, remember when you started this whole thing? You got to check out my performance in The Flash. It was pretty fun. And you think for a second,
if Tim hasn't thought about it, Michael definitely making him think about it on the set of Beetlejuice for sure.
That's what I'm saying. So, and if Tim Burton watches this film, he's gonna be like, okay, like let's do it, dude. It's time. It's time to do Batman Beyond. And that's all it takes.
It's time, bro. It's time, right? It's really time. And this film showed that, right? There's never been a better time. You have a whole new audience that's getting introduced to Michael Keaton. Everybody's rocking out with this movie. I've seen it in because here's the thing, right? Even though I was at the Chinese theater and that one wasn't full, it's still bigger than like most, like the crowd there was still bigger than most of the crowds that you guys saw this movie in, right? So like I say that, it wasn't full, but that thing seats like 1,000 people, right? So it's like, even if it's half full, which was more than that, that's still 500 seats, you know what I'm saying? Which it was way more than half of the seats sold in there. But it's just, it was a pretty good sample size is what I'm saying. And everybody was loving it. They were buzzing after the movie, after everybody kind of got that taste of that post-credit scene out of their mouth, right? When everybody just kind of walked out. That was like the most pointless. But
somebody literally said, yo, that was stupid.
Right?
Straight up.
Oh, yeah. Look, I wanted to bring this up during the Keaton aspect as well. When I say that, the general audiences and stuff, right, and like that they loved Michael Keaton, they were out, and there was a huge older audience that was out in my screening, right? And the thing is that there was a guy like not too far behind me. He was like not having anybody interrupting like his experience, Like there was a dude on his cell phone. First, he like said something. He was like, yo, get off your phone in like the middle of the movie. Right? I was like, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? I was like, what the... right? And like, I'm sitting there, and now, mind you, I've already seen it, so I could kind of look around and not, you know what I'm saying? Like, and not feel too bad. And like later, he like went over to the dude. Right? So I'm guessing homie pulled his phone back out. The dude was like, nah, you not about to ruin this for me, bro. And it was like, it was really, I think, that Keaton effect, right? Where you had a lot of older people that was out there really interested in seeing this movie. And, I think that that's really going to show in the demographics that end up engaging with this film.
Oh, yeah, for sure, dude. And that's why it's also going to most likely have legs to the second and third weekends, because some people are just busy this weekend. I know, like my homie is just like, I was literally playing video games with him last night, and I was like, yo, if you guys want a dinner date idea, like go see The Flash, whatever. And he's like, yo, I might have to go see it by myself this weekend, like, because it's like, if I go to the movies with my girl, like his wife, he's like, she wants to go see the Little Mermaid first. I'm like, oh, okay, where? So there's like, there's those weird like caveats, right? Like you got to deal with your wife. Like we got to go see this movie first. So they're probably seeing that this weekend, and then next weekend they'll see The Flash. So they will have legs. There's some people just already have plans this weekend and couldn't, have opening to go see The Flash, but because of all of our positive words of mouth and because of the actual people who went to see this movie and enjoyed it, they're gonna be like, yo, if you like DC, if you like Michael Keaton, if you like The Flash in general, go see this movie. And literally, I forget what my friend asked me now. It was something so simple though. He was like, yo, do they do this in The Flash? And I was like, yep. He's like, okay, going to see it then. I don't remember what it was, but it was like something so simple, like, okay. And he believed me because he knows how much of a fan I am. And that's the thing about going to see the film and informing your own opinion. As if you call yourself a real DC fan, there's other people out there, the general audience, who need to hear your opinion on this. They need to because they've seen all of the trailers. Let me tell you, first and foremost, I'm sure there's millions of people out there who've seen the trailers for this film because they played it during the NHL finals and the NHL playoffs and the NBA finals and the NBA playoffs. Some of
and the Super Bowl.
And
right?
Super Bowl,
like
that's where I started the Super Bowl. So yeah,
I was about to say that too.
I'm just saying, like recently even, and so like there's plenty of people outside of the Betaverse online that are going to see this movie, and they rely on actual DC fans' opinions of things. They're like, oh, maybe I didn't catch it the first weekend, but like, what does my friend think of it? Like, what do they think of it? And if you haven't seen it, and all you can say is like, oh, I saw some trash clips online and blah, 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 like, you're going to give them a misinformed opinion, and you're just going to start the game of telephone going down the line again, and we're going to have history repeat itself again if you aren't proactively forming your own opinions and telling people about this movie, about how you enjoyed it. Like, you can keep it real simple. Do you like Keaton? Do you like DC? Go see the movie.
Yo, I've seen this movie in IMAX twice. Yo, the CGI is nowhere near as egregious as they make it seem like it is. Dude, yo, I've seen it in IMAX twice.
Yeah, at some points it's great, dude. Honestly.
Yeah, like, so are there some parts where it looks a little weird? Obviously, right? But even with the Speed Force stuff, and they keep trying to show like the Cavill cameo or whatever, where they're showing him or how they're kind of depicting these characters when they're in that Chrono Bowl, right? My second time watching it, you know what that art style or that stylistic choice like really kind of reminded me of? It reminded me of when Zod was talking to Superman in Man of Steel. Or no, Zor-El was talking to Superman
when they gave him the history lesson by using Kryptonian tech.
Right. And they were showing like Zod's face and all that. And it really seemed reminiscent of that. Right. And it's true. Like, it's almost like, those scenes specifically, right? Like, they are supposed to look a little off because of the way that they're using everything. Like, it's literally a chrono time bowl. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's moving around. It's being warped. It's coming from angles and like it's reaching. Like, yo, man, it's like I don't understand those criticisms anymore. Because especially on my second viewing, I was like, yo, like it's like it's supposed to look like that. Like, it's literally like it's time being altered, and yo, man, there was a lot of stuff going on. Especially with the Cavill one, because it was like, yo, he was literally like reaching out and it's like stretching almost and kind of unfurling. I'm like, yo, how can you do that looking like realistic? Like, you can't do that.
Yeah, and it's like reverse, like fisheye too. It's not like, fisheye kind of makes it go like this. You got to think about like they're looking at it in concave because he's inside of the Chrono Bowl. So all the things going around him also have a weird perspective on him. And I was talking to you guys. I think the night I saw it, I think it was Thursday night, and I equated it to like if anyone's ever partaken in doing any shrooms or things of that nature, like it felt like that's what you were seeing, like another like kind of dimension. It was like that's how it looks. Like there's eyeballs everywhere. Things are like constantly moving and in like slow motion and weird. They look weird, and they're distorted because it's a different reality that you're looking at. You're not used to seeing that. He's never seen his mom at his 10th birthday before. Like he didn't know what that looks like. So it's like it's a very distorted reality from his perspective and from where you're seeing it as well.
Yeah, and it's like all these multiple ones, and it's like, it's literally like not even like it's a 2D image. It's like it's moving, right? It's like it's wacky. So that's not me excusing what some of the other shots. I'm talking about specifically like those Chrono Bowl shots. Like I do like, especially on my second viewing, I was like, yo, like that, it's like they were getting bigger and smaller. Like there's all types of stuff going on there. So I'm not sure what people were really I mean, I don't think that they were necessarily engaging in like a good faith argument when they were sharing these shots online, but it really does give you guys like a false sense of what the movie is and what it feels like and what it looks like when you're actually watching it on IMAX.
Yeah, it's not fair.
What were your thoughts on that, Leon, from like the Chrono Bowl stuff specifically? And then we'll kind of move on to the next topic after you speak on that.
As far as that goes, I understand the weird perspective. I did, when I initially saw it, I was like, the like egregious criticisms were kind of weird. And I was just like, I don't think it's that serious. At the same time, while I'm viewing it, I'm like, okay, I get that. I would have preferred a different choice of delivering this perspective, not necessarily not the eye view, not the curvature, but just like instead of it being like a 3-dimensional model sort of thing, I wished it did give more of a real, like slightly real, like he's almost, if I could just get
like
there,
like reels, right, or something where it just looked more like regular and not, actually these 3D, 4D objects.
Right? Yes, and then maybe distorted somehow. You know what I mean? Almost kind of like, okay, so if you look at like At the Speed of Force, if you look at how Flash looks in At the Speed of Force, where he looks like he's ripping through the Speed Force, and it's like it's such a, it felt like a dream. It was insane, right? If you take that,
yo, real quick, speaking on Speed of Force, right? Something else that I noticed on my second route through, after Barry has that part where he's like stretching, right? Which on my second viewing, I don't think it was almost like he was stretching. I think that's when he hit like the barrier of like how fast that he was supposed to actually be going. And then it was almost trying to like, it was almost as if he was like trying to go like push through plastic or something, and it was almost like holding him through. Then when he burst through and it's in the dream-like state where everything's blue, if you look at his feet, like it looks just like from ZSJL when he was running and creating, like it's literally like right there. So that was something else. Thank you for making me think of that. But go ahead though, Leon.
I did like those details too, where you can see they're picking up the details of continuity just from stuff like that. That if you're a deep fan, like you see his feet positioning, how he runs. I like just real quick talking about that when he was talking to the fans and when he was about to initially start his run, and he's still doing his positioning the way he does his thing. I think that was really cool. But yeah, back to the Chrono thing. I did think there was some really good, like there was merit to doing what they did. I just think that there's so much information that we're already privy to that it just messes up. It messed with my viewing.
It
really
messes
did.
with the perspective. Yeah.
I was like,
we're
dude.
very jaded. We're very jaded.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Oh, for sure. You wanna know what was weird, right? Because I told you guys about how weird that I felt that my first viewing of Zack Snyder's Justice League was, right? Right? Because my first time viewing Zack Snyder's Justice League was very weird because it was like I was watching this movie and then comparing it to another version of the movie that I already saw, and it's super similar but vastly different at the same time. And I had all these preconceived notions about what happened, right? And I already knew a whole bunch of what was going to be in the movie, right? Like, so this Flash viewing was definitely, it wasn't like as weird as watching ZSJL, but it was pretty but it was like a close second. Cause it was like, there was a lot of things going into that were just larger than just, hey, what's going on with the story, right?
And thankfully, because like I get what you're saying, because I thought that was gonna be me when I watched ZSJL, but that didn't really happen because I literally I made it my business to wipe that freaking memory out of that movie out of my memory. You know what I mean? Yeah, we talked about that recently when we were talking about the time travel thing, and you remember the detail that I didn't. You were like, no, they don't. I was like, you sure, bro? You're like, go look. And I was like, all right, I'm going to begrudgingly go look at this scene. And I did. I was like, yeah, Sky, you're right. I had to.
Because he really thought that he time traveled in Justice League. He really did. He was like,
that's how much I wiped that.
And I was like, bro, he did not.
And he was right. He didn't, bro. And so when I watched The Flash, I had kind of your perspective. Like, it's all this stuff. And my mind, I was like, yeah, it does annoyingly look like gaming quality, video game quality. But at the same time, before before Andy Muschietti said anything about perspective, I did think to myself, because I try to do this with movies anyway. Like when I watch BVS, I think of little details like, oh, this could be for this and this and this. So when I watched Flash, I was like, yo, what if this is how he perceives time around him, the multiverse around him, stuff like that? Like, what if it's that? You know what I mean? And I think because I'm like, man, WBD, the reshoots, the this, the that, like, how much did they mess with this man's movie? I'm just, I cannot escape that. So, but with that being said, as a fan of DC, bro, seeing those cameos, I don't give a damn what anybody says. I enjoyed seeing Reeves. I enjoyed seeing Supergirl. I liked seeing, and in my viewing, I was like, snap. I don't know, and no one probably knew what the hell I was talking about.
That theater went crazy when they saw Christopher Reeves, bro.
Yep.
I'm so serious. Like, they was like, yo, what? Like, real talk.
My shit went crazy, and my lady laughed too. She thought it was funny. She knew nothing of the lore of it. She just thought it was funny. Was Nicolas Cage's Superman?
Yes, that's when I said snap, because he did a documentary for it, and my theater probably didn't know what the hell I was saying, but I was like snap. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that was dope. Just seeing, bro. When I saw George Reeves, because that's the virtue signal thing, right? Where people are like George Reeves' family, and I'm like, bro. They had to get permission to do all this. Like, calm down. But
bro, come on, man. And here's the thing, though, Leon. Right? Is that because we was talking on the phone the other day? I was like, yo, where was all this when Peter Cushing was in was brought back for Star Wars? What about Marlon Brando? Right? That got brought back for Superman. Right, like there's been all these people that have been brought back posthumously, right? And Paul Walker, right? Right? And it's like, we don't seem to have this same energy for everybody.
But that's the thing.
Right?
That's why, like, this movie, it had an uphill battle from, at least fans online or whatever. But like, I pushed all that aside and just was like, man, this is dope, bro. Like, I'm sitting here watching what Grant Morrison did on paper, with the multiversity, and how he did a spherical representation of the multiverse and the layers of the multiverse, right? And when I'm looking at it, I'm like, it's cool that they're all circular and the universes are being represented, and 1966 Batman, Jay Garrick, he showed up, and I think that's like the CW Jay Garrick.
Yeah.
All these different things. So you got John Wesley Shipp, you got Adam West, you got George Reeves, you got Chris Reeves, you got Helen Slater, is that her name? Who plays Supergirl? And I'm pretty sure, because I gotta go see it again, I'm pretty sure there's other little tidbits that I missed too. And I just like that. Wow, we have the multiverse, dog. That's crazy.
Adam West, Batman, bro.
Yeah, I named that. And then more importantly, we saw representation for the Snyderverse when he's time traveling. He sees Henry Cavill's Superman in the Monument Park, and how the Justice League, that was the first time the Justice League actually all came together.
They showed Aquaman pointing at Barry Allen, which was also another scene that's only in Justice League.
That literally only happened.
Apparently, Cyborg is in that shot too. I'm gonna try to find Cyborg.
It's a similar Cyborg, yeah.
I didn't see it myself either.
I'm gonna try to find Cyborg, but absolutely, yes.
Where's Victor?
Yeah. So, at the end of the day, like, yeah, that the Chronos time travel, not time travel, the Chronos version of the Speed Force was flawed, just like plenty of other things in the movie. But it didn't take me out of the movie. You know what I mean? Like, I never felt like I was taken out of the movie like that. I enjoyed the movie and what they were trying to, bring to the table, point blank.
Mm-hmm. I think they said to us earlier. They said they are going to respect the past and like expound on the future. They were right, dude. They didn't lie to us. They didn't lie to us either. Like, they completely respected everything in the past. You think any of those families don't mind a free check coming their way for having the name, image, and likeness of their family members who passed? Like, you think they're terribly mad about a free check that they didn't expect having? Like, yeah, they're gonna be fine with that. So I thought that was very cool. A very cool way to also show respect to these families is to show that their universes are still out there. Your family members still exist in our world, in our multiverse. We still hold you dearly as fans of it. I thought that was a huge love letter to everything.
Bringing Christopher Reeve's interpretation of Superman back into the forefront and back into the conversation, back into pop culture. It's only going to lead to more money and dollars for their family, right? Because all that goes to his estate, I'm assuming.
And if you're a kid, right? If you're someone who's just getting into DC, you're like, oh, what was that from? Let me see that. Like, okay. And somebody has to show them like Superman 1 and 2 and 3 and all that, whatever. Probably not 3, but they have to do all of that, right? And they get to go back into their old films, which was so funny that, James Gunn said there's no required viewings of this. We're here to tell you all the required viewings that we did made this film 10 times better.
Wait a minute, Armie Hammer's Batman was in that? Oh my God, I can't wait to go see this movie later tonight.
That's crazy.
I can't wait to see this. Hey, bro.
What?
Sin Havoc has
That's crazy.
seen the movie, I think, like 6 times. I think they said so. Like,
that's crazy. See, and that's the thing, man. Like, there's 2 things. Like, the thing that Scott said about the whole people trying to pick and choose when they want to be activists. I ain't got time for that, bro. I don't go to the movies to make sure that everybody's family's been compensated for their time, and I don't give it like, bro, miss me with that. I pay my ticket. I'm a movie goer. I'm about to sit down. I'm about to eat my snacks. I'm about to chill my date. We about to chill. We about to consume what we're consuming, dissect it, enjoy it, not enjoy it, whatever. I ain't got time to be. I got enough on my plate in my personal life. I ain't got time to be worried about George Reed's family. Damn it, like that's stupid.
Hey,
And
as
the,
long as it was compensated, you know what I'm saying, and all that, then
bro, I'm
and
saying
they
I
were.
don't care.
It's like,
I literally don't care. I'm gonna be real. That's between them and God. And if the Warner Brothers did not compensate them, they got a lawsuit on their hands. So more power to them. You know what I'm saying?
You're gonna get money regardless.
You feel me? They gonna get money regardless. Like I don't care, bro. I'm not.
he said, no, like I literally don't.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I do not care. Like I'm not even gonna sit here and be like. And I appreciate Scott being like the publicist right now, right? I'm usually the one that's like, oh yeah, trying to be the publicist. I don't care. I don't even care, bro. Like
He's
I
Batman,
do not
right?
care.
Hey, look, he said that they've seen the Flash 6 times.
Good lord.
So yeah, he said Army Hammer's in there. Apparently,
That's hilarious.
that's crazy. That's
wild.
crazy.
That's crazy.
He said, "No, I literally don't care." That's like the
facts, man. Like
yo, as long as the president, he's like, no, like yo, I literally don't care. Like,
I don't. It doesn't mean that I don't want them to be like. I hope y'all get what y'all get. That's awesome. If you didn't, go for it.
Right?
But I'm not walking into the movie theater going, "Hey, before I buy this ticket, did everyone get compensated for their appearance in this movie?" Man, if you don't give me 2 tickets and get out my face,
yo, real talk. Look, with that being said, we're gonna move to the next topic because I think that this is a great opportunity for us to do so. I want to talk about Michael Shannon piece. And when I say Michael Shannon, I also mean like, Feora, just the whole looming threat of the Kryptonians at large and, their whole ending fight scene. So how did you guys feel about Michael Shannon and Zod and the Kryptonians and all that stuff? I'll start with you, Austin.
I thought, obviously, like, he was a looming threat. That was the point of him in this film, right? Like, to be a point, an inevitable intersection in the DC universe was Zod coming to Earth at that point in time and in history. Certain things these strands may run similarly together, but in ways they may stray off. Like in this universe, there's no Superman to stop Zod. So what happens? And that's the idea of it. It's not necessarily like he's not in here to be the all-encompassing villain of the film. He's just here to like really, like as he said, he's more of like he's serving a purpose. He's an idea. He's not here to take over the film. But again, like he played Zod. He didn't do a bad job of it. Maybe some things may have felt like phoned in, but like if you went into this film expecting 2013 Man of Steel, like that's on you. That's on you for thinking that was going to happen. Because this isn't the same area. This isn't the same like amount of prep. But it's been 10 years since then. Like so many things have changed. If you went into this movie thinking that you were going to get that same exact character, then that's on you. I felt like he did a great job of portraying Zod again. The way that he talks too, like the way that he enunciates things as Zod, like he brought that back. He was just as menacing. He was just as ruthless. It was Zod. Like whether you wanted to be like blown out of your seat by that performance again, I think that's on the viewer for thinking that was going to happen because it wasn't supposed to. He was just supposed to be a looming threat. I think he did great. I think Fiora did great again. I loved her how like she grabbed Supergirl from like the cape at that one time. She just had her dangling. I thought it was cool how they brought the same tech back from Man of Steel, the extraction tech of the Codex, like the same thing, bro. Like if this wasn't a love letter to Man of Steel in a little like way, then if you don't think that, then I think you're confused, because it definitely was. They were a threat. Could some things have been done better with them? Probably, but like they weren't supposed to be a vital part of the film. They're just supposed to be like Wonder Woman and like Aquaman are in the Flashpoint animated series. Like they're just supposed to be a looming threat. It's not necessarily supposed to take over the film. And who's the actual villain in that film? Oh, right, Reverse Flash. Who's the actual villain in this film? Oh, right, Dark Flash. So, like, yeah, like it's not supposed to be Zod. It's not. So he's not supposed to be the villain. He's just supposed to play a purpose, and he did. And I think he did a great job of that. And also, Juggernaut scene was great with him. Like, I love when they went back for the second time. It's like, pull off of the ship. It's protected by a power shield. He's like, oh shit, got it, no problem. It's like, but this guy's probably not protected, right? He's like, oh, you want to take that guy out? Like, please, like, yeah, definitely take him out. And then they have that scene where he's just grappling around him in like a 360, just bomb charge. That was so cool. But also, it's a Kryptonian, rips him off his back and just throws him like a fly. And I was thinking like, ooh, internal bleeding, which was it happened. And of course, Kryptonian got back up after that. But I thought all of that was great. Like they were just supposed to be evil Kryptonians. It wasn't supposed to be a whole character study on why they were there. We know all of that. We watched Man of Steel. We've watched it multiple times. We know all that. We don't need that explained again. We don't need that deep dive into those characters again. We know how ruthless they are, how crazy they can be, and I think they did a good job. Right? It wasn't like, oh my God, Michael Shannon's the best sound ever. Like it was just like, yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for playing your part. Like that's all. That's what it felt like to me. And it was still good. It worked. That's how I felt.
Yeah, he even spoke about the whole. He was like, "Yeah, it's kind of like playing with action figures, right? Like you got this guy over here, but he was there to be Zod, and he was Zod, right? I do agree earlier, like I said, that the Superman, the Supergirl breakout scene was a little bit better than her and Zod fight, but at the same time, I didn't go into this expecting like a Smallville fight 2.0 or like a Zod and Superman fight 2.0 with him and Supergirl. It's a Flash movie, and on top of that, even if like you watch where these fights kind of took place at, you couldn't really have that same kind of stuff going on anyway, because with the Smallville fight and with the fight with Zod at the end of Man of Steel, it's like big knockdown, drag out fights, and there's buildings involved and all this different stuff. They're like out in the desert fighting, right? So it's two like totally different scenarios, right? And I just think that, you know, it did serve its purpose. And, you know, now if Zod would have been like introduced earlier and like in like the first act, then yeah, I would have been really expecting a whole lot more. But no, it's totally just like something that isn't even brought up until like into the second act, right? It's like going into the third act.
Yeah,
right?
Because they have to get his powers first, and then they have to sneak into Gotham, not Gotham, Central City, like crime lab. They have to do all of that first, and it's not.
They go meet Batman first, right? They go meet Batman first too, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, they do, and it's not until they're in the park and he's showing him the Flash suit that's when it starts happening. Because like, what's going on? And then the people are on their phones, like, ah! And then everyone starts running around. That's well into the film, like over a halfway point almost at that point. Because they've done, like you said, they've met Batman, they've done all that, and they finally get into the park. The only thing I will say, why not just use the same footage from Man of Steel? Could they not? Like, I don't. As far as like the glitchy TV aspect, like I will say though, it's another universe, so I get it's like different. But I will say I didn't like that.
That's so funny. I thought the same thing. Like quickly, I was like, I was like, why did it? But then I was like, they're in another world, so it's just gonna be different, you know?
Right.
Yeah, and on top of that, I think the dialogue changed slightly too, if
It
I'm
had
not
to.
Yeah.
mistaken. Right?
Yeah.
Because it had to, and so I'm pretty sure that's why
Yeah.
that was like that. But
As the Man of Steel guy, I was like, wow, whoa, that's a way different than it looked like, but it's similar, but way different, But yeah, it didn't take me out of the film. But at first, I was like, okay, I get it.
right, yeah, but Zod was pretty ruthless, yo. The whole the infant did not survive, right? Like that was crazy. Right. And then that led to the whole what did you do part. And that was dope. So look, there was dope moments within their exchanges and all that, right? So yeah, Zod was fine. Like it was serviceable. It was Zod.
Yep.
And yeah, he wasn't meant to be the main antagonist, right? Because even the homie, right, when the movie first started and he first saw Dark Flash, he was like, yo, like, who's that? Right? And then like he's like, yo, like, who is that? And I was like, hey bro, just like it's your watch, right? And he really didn't even get it until like right when it was being revealed.
Yep.
Right. And he was super into the whole Zod being back thing. So I think that Michael Shannon did a great job, and it was kind of like that action figure thing that he was talking about. But he was there, and he was great. And if there was more of him, and we would have still gotten like no type of feelings on like where he is, right, or what his motivations were, then I would agree that it would be a little bit lacking. But with that not being the case, I was happy with his turn. What about you though, Leon? How were you feeling about Michael Shannon's turn as General Zod in The Flash?
Oh yeah, I agree, man, with everything y'all are saying. I concur big time. Like, this wasn't his movie, bro. This wasn't a Superman movie. It was exactly what the way Austin described it. I actually described this last night when I was talking to APAS. Me and her having a conversation last night, and I said the same thing that Austin said, which is like all these characters are basically being utilized in a fashion to accommodate the story beats of Flashpoint. You know what I'm saying? So instead of Thomas Wayne, you got Michael Keaton. Instead of Aquaman and Diana, you have the Kryptonians and Zod. You know what I'm saying? And like with that, it just makes sense that he's just used as a plot device, and it doesn't take away from his performance, and it's not a slight against him. That's just acting and movie making. You know what I mean? Like, it's a freaking movie about time travel, other dimensions in the multiverse. Like, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? And I say that to like people.
Avatar Skywalker was in the multiverse, bro. Like, come on, man.
Stupid.
Avatar in there though?
That would have been crazy.
That'd have been crazy too. Go ahead, bro.
Shit, that Dark Flash was kind of a Savitar, but origin wise, I think. But yeah, it's just what was I gonna say? I'm mostly speaking to those online when I say that, because they trying to make it seem like this man was supposed to be doing some Academy Award winning shit in a movie that ain't got nothing to do with Superman like that. Like, come on, bro. He was literally the villain in the background,
Bro, like, yo, in terms of screen time, like actual screen time,
right?
What do you got, like 5-10 minutes?
Right.
It is at like 15 minutes tops.
And what's crazy about that is he ate it. Every time he was on screen, he ate it, bro. I know Austin, he kind of had the opinion of he phoned it in, and I can kind of see that, but nah, I'm gonna have to say, nah, man. I think okay. So the line when he said the infant did not survive or the baby did not survive, he was. I think he either cried or was about to cry when he was saying that.
He did like look down in a way, almost as if like he was ashamed of what he had to do.
Right.
But then his duty took over. In the end, it was just like the infant did not.
Because you could tell this wasn't personal for him. It was reminiscent of Man of Steel, where he's just like, I have to save my race.
No matter how cruel, right? Or whatever, right?
It's like, for the benefit of my people. You know? And so when I saw his reaction to having to kill baby Kal-El, and he was very like, he did not want to do it. You could tell he didn't want to do it. I was like, that little shit there is what I like about this movie. And that little shit there is what I love about the DCEU, especially under Zach's tutelage. Those little moments where it doesn't have to be this dialogue where he's like, do you think I wanted to do it? Do you think I wanted to kill the babe? No, he literally, he said what he said. And he's like, I ain't got time to be all emotional. I'm gonna hold his back, you know? And 2 or 3 things that I dug about this detail wise. So like, okay, so one thing about this I liked and didn't. I did not like that they were in the desert. It did annoy me that the backdrop seemed bland. However, I can appreciate that it was there because they weren't going anywhere after that. In Man of Steel, they did the meeting point. That was the meeting point where they had the initial conversations. And he was like, you know, Superman is basically meeting Zod and the Kryptonians, bring Lois, da-da-da. They met in the desert. With this, there's no reason to go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like they met at the meeting point and they're gonna keep it there because that has to be the focal point. Like why would they go anywhere else? That's the ground zero. And with that,
seeing who was supposed to be General Swanwick getting murked off right there, right? That was crazy.
Yeah. And I don't think it was Swanwick, right? Because we know he's Martian Manhunter.
Or
right?
My alternate, you know what I'm saying? That's the way that I took it. Because it did kind of look like his profile from like behind.
That's crazy. If that was,
hey, you change one thing, you change everything. Maybe maybe it wasn't the Martian Manhunter, you know what I'm saying? Like,
right. And that's the thing about this movie when you're dealing with time travel and multiverse, it's kind of like, you know, if you're a true fan of DC, like overall, you know, you started watching them with the Adam West shit or the George Reeves stuff or fast forward to 89 and Returns or whatever. Like you, before the Snyderverse, right? Before Nolan, if you started watching this stuff beforehand and going into, like, if you're looking at this stuff, you're going to be interested in seeing what you can see when you go back, even little details that you didn't even really think matter to you, like that detail you just said. But yeah, the 2 things that I took away as far as kind of a shout out to Zach's characters during the Michael Shannon the Kryptonian scenes were that the fact that Batman and Superman, aka Batman and Supergirl, right, the replacements, they couldn't fuck with them Kryptonians, bro. Like Ben Affleck's Batman would have lasted way longer than Michael Keaton's Batman. You dig?
Yeah.
But he still would have gotten killed, right? But just the fact that Michael Keaton's Batman got taken out like that, I was like, ooh, what a testament to Zach's characters. Supergirl got taken out like that. What a testament to Henry Cavill's Superman.
That's the way I took it too, bro. 100%.
I was like, whoa.
Yo, she shouldn't be just dealing with Zod like that, bro.
Hell no.
Could you imagine the what's the word I'm looking for? Like the reverse of the situation, pretty much.
Oh, the backlash from that,
right? Yeah, if Supergirl would have just destroyed General Zod,
Jesus Christ.
My God.
You would have heard me on this panel a different dude. I I ain't gonna lie. I'd have been like, yo, that took me out of the movie. But when they did not do that, I was like, oh, that's really cool, man. Because first of all, he's a general. He's a soldier. He's a wartime criminal and a wartime combatant. Like this guy's got plenty of years and experience and intelligence under his belt. Like he was literally made for war, right? And then you have this other Kryptonian, this woman who needed to be saved, and she was frail, and so she's all new to a lot of this shit. And so no matter what she was doing on Krypton, she's gonna automatically be weaker than Zod because he's never been weak. He's always been, even on Krypton, he was one of the strongest. And I believe the only reason even Zor-El was able to give him them paws in Man of Steel was because Zor-El broke away from that programming.
And he was motivated.
That too.
That was like motivation right there. Hey, that's my son on the line, bruh.
And that is something that he did not have in Man of Steel, Zod. He didn't have that family aspect, that I got to protect my family motivation, right? He had his sense of duty, but this is just a sense of duty he's always had. Zor-El's had that similar sense of duty to protect Krypton, but now he has a different, extraordinary type of duty. I have family. And he broke away from the programming of their matrix, so to speak, right? So I think that's the only reason he was able to give Zod them paws, because Zod, this is all unexpected to him. Like, what the hell? What is all this shit? Fast forward to what we got going on now. There's no one there to give him them paws. Zero. Not a soul.
And not a soul.
Not a soul. If you swap out Michael Keaton's Batman with Ben Affleck's Batman, we get a Batman who would have lasted longer, but ultimately would have been killed, right? You swap out Supergirl with Henry Cavill, you get him doing the same thing he did in Man of Steel. So those characters, to me, those scenes elevated them more in my own Snyder cultist way, right? I'm like, that's dope, man.
Hold up. It ain't even just
logically
Superman and Batman, or in this case, Supergirl and Keaton Batman, right? But it's also them in two Flashes. Right? It's also them in two Flashes.
Yep. And they still wasn't bodying.
And they still couldn't get it done.
Right.
Still couldn't get it done.
It's crazy, bro.
One Superman, bro.
Let me ask y'all a question. So
that's wild, bro.
In that world, right? Because Arthur Curry didn't exist. Damn. So you don't have that powerhouse. Martian Manhunter, he clearly doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying? Because, like you said, he was either murked or he just didn't make his presence known with all this shit going on. So who knows? And then, like, who knows what the hell's going on with Themyscira and Diana? Is that a thing? Like, who steps in to save the day at the end? Is it Wonder Woman? And then we've seen how Diana and them handle Kryptonians in ZSJL. Right? Superman put them paws on it. So it's like, does Earth survive this? Probably not. Like, I'm very much interested to see how that world plays out. Like, this is the crazy part about this movie.
No, that's why he kept saying, yo, like, this world dies.
Yep.
He literally was like, yo, like, no matter what, this world dies. It has no Superman. That's wild. No Superman.
Think about what they're telling us, bro. They're basically, right? Think about what they're telling us, man. I don't think this shit went over people's head. Everybody talking about the Snyderverse this, the Snyderverse that, as far as it being gone. Oh, it's gone. Rest in peace. Bro, they're telling you with no Superman, and the only Superman that existed at this time was Henry Cavill Superman. So y'all can miss me with the other bullshit. Without Henry Cavill Superman, this world dies. This world dies. So at the end of the day, they're letting everybody know the Snyderverse is very fucking important, man. And it's like
CSJL, right, Leon? What was the theme?
Facts.
In that one. Yo,
he said 6, not 5.
without Superman, right? Like, yo,
Yes.
it's not gonna work. Like, we can't beat this dude, yo. We can't
Batman was
beat
hell bent on killing Superman in BVS, and he was hell bent on bringing that man back in ZSJL. He was like, nah. Arthur, the only one that's like, this is wrong. And he's like, man, if you don't shut your ass up, I will send you back to Iceland where I met your ass. If we need Superman, like, I paid you to be here. Shut the fuck up. Go with the program. I ain't trying to hear nothing about what you think about me resurrecting Superman. We need him. You know what I'm saying? Because in another timeline,
right?
This world dies.
Yo, but yeah, they literally was pretty much telling you that, right? That without Superman, they don't stand a chance. And it was
100%.
Two Flashes, Supergirl, and Batman.
Yep. That's I thought it was so cool. Like I literally, if God willing, Netflix gets this right, I would love to see them do a one-off of what happens with that world. I don't know. It's just me being a fan, like Diana running through with the Amazons, getting their butts whooped. Them ended up winning. Like, that would be nuts. Like just a 30-minute little peer into
of like
what
all
happens.
These different ways that they can keep that world alive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then Barry's like, I was there. I came from there. Like I saw it. I saw that. And that would be nuts. So yeah, I think Michael Shannon, the Kryptonians, was excellent. I think my only gripe, other than the background thing, but I understood the background thing. Other than that, would be Feora didn't have any lines. I wanted to hear from Feora. Shout out to Feora. I forget.
You want to hear her talking about evolution again, bro?
Bro, you know what I'm saying? Like,
bro, that's
still cold, Supergirl. I am a Kryptonian warrior woman. Evolution wins. Like, just that would be so, bro. Oh man, I was like, yo. That was one thing that I was mentally looking forward to, and I was like, "Oh, we
don't reverse the Supergirl."
Yeah, like just box it out, bro. And then she talking a little trash to Supergirl. That would have been sick. You wear the House of L, but you're gonna take this L. But other than that, like, it was dope, and Michael Shannon served his purpose. You know what I mean? And people are taking his lines way, way, way out of context and too serious. Like, he's basically saying, as an actor, you can't compare what I did in the Flash to what I did in previous films. Like,
he's like, yo, it's like the whole character study, man, and like Man of Steel, right? Like, you literally breaking down who Zod is, right, and like why he is the way he is, right? And you really getting to spend time with him from Krypton, right? To literally you're delving into his origins, right? And what happened 100%. After he got out of the Phantom Zone and all this stuff.
I'm gonna give y'all a comparison that people ain't really even looking at either. People are like, because everybody's trying to find a reason to shit on this film. I get it, whatever. And mostly because they want to shit on the possibility that the Snyderverse can't continue. In my opinion, I think that's why. There's so many agendas. But here's the thing that people aren't even looking at. Michael Shannon was still used as a plot device in BVS. Did everybody forget that? He was literally a mannequin that got turned into a big-ass monster. Like, we've seen Michael Shannon as a plot device, and no one batted an eye. They totally did a complete change in the origin of how Doomsday came about. We all accepted it, right? He was used as a plot device. Zod was turned into Doomsday in this case. And that's fine, and that's dope, and it worked. I think that we can also forgive, I guess the word we're looking for here, I guess. I don't know. For Michael Shannon for becoming Zod again, and he wasn't a thespian, I guess. I don't know. The man did well. I enjoyed what I saw in that aspect. And it was actually a highlight of the film for me, to be honest. One of a few highlights, you know what I'm saying? So I appreciate it.
I would totally get it, if like he was in so much more. But this Man of Steel, bro, you literally like you see him before you see Superman.
That's very true.
Like you learn about Zod before you learn about Superman. right? So like, this wasn't that. This was, oh snap, I messed up the timeline. Now Zod's here, and it's an intersecting point, and it doesn't matter what I do. We don't got a Superman, so it's time to let this world die. You know what I'm saying, right? So
that line is so specific at the very beginning of him being in that universe. Is only Superman can be Zod. He says it so matter of fact, but that it becomes a fact of the film, of that universe. Like only he can do it.
Yep, facts. So Michael Shannon was the last actor in their performance that we were gonna digest and really dissect, right? So moving forward, right, the next thing I want to talk about, and we can just, because we've already been touching on this kind of like throughout this stream pretty much, so I want to talk about some of the future threads that you guys saw that you maybe want expounded on and really expanded on, should I say, and like, are you guys excited about the future possibilities, or are you less excited? Like, how are you guys feeling? I'll start off with Austin.
I'm super excited about the future possibilities. Obviously, I mean, as someone who understands common sense, like the rest of you guys here, I understand the ramifications of this film as well. Like, I know that if it doesn't do well, it's all the Snyderverse actors. It's also Michael Keaton's Batman. Like, he was my first pick to have Batman Beyond portrayal. Like, why wouldn't you? He's perfect to have it nowadays. Like, he's aged into that role perfectly. He's already played Batman. We know him as Batman. So if this film didn't do well, I knew the ramifications of it. So seeing the film, seeing the possibilities that the film brings into the DC multiverse now, I mean, anything is possible. Really anything is possible outside of WBD too. Like, Elseworlds really just opens up anything, and it would behoove WBD to make sure that the Elseworlds is done somewhere else, so that they're not like worried about conflicting stories and whatever. Like, people can literally just make whatever story they want up, and it can exist. Like, you can have that. If someone wants to pay enough to make those things happen, then like it can come up. Like, why not? Why not? The possibilities are literally endless. Obviously, certain things won't be able to be done because some people aren't alive anymore, which stinks to say the least. But like, there are so many possibilities. There are the possibility of more one-offs. Like, we could have a whole nother Flashpoint film done because of how it ends. Like, it ends in the Clooney-verse, but like, who knows? It could be an alternate timeline. It doesn't have to be that's where he is forever. Like, there's so many possibilities, so many future threads, strands that we can go up and pick on. I'd love to see a Batman Who Laughs live action, and that's a possibility now. There's nothing as a DC fan that you can walk away from this film and being like, yo, that's the end of this, and this. No, it's not. Like, it doesn't end anything. It just opens up everything else. Like, as soon as you think you were done, there's a cliffhanger for you at the very end. Like, it's perfect for a Flash origin story. Like, especially since we've seen his character before. Like, to go back in time and relive the origin, like, so to speak, was very cool. To get the flashbacks we had from where he was during Man of Steel, very, very cool. So the future threads of this, man, it's not for us to decide. It's for like whoever else to come up with a cool idea that looks badass. Like, go ahead. Like, I'm not gonna like care about the DCU, the Gunverse. Like, I don't care about that. I'm eager to see what like otherworldly ideas people come up with to be a part of Elseworlds. I'm more excited for that. I've seen enough of the main continuity of what Gunn is about to set up. Like, I've seen that, right? Like, that's Superman Returns all day. Like, that's what it feels like to me. That's just like, go to McDonald's, have a Happy Meal. That's what that's gonna feel like. I don't care about that. Like, I'm gonna want the PG-13 R-rated stuff, the extended cut, the more adulterated stuff of things. I'm not gonna always want something so funny, right? Like, yeah, I love this film because it's comedic. It's got so much levity to it, but like, I'm not gonna want that in every film. But I want that from a Flash film because it's supposed to be that way. You don't go into I said this yesterday, but you don't go into a Deadpool film thinking it's not going to be funny. Like, you should go into it expecting jokes. But you also wouldn't go into a Wolverine film just expecting funny. Like, you should expect seriousness. You should expect a completely different tone. So the future threads of this go forever. They can be anywhere. It doesn't matter. Like, you can look at the bowl of spaghetti and actually, like, there's still some strands left in the pot over here. Like, what are they doing? What are they up to? Who knows? So I'm eager to see whatever goes on outside of WBD. I think those are going to be really where interests me more, is to see different takes on these characters and on how the characters interact with each other in those universes. I'm going to be really excited to see. So shout out to Andy, first and foremost, for doing this. And like, this idea, how they did the multiverse, but also did it in a different way. So impressive to me to see how it really didn't. It doesn't kill anything off. It doesn't like put it in a vault somewhere. It doesn't tie it down to any aspect. It's in an ever expanding like universe, in a space wherever like those like spheres exist, like ever expanding and growing, and stars die and stars are born every day, right? Like, and those stars are basically like these universes, these planets, like and who's to say another one can't be born and exist? Like, if you're a DC fan, you should really be open to enjoying this film and see it to understand what we're saying, how this just opens everything up to exist. And it should bring us all together because it shows us that we can exist in the same space in the same time. And it doesn't matter like what you like as a DC fan, we can all be cohesive in a massive DC universe. And this one is an extended universe because there's so many different universes going in this multiverse. So I was just impressed by this movie. It really was. I was surprised I was going to see something different. And I'm just very excited that there are future threads to be woven. And it's not a cul-de-sac. It's not the end like some people might think it is, man. It opens the door for so much more. And I'm so excited for it, bro. And for as far as today goes, man, thank you for having this stream. Long ass stream, almost 5 hours now, talking about the Flash. Letting me talk my piece, letting everyone kind of give their opinions on it, man. Future threads for us too. We're just gonna keep hashtagging so, bro. It's pretty easy. It's pretty easy.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. We got the homie Lee. Yep, the homie Leon back. If you could touch on Leon, because I was just about to pass you the mic anyway, right? What is some of the things that you think could come from future-wise from this film? Are you excited by it, right? Are you less excited for DC just overall right now? Like, you know, where are you kind of feeling about the future threads, especially coming out of this film, just specifically?
I think coming out of this, first and foremost, you know, I went in as a man on a mission to see details, and now I know that the Snyderverse is being respected, is being referenced, and it exists in the Flash. It is a continuation of things that happened after after ZSJL. So I think first thing on the menu should be the selling of the Snyderverse to Netflix, the selling of ZSJL sequels to Netflix. That's first and foremost. So we can get that out of the way. I saw a few goofballs. I'm not even going to mention them. Anyway, the selling of the Snyderverse to Netflix is top priority in my mind, especially if they're trying to recoup some money. That's one of the biggest things that you have left on the table right there, point blank. Secondly, I think the easy layup would be you don't let go of Michael Keaton. You keep him in play. And I'm not saying it has to be even a sequel or reminiscent of what he did in The Flash. I think what we could do is we pick up off of the threads of Batman Returns, because even that Michael Keaton, I think that's an homage to 1989 or Batman Returns, but I don't think that's necessarily 1989 or Batman Returns. You know what I'm saying? It's its own Flashpoint version of that rendition of the character, right? So I think you can definitely pick up off of Returns, bring back Michelle Pfeiffer, and jump right into Batman Beyond. You know, Batman 1989, Batman Returns, Batman Beyond. If you don't do that, you're a fucking idiot. Excuse my French. You are dumb. If you do not do that, you know, it doesn't even come with the same kind of baggage that other things that I could name have. You know, it's literally Batman Beyond, bro. It's its own thing, and you can definitely do it Elseworld style. And that one you wouldn't even have to sell to Netflix. You could do it on your own studio. Have Mike DeLuca and Pam Abdi be in charge of it. What's the third thing I think is just the possibilities for anything to transpire within the multiverse itself, right? You have all these different chronospheres, and these different multiverses that we saw being represented. I think, like, if you want to do it, have Nicolas Cage as Superman in animated form. You know, animate that. I think a YouTuber is doing a project with that same Superman, if I'm not mistaken, on YouTube. They're animating it, if I'm not mistaken. And also, if I'm not mistaken, that there's a rumor that they're trying to do that officially. But I don't know. It was something I saw. Well, I don't know if I saw it or Sil or somebody might have said. I have no idea. But that's another little layup. You can kind of pick threads off of the multiverse and kind of animate these different things. You know what I mean? Like a George Reeves animated situation.
Right, Leon?
Huh?
I said, just not the Snyderverse, right, Ro?
Oh, hell no. 100% no. But think about, like, you have Christopher Reeves and George Reeves and, 1966 Batman. Imagine them with with Wonder Woman from Linda Carter. They're all in an animated thing where they meet each other and from the multiverse, a little multiverse of madness of their own in animated form where all these characters meet each other. I'd buy the hell out of that and watch that. I think that'd be fun. So there's all these different ideas that if you have, you have the cojones and you have the will to want to see these things come to fruition, and you want to see DC as a brand get more strengthened, it was right there. You have the Snyderverse that could be sold to Netflix. You have Batman Beyond. You have all these different things with the multiverse that you can do, especially in animation if you just don't have the budget for live action. And if you do have the budget for live action, that's a thing too. And then I think another little bonus I'd probably throw in is just the future of the Flash as a character with Ezra Miller. I think that's still open. you could most certainly do a sequel. I would just wonder how or what it would be attached to. Maybe it's attached to everything. Maybe the Flash is that character that is that thread that connects to everything, right? It doesn't have to necessarily just be exclusive to the Snyderverse. It doesn't have to be exclusive to whatever they're doing with the DCU. It doesn't have to be exclusive to any one thing. He's the Flash. We saw at the end that George Clooney walks up and he's like, "What's your problem, bro?" And Flash is like, "Who the hell are you?" And with that, it's like we know that the after credit scene, as it should have been, they were going to tell Barry, Ben Affleck's Bruce Wayne Batman, and Henry Cavill's Superman Clark Kent was going to tell Barry, "Bro, you effed up. What did you F up this time? You're in the wrong universe. Thank God we were able to track you down into this universe. Thanks to this tech we've been working on. You got to get your ass back to our universe." So we know that that's a possibility. And here's the thing, right? This is why I love this movie to a degree, right? Obviously, it has flaws, but the ideas it presents, I love it. I'm going to tell you why. Motherfuckers can't tell me shit about what a possibility that did or didn't happen anymore. Like you can't, like they love using, like, "Oh, Zach was going to do this, so he sucks." Something that he didn't do, right? They love doing that, like an idea that he never made. They love throwing it in our faces. Well, I'm gonna throw something in y'all's. That after credit scene that did not happen, thanks to the multiverse, guess what? It's a possibility. Right? It's a possibility that Bruce Wayne, that we know and love, and this Henry Cavill Superman that we know and love, could still tell Barry, "You're in the wrong universe, bro." Thanks to this movie, it opens up those sorts of conversations, because those sorts of conversations have been had to come against us. Ideas that were floating around that weren't used, that have been used against us. Well, this time I'm gonna use this idea that's still laying on the cutting room floor against you guys. Batman could still tell Barry, "You're in the wrong universe." That guy's George Clooney. I'm kidding about the George Clooney part, but that guy's not the real Bruce Wayne that you know and love. Get your ass back over here, bro. So I think this film opens up so many futuristic possibilities of ideas that could be used. And my God, the sad part is I do not trust the leadership, in the DCU. And we ain't got to get into that. Everybody knows that. Why we don't trust that leadership. If it was in the hands of somebody that I knew had everyone's best interests at heart, not just his own, and not just him thinking that he can be the mastermind of DC and I know best. No, somebody who's like, "I'm gonna do my shit, but I can also do this too. Like for these fans over here and these fans over here and these fans," because the Flash opens up that realm. Like nothing has to be off the table, right? Marvel's not thinking that. Marvel's not going, "Everything's off." No, Marvel's trying to figure this multiverse shit out. I guarantee you they're behind the scenes trying to get a Tobey Maguire movie. I can guarantee you that. Not that I don't have sources, but I just know Marvel's not dumb and they don't leave money on the table. You know what I mean? Like I may not like what they present and what they represent, but I know they're trying their hardest not to leave money on the table. I would not be surprised if Andrew Garfield gets a sequel. You know what I'm saying? And I can't say the same for DC and the leadership. They see all these things, they hear what we're talking about, and like putting Cell to the side for a moment. Batman Beyond. Like, you don't want to do that?
Right? That's what I'm saying, bro. And it seems like Keaton is just gonna be like, or because I don't think he is, because I think that this movie is gonna be successful. I think that there's just like a lot of like people trying to get people to be down. And it's funny because all these predictions and projections and stuff, we're gonna see where this film ends up at. right? After this
Right.
weekend, the numbers are going to roll in and they're going to be what they are, and it's going to be a worldwide total, and we're going to see where it's at, right? But
Right.
all these projections and stuff, because after we finish with the future threads, we're going to give our final grades, and I have like a quick little bonus that I want to show you guys, and then we're going to get on out of here. But yeah, so with that being said, like there's clearly this feeling of like trying to get people to be upset and afraid about what is going on right now, and you know, I just think that the general audience is going to enjoy this film, and they're going to keep coming back to the theaters, and I think it's going to be a hit. So a lot of this is just for naught, I believe, Leon. I don't know about you, though.
Oh, same. 100%. I don't think that. I don't think that all this shit is smoke and mirrors to me, man. At the end of the day, I look at this stuff and laugh, and it's funny, like, because Austin hit me up the other day, and he was like, "Yo, bro, just making sure you good, bro." And I'm like, "I appreciate that, man," because like even Austin noticed, like, I'm just like, I my hands are thrown up, and I've washed my hands of a lot of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And me and you, Scott, we talk quite a bit, so you already know. You know what I'm saying? So for Austin to be like, "Yo, bro, I'm pulling a flash, I'm running a checkup on you, see what's good," you know, I'm like, "Yeah, no, I'm good." I just throw my hands up on a lot of this shit because like I can't be putting out fires and policing how everybody thinks online. You know what I mean? Like
Facts.
it's like, damn, I gotta put the cape away and the cowl down at some time and just, you know, my personal life, my career, etc. Because it's like these people online are perpetually obsessed with clinging to every narrative, and like they all do it. They all do it. Like I've seen the accounts, the major accounts. There's like 12 different narratives out there, and they're clinging to all 12, right? As individual large accounts. It's the I stand with this, I sit down with that, and this is greater than this, and this is less than that, and boycott and cot boy, and it's all over the place. And I'm just like, I literally don't care anymore. I have money. I'm going to pay for this. And hey, my dear, would you like some popcorn? All right, cool. Let's go have a seat. Let's go enjoy this movie. Let's walk out. Let's have a conversation, and let's go to bed. Like all this. Oh my God! Is that? My only mission was, what does this film do for Zack Snyder's Justice League? That's it, and it accomplished. Letting everybody know that Zack Snyder's Justice League is canon to this film. Y'all can miss me with the BS. I don't care about your opinion. The movie said what it said. I don't care if you think the quality of the movie is justice and what does the quality of the movie have to do with what the film referenced? I say again, what does the quality of the film have to do with the film's referenced? They literally said ZSJL is canon to the movie. You can think what you like about what you saw, and I have my gripes about what I saw, but not enough to say that this movie was garbage, not enough to dismiss this movie, and not enough to dismiss what it accomplished as far as being canon to the Snyderverse. So last thing I'll say about Future Threads is sell ZSJ on Netflix, sell Snyderverse on Netflix. Everything else can happen as well. But that's been myself, Sky, the rest of the Cool Table, Austin, Necron, et cetera, Syndicate Network. That's been our thing. And we're still going forward with hashtag sell. And walking out of this movie, I will say that I did see comments, even in this chat, of goofy asses. I'm not going to go all deep, saying that it's over for hashtag sell. Bro, Batfleck, Ben Affleck, Bruce Wayne, Batman, he literally said, wait, so you can time travel like you did in Russia? No, that was only... And then Iris, hey, I could have swore we ran into each other. And it, no, we didn't. Bro, they're referencing Zack Snyder's Justice League. They showed scenes from Zack Snyder's Justice League. Aquaman pointing to Barry like, you son of a bitch. These events only took place in Zachary Edward Snyder's Justice League, dog. So the Snyderverse is acknowledged and it exists in this film, along with just about every other DC live action property. So, in other words, not only did hashtag sell ZSJ on Netflix, hashtag sell Snyderverse on Netflix win, not only did we win, we all won. If you're a DC fan, we all won. DC fans won because it's all on the table. And if you drum up enough interest, maybe they'll do something about it. I have no idea. I don't trust Warner Brothers like that. I don't trust the leadership of DCU like that. But all I'm saying is, like, we all won as fans in this regard. There should be no war with us. Let the betas have their beta debates. And that's it. I'm done because I can go on and on, right? But that's it on the future threads.
I'm not going to begrudge you, bro. You know what I'm saying? In terms of myself, I have spoke at length about these things, such as Batman Beyond and Cell and all that type of stuff. And there are, lots of possibilities with this multiverse, even live action over at WB if they choose to do so, like Constantine too, right? All those types of things as well. So there's a lot that can come up with it. I mean, there's a lot that can come from this, and it's just going to be it's going to be upon WBD to be able to capitalize on that. But I want to go to the final grade topic, and we're going to let Austin go first so he can give his final grade, and then he can get on up outro. So Austin, go ahead and give your final grade, sir, and then you can just give your final thoughts as well, and then go ahead and dip, Brody.
Final grade. It's hard, man. It's hard for me because I'm trying to like keep my Flash bias out of it, but obviously I'm not going to keep it out of it. Honestly, I say like 8.9 out of 10, if not a close like 9.9 out of 10. There's so much to unpack from just one viewing. Seeing it twice again, like I do want to go see it again next weekend just so I can get another look at all of the things in the multiverse. I can't wait to have this film already on like Blu-ray on 4K so I can just like stop and pause the scenes and kind of just like look around at everything. As much as people want to try and trash this film beforehand, or I know there was a lot of spoilers out there too, like, hey, you can avoid them. Like, you just do what I did. Like, literally just mute, block. Like, I left group chats. They just wanted to spoil shit for no reason. Like, you just gotta like piece out some things. You have to do your due diligence to protect your own self from other people ruining the movies. And I went out from the gate like, yo, I'm not gonna let anybody ruin this movie for me, and they didn't. And that's why I'm grading it so high. That's why it was an 8.9 and 9 out of 10. Like, people want to have gripes about the tone, people want to have gripes about the music, but like, think it all fit. If you're a Flash fan, if you watch this as a Flash fan, like, it all fit for me. It was up tempo. Every time I watch it, it feels like it goes by so fast. It doesn't feel like 2.5 hours. Like, I'm every time I'm like, oh, here we are in the third act already. Like, damn, like it's happening. Like, it's about to end right now. Like, it feels so quick. The pacing is great. Ezra Miller is phenomenal, playing 3 different versions of himself. Michael Keaton coming back. We knocked it out of the park. Sasha Kaye we need more of. And Ben Affleck is the GOAT. Like, it's pretty easy. Oh, and little like honorable mention, Jeremy Irons, great too. Having him come back as Alfred. Like, if my calculations are correct, and they usually are, I would say the East Wing is about to collapse. Like, so perfect. All those little gripes. Like, it was a great movie. They portrayed the Snyderverse actors, as we would like them. If you watch the first scene, he's in a coffee house, like getting coffee, waiting for an order. Like, that feels exactly like the same exact visual tone, the color tone, all of that as Zack Snyder's Justice League when he's in Central City at the dog thing, like at the dog place. Like, it feels the same exact place. It feels like it's there.
That's actually a great point, Austin.
Right?
That's actually a great point. He actually looks super similar to what he did in that scene as well, like the hairstyle, like everything.
Yeah.
Yo, that's actually a great point.
So like as watching this film, I really did go in as a
Like nickel penny.
Yeah. Usually get a HP, PP, and C on an R. Like, yeah, like, all right, what is that, dude? So yeah, I think he really nailed this out of the park for me as a Flash fan. I'm super grateful for everyone that like really made Ezra be still in this film and let his role be seen by the masses. Like, that was one thing that made me cry the first time I saw Zack Snyder's Justice League, because I felt bad for Ezra. Like, yo, this is my Flash. This is Flash. Like, and we're not seeing him. So now that everyone is seeing him now, it sucks that there was this whole weird campaign of misinformation online, but the truth will reveal itself, and it has. And Ezra Miller knocked it out of the park. Super grateful for Mike DeLuca and Pamela Abdi for the changes that they made in this film and kept in this film. And I'm glad that we are able to see it come to fruition, to be released, to not be deadlocked or written off as a tax like exemption. Like, I'm just grateful that it happened. It made it here, and that we can celebrate it, and that it did in fact do what they said it was going to do. It respected Snyder's vision, it expounded on it even, and it respected everything else in the past, so it can bring the DC multiverse together. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again: the Flash, in one way, shape, or form, has saved your favorite superhero. And how fitting is it for the Flash to bring all of these different universes together too? So cool. So very cool. So it's a 8.9 to a 9 from me. But as a Flash fan, 10 out of 10, bro, for sure. And thank you, obviously, for doing the required viewings, for doing all the talks, for doing the streams about why Cell supports the Flash, for having the conversations, for having the watch longs, for all of the hours that you put in, the ideas that you came up with to promote this, Sky. Thank you for that, because it really helped me as a Flash fan just like be a part of the situation. And all of the hate online also, congrats everybody. You made the Flash a true spectacle of our time, and it's going to be a moment in history that I never forget. So thank you so much, Sky, everybody in the chat, Leon, Necron, Josh, APAS for being on here. I don't think there's anybody else on here, but obviously everyone in the chat. This time has been my time to really shine as a Flash fan. So like, man, I'm super grateful. I'm humbled that we finally got it. And if you guys think for a second then I'm gonna let you talk trash about the Flash around me, I'm not gonna let it happen. I'm gonna stop you right in your tracks. And man, it's like I'm gonna be bringing up this film for so long now, just like Tom Brady, bro. And I had to get that one shot out. What's good,
my
bro?
God, bro.
The GOAT.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. Nah, I'm just joking. Hey, much love, man.
Yo, thanks, bro.
Much love. Hey, we as Gucci, bro. Thanks for coming through. And thanks for your words, man. I've been trying to, just ever since, especially since I saw this movie, I was like, yo, man, I got to, you know what I'm saying? I gotta get that word out there, yo. Real talk. Real talk.
You did not lie. Hashtag Sky was right. If you're watching this somehow right now and you haven't seen the Flash film, well, what are you doing, first of all? But go see it, man. Go support the Flash. And it would behoove us all to go see it on the second weekend. Maybe bring somebody who's on the fence. Maybe bring one of your friends you haven't hung out in a while. Like, bring the time to bring your own life together, just like the Flash is bringing this multiverse together. I think it's very cool that we live in this time and this moment, because they're trying to create revisionist history on it, but we know the truth, bro. We know the truth. So, yo, thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for celebrating the Flash for me, bro. I'm so honored. So honored. Thank you.
Yo, thanks for coming through, bro. Anytime.
Absolutely.
Anytime. Right. We're going to get
peace out, Austin.
right. Yes. We're going to get to Leon's we'll get to Leon's final take, right? And then we gonna get to this like little bone because look, I've been seeing a lot, Leon, and I really want to talk about this like little bonus topic, right? Because I have some interesting information, right, that I want to point out, right? But for sure, Leon, what's your final grade, bro? When you are looking at this Flash film, and you know, what's like your kind of like your final thoughts on everything that we've discussed about the film today, sir?
So, final grade, yeah, y'all already know I'm pretty much way harsh on movies. Y'all know this. I'm uh, kind of cold when it comes to movies, cold blooded, if you will. And I kind of look at movies cold blooded. Yeah, I guess I look at movies, you know, in three ways. I look at it: how does this hold up historically with cinema? How does it hold up in its own right, own genre, and then like my own personal views, right? Um, and with that, I think like The Flash, good movie. I think that it is. I would probably give it at the highest. I would give it a B minus. I think at the lowest it's a C. Um, I think that like as it stands on its own as a good movie. I would definitely recommend it for general audiences because like I don't represent general audience on either a geek spectrum or in a just a cinephile moviegoer spectrum. I look at movies and I see shit that people just ain't paying attention to. And then I go, all right, well, do I enjoy it? You know what I mean? Because just because a movie has flaws or does certain things doesn't necessarily mean that I can't enjoy the movie. I've enjoyed movies and you know what I mean? I've enjoyed and paid for movies that I'm just like, this is kind of stupid. Like, I don't know. Like certain little scenes and then like, but the movie overall is good. Um, there's some movies that just don't hold up to me, even with their flaws, and they look cinematic in their own right, and they look like they're mirroring cinema, but they just do so many different things because they're trying to they work so hard. They're trying to be that and they fail at it. It makes it even worse. Like the Batman, for example, and y'all know I'm a huge Batman fan. Yeah. But that movie, I think, was trying to be cinema, and it just failed on certain levels of logic and, you know, just whatever. But just that's just as an example of something that I don't think the Flash. I don't think the Flash was not trying to be cinematic. I think Andy Muschietti was doing his thing, but I just think there was parts of it that just suffered on the editing room floor and suffered from mandates and the changing of hands and directors and writers. This movie has had a battle and it's been well documented.
Most definitely.
And I'm not trying to knock Christina Hodson. I've probably done it in the past, knowing me jokingly, just like I don't know her personally at all, and I don't have anything against her, like her career wise or whatever. But just her writing to me leaves much to be desired. It just does. Like it's very basic and cookie cutter in terms of like the logic and the themes, etc. And that type of stuff works for the general audience. For somebody like me, I look for something to give me something more. And again, if whether it does or not, it's not going to make me go, "Oh, this movie's trash." I may just go, "Oh, cool, good movie. Hey, you saw The Flash or whatever? Yeah, go see it." Like when I saw Birds of Prey, I didn't hate Birds of Prey. It's fine, you know. If you ask me in the grand scheme of things, like how does it hold up? Then it's like, all right, that's a different conversation, you know. If we're just talking like, do I recommend a movie? Yeah, I think I would have recommended Birds of Prey when it came out. Like, yeah, go see it, bro. I didn't see anything in that movie that made me go, hell no, don't go see it. Like, yeah, go see it. It's fine. There's some movies, like even the Batman. Go see it. Like, fine. You know what I mean? I didn't see anything in that movie that made me go, this, you know. Like, I'm pretty sure there's people that enjoyed it. It made money. There's like Justice League. Oh, would you recommend? Hell no, I wouldn't recommend it on a general audience level or a cinematic level. So, there's nothing to be desired in Justice League. That movie is trash. You know what I mean? The Flash, I think, is a movie I'd recommend to anybody. I'd be like, yeah, go see it. There's a lot to enjoy in that movie for sure. Acting's dope, story's dope. Is it some like grandiose, epic, like peak level cinema? No. No. If Andy Muschietti were to pull off peak level cinema after all this shit that's going down with the Flash, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd have to argue GOAT status with this man. Like that,
right? Like,
you feel me?
Hey,
even Zack Snyder had to go through hell, and we still had to campaign to get ZSJL out. You know what I mean? Like, so if he were to somehow pull out some sort of masterwork of cinema with the Flash after all this bullshit, I'd be like, yo, this nigga, man, hey, who is this guy?
Yeah.
But yeah, just to wrap it up, I'd give it like at worst a C, at best a B minus. Again, good movie. I think I don't know what the next topic is, but I know you want to touch on the cinema score.
Oh no, that is the bonus.
Okay.
That is the bonus.
I figured. That's why I was like, let me not say that, and I had no idea.
Yeah.
Let me not say that yet, but we'll talk about that next because I have my thoughts on that too. And I think it's but
yeah. Oh yeah. Right. And I see everybody. Look, I see everything in the chat. Right?
Yeah.
I will truly and be making myself available for conversations about box office after the final weekend box office results.
100%.
After
100%.
the 100% total comes in,
Mm-hmm.
I will be here and make myself available for that conversation. I'm not going nowhere. Like I literally have a show with Mikey Sutton where we talk about this shit like multiple times per week, and we go into 5 days per week. Like, what you think? I'm hiding this? Like, no. But because of just some wacky stuff that I'm gonna point out in a second too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I will be willing to have that conversation after the final box office results from this weekend are all tallied.
I think that's cool that you're doing the cinema score as a topic too, because like when I saw people talking about it, I was like, this is such a, and I'm just gonna say my thoughts, but yo, back to the final verdict thing, like this is what I was gonna say. So, all right. So, because like I know me and you've been joking around about Zach and how he did with certain things in Muschietti. I'm gonna be honest. Zach still got the crown all over it. Even the way Muschietti handled the running, like
I don't think so, bro.
hey, that's where we're gonna have to disagree. Zach's still that guy, and at the speed of force, Jesus Christ.
Bro, I love y'all know, like
we met
y'all
the man.
know, like bro, I love Zack Snyder, right? That don't mean I can't say that Quentin Tarantino like handles tension better. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Right. So, but I just, in terms of this, no, I'm talking about like just this, right?
Yeah.
And that was just for the audience. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of like for this film specifically, like, the running effects, bro. I thought it was better, bro. Like when you was moving with him, bro. Like it was almost like First Flight level for me.
Oh, I get what you're saying as far as moving with. Yeah. Okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying.
That's all I meant. That's all that I meant, bro. Is like the way like
we did get the perspective of Barry. Like we're kind of over the shoulder of him, just like we were over the shoulder of Henry. I get what you're saying. But that's just, all I meant. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Like that type of stuff. I thought that shit was fire, and I didn't get that in ZSJL, bro. Right? I just didn't get it. You know what I'm saying? But Yo, it's
That perspective.
crazy.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
Yeah, because we got a different. We're in a Flash movie, so Andy Muschietti is able to give, just like in an Aquaman movie, Juan is able to give, just like in a Batman
Right?
movie, Ben Affleck will be able to give. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Like there's different
Yeah,
angles
bro.
of different things that you're gonna get if you're
That
solely
shit
focused.
was crazy.
100%. Oh yeah,
That shit
yeah.
was crazy.
And with that, like I think that's one of the things that the movie did really well was showing us Flash running, like his speed and everything, was pretty dope. And just Ezra, man. Yo, shout out to Ezra, man. Shout out to Ezra, man. Shout out to Ezra, man. Like
Thanks.
politics and shit aside, all the elephant in the room, the legal shit. Again, I don't give a shit. I don't. I just don't. I don't. I wasn't there. I don't know these people. They don't know me. None of these people are paying my bills. I just recently had a situation last year. You know this. Were these people there to pull me up and be like, Leon, everything's gonna be okay, bro? No. So why do I have to give a shit about everybody that Ezra Miller encounters? Like, and that's not to say I'm being cold. I dig everybody caring about everything and everybody when it's convenient. But like Leon has a life, and my chronosphere ain't but so big. You feel me? And the homies that you see online, right? The Skywalkers of the world, the Cool Table of the world, the Seneca, like that. As far as outside of my real day to day, I catch up with them. Outside of that, like I don't really give a shit. Like if Scott needs some shit, we get in touch with one another. If Sil needs some shit, we get in touch with one another. Mikey, we get in touch. But if like I don't know George Reed's family. I don't know the people who encountered Ezra Miller, bro. Like I'm good. I'm done explaining that shit. You can stand with, you can boycott, you can sit down, you can stand up. I don't care. I'm not some activist, you know what I'm saying? Like I've done activist work in my own town and in my own city and in my own life. But I ain't Superman, I got fires of my own to put out. So that being said, I enjoyed The Flash for what it was. I'm very happy and excited that the Snyderverse got respect and can and will, if they're smart, continue. Especially via hashtag sell Snyderverse to Netflix, hashtag sells the SJL to Netflix. This isn't something that Sky and I is making a profit from or something we have to do because we're trying to get clout. Me and this man could tomorrow secretly tell each other, yo, let's just say fuck all this shit, bro. Just to prove a point. And we'll be just fine. He'll still be doing streams. Hell, I might even start doing some streams. And just everybody starts bringing up hashtag sell. We'll be like, I don't know what you're talking about. So anyway, and just keep it moving. We're doing this because we have passion for it, not because we're trying to gain clout. We're only trying to gain the continuation of Snyder doing DC work, bro. That's it.
Yeah,
It's
like
no deeper than
bro.
that. It doesn't have to be so deeply scientific. That's all it is, man. And we're going to continue that because we see that the Flash opens the door for that. So that's really cool. And more so than that, we're not just cultists. We love other shit. I want to see some Batman Beyond, damn it. I'm going to need that.
Like,
I'm gonna need that up out you.
Come on, man.
I'm gonna need that up out you.
Let me get that up off you, dog. Right? Like, yeah, I need that Batman Beyond too.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Thanks for giving your final grade and for adding everything into this conversation that you did. That's super dope, bro. As for myself, when I first saw the movie, I gave this score of like a 8.5 to a 9, right? In terms of like my enjoyment level at the theater, right? With it. Right. I'm leaning more towards the 8.5 right now, right? After seeing it for a second time and for seeing it at the actual final cut and seeing the Clooney scene and how that actually did make me laugh, yo. That actually really, really made me laugh. His tooth falling out was hilarious, right? Because when I saw it, his tooth, it never fell out. So that, him kind of having it knocked out was never paid off, right? And just like a little insider for everybody, that's how I knew. Y'all be thinking Seal don't got no sources. Seal hit me up, and he was like, "Yo, does Barry get his tooth knocked out early in the movie?" I was like, "How you know that, bro?" You know what I'm saying? And yeah, so that was kind of like where that all came from. And I was like, man, this dude still be knowing what's up. But yeah, it's just like
Shout
it's
out
one
to Sil Abdul.
100%, right? And so it is one of those things where I enjoy this movie a hell of a lot. Both of my because this is partly why I'm very interested to see what the box office results are going to be after this weekend, because it's all doom and gloom in the media right now, Leon, right? But
Right.
I saw it in Hollywood, and it wasn't a lot of tickets left. Friday, a whole bunch of theaters. Wasn't a lot of tickets left. I got tickets for tonight, right? At the theater not even too far from me, which is a decent sized theater. It's not a lot of tickets left, Leon, right? All the way up until like 10:40 tonight, right? So I don't know, man. Like, I'm really interested to see what the box office is really going to be for this weekend, right? Because I know what's going around right now, but I know what I'm seeing, and I know that
Right.
this seems to be a bit bigger than Black Adam was, right? When you
Yeah,
say that,
yeah.
Leon, this seems to be a bit bigger than Black Adam was, right?
Absolutely.
But hey, I digress. We shall see, right? Come, what is it, Monday or Tuesday or whatever, whenever they really come back, right? Anyway, with my final grade, I think that I'm going to land at a 8.5 with this movie. I enjoyed it a whole lot. A lot of the humor hit for me. A lot of the action scenes hit. I was rolling at all the Back to the Future jokes and stuff like that. Because it's like, if you don't know about all the behind the scenes stuff, right? Eric Stoltz was actually filming scenes as Marty McFly.
And they did a lot too.
Right? They did a lot.
with him.
Right?
Yeah.
And
He felt like the movie was a tragedy. The
right?
original actor. He did. He was
Yeah.
like, not that he didn't get the part, but like the film itself, it didn't sit well with him because he felt like it was a tragedy. Isn't that weird? And that's kind of what The Flash ended up being, like a tragedy of a film, like as far as his mom and everything. Like, that's such a weird parallel, Back to the Future and The Flash.
Right? And look, Osa Fred said I tried getting IMAX tickets for Thursday and they were sold out. Right? Like, he said, did Eric Stoltz practically do the whole movie? See, because I know that he just watched Back to the Future, right?
I think he did, bro. That's Batman. I think Batman's on something. Like, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that because I was saying he shot a lot. I think he might have shot damn near the whole movie, and then they had to get
Yeah.
Michael J. Fox to come through, and they were taking him back and forth because like Michael J. Fox had a day job, and so they kept having to go pick him up to bring him on set. So before
Right?
Uber was Uber.
Yeah, and so I think that a lot of that stuff worked, and I still do think that I was kind of going back and forth on do I like it more than Wonder Woman, and I think that the answer for me is yes, and it is not. Wonder Woman had a.
Can I
had
touch
a
on that
bigger-
after you're done?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Wonder Woman had a bigger moment for me, right? That No Man's Land scene is probably like one of my favorite moments in any comic book movie ever, right? So it's not that it didn't have it didn't have a moment that might have topped it like that for me, But I did feel like, as a whole, I did enjoy this movie a little bit more, just a teensy weensy bit. So, you want to go ahead and you want to touch on that, Leon, real quick?
Oh yeah, real quick. So I think like as far as grading goes, I think that obviously we know the number one movie in the DCU and Snyderverse, et cetera, et cetera. Number one is Man of Steel. Number one is BVS, and number one is DHJL for me. They're all one tier movies, baby. S tier, baby. Like I can't grade either over the other. They're all masterpieces and masterworks, and they all are different genres rolled into one. And I think the only movie that, in my opinion, still sits at like the 2 level or A level, in my opinion, would be Wonder Woman. That movie was so fucking good as a film. I think like the acting was great, like especially Chris Pine. There wasn't a lot of like jokes for jokes and fluff for fluff. But at the same time, it was still heartwarming, romantic, beautiful. That movie was dope. I think like had that third act been a little bit better, just a little bit better. Because third act wasn't even all that bad. A little bit better. I think I would give that movie fucking masterpiece level. I think over time it kind of gets that sort of a conversation, but the movie was fucking dope. Like to this day, I could put in Wonder Woman and just be like, this is great. I definitely think The Flash, in my opinion, is it better? Would I say it's better than Aquaman? I don't know. I think acting wise and shit, like it clears Aquaman acting wise. It fucking clears Aquaman acting wise. Like Ezra Miller runs circles around everybody in the Aquaman movie. Literally everybody. Him alone, right? Willem Dafoe did dope in Aquaman, but he wasn't in it like that. But like as far as the main characters of Aquaman versus the main characters of The Flash, I think hell, Michael Keaton was putting in work. Ezra was putting in work, so I think acting wise is better. But then like the actual craftsmanship of what was taking place in Aquaman, the CGI, the effects, the practical and otherwise, was clearing The Flash. But then like the certain action
weird,
sequences,
right?
isn't
It's
it weird?
right? No, like it's weird because it's like all three of these movies, Wonder Woman, The Flash, and Aquaman, they all have like different strengths, right?
100%.
They all have different strengths. And the thing about Aquaman is that that movie kind of got elevated, I think, because of how good the third act was. Right?
You're
the third
100% right.
For that movie is like super dope. Whereas the first two acts could have probably been a little better. You know what I'm saying?
I think that Aquaman's first two acts, they kind of like once you get used to that, once you start noticing that trope where he kind of does the surprise action sequence that comes in just kind of, oh my God, boom. It's kind of like, all right, that gets a little tiresome. But I love the camera angles that he used for Aquaman. Them shits was nasty. Like where he's Juan's a finesser with that choreography or the cinematography. Like he's in this room, out this room, above you, below you. Like, and that's why I'm like Aquaman.
That's one of the things that helped him with his Conjuring movies too, because he has like super creative camera angles that you don't typically see in like horror movies.
And that's why I say like Aquaman, like people can miss me with oh, is it this, is it that, bro. That movie is as a you can't find better camera work in most comic book movies by comparison. Like Aquaman is amazing as far as so many different things that it did and brought to comic book movies. I'd say like other than like Zach, obviously, like Raimi is another guy who did some interesting camera work, right? It's very signature of Raimi with his Spider-Man movies. But like, I think to me, in my opinion, right, just my opinion, Aquaman and The Flash are kind of neck and neck because they both have qualities that they do better than each other, and they both have qualities that they're flawed. Like, so it's like I can exchange acting for action, camera angles for this Batman fight sequence to the. So like I think to me, in my opinion, Aquaman and Flash are neck and neck, and I think Flash does an incredible job. Like it's the Flash's best scene to me might be the mom and him. That's crazy. Like I almost cried during that scene.
See, a big part of this too, as I'm starting to realize, is because like I'm comparing these actual movies, right? And I'm thinking like, what had the better like opening scene, the better this, the better that. A lot of where we differ on this, I think it all comes down to that opening scene with the baby shower, bro. Because I'm a lot higher on that scene than
that
you
sucks.
are, right? and so, because I was thinking about it, right? I was like, yo, like, because I'm comparing it to Wonder Woman. I was like, yo, the opening to Wonder Woman was super dope, but like, it was pretty much like almost pretty much like on par with the Flash. And I was like, oh yeah, Leon hated the opening with the baby shower. I was like, oh,
big time.
Where it is, bro. All right,
that's funny you say that because Wonder Woman's opening scene was slick, was the shit, was amazing. Same thing with Aquaman's opening scene, right?
Yeah,
like,
and
they
I
had
felt
some
like
pretty good opening scenes
too, bro.
Oh yeah, nah. For me, nah. I'm like, nah. Like it started dope, but it was one of those things where it was just like, yeah.
He was like, what is this?
Yeah, you can miss me with that baby shower series, 100%.
But I was listening to Mikey on Rogues, and he was like, yo, man, that's like right out of 60s Flash, man. Like right out of 60s Flash. He was like, stuff like that would always be happening.
The baby shower itself wasn't a bad idea. The delivery of it was hot ass garbage to me. Like I was like, come on, man! Like the physics of it. Bruh, and I know what Andy's saying.
He got the hot dog, bro, or he fucking broke in the fucking vending machine. You didn't laugh, bro.
Oh, that actually made sense, and I was like, that's funny as hell. You know what's cool?
He's like.
I love that they went and gave Flash kind of a weakness because like that's not something that's really touched on heavy even in the comics. Like they made sure that because this man, if he ain't got a weakness, it's over.
Right?
The Flash can do anything. But because
I like that too, though.
You get what I'm saying? Because like they make the Speed Force like this magical thing that can overcome everything in the comics, right?
Like, nah, bro, I gotta be equal.
Yeah, it's like he can't tap into his abilities. You know what I'm saying? If he doesn't have fuel, and the Speed Force is still this thing that is it's only attainable if I get to a certain point. Because like in the comic, the Speed Force is like literally flowing, almost damn near flowing through his ass, and so there's no real separation. And in this movie, it's like the Speed Force exists and I get my powers from it, but I have to get to it if I need to get to it. For now, I just have these abilities, you know what I'm saying? And the Speed Force isn't separate from me, but it's also not necessarily powering me at all times. So there's this clear separation of things. And I love that detail that he needs fuel. You know what I'm saying? Like that was cool. And how he keeps track of it.
Yeah, that was super dope. But I think that at the end of the day, this is a great movie that really stands amongst those other movies that have been considered like in the Snyderverse and of quality, right? Is what I'm saying.
It's definitely better than a lot of Marvel movies that have come and gone. I'm gonna tell you that much because like. And I'm not even trying to pick on Marvel. It's just I think this movie's getting beat up, and I'm like, bro, I saw Avengers: Age of Ultron, bro. Like, calm down. Like, calm down.
Right? I saw that movie. Bro. Hey, he said I saw Age of Ultron, bro. Like, and that was
pretty good movie. But like, we're gonna beat up the Flash. Like, come on, I don't know, whatever. It's fine.
Right, for sure. So, yeah, my final grade was a 8.5. Leon landed somewhere between a C and a B minus, right? And that is that. But I wanted to cover this.
Also, I saw Ragnarok. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh my god.
We're gonna beat up the Flash, but we're okay. All right, that's cool.
All right. But I want to kind of touch on this last topic, right? Because this is some wacky stuff going on, and I'm about to show you guys something that I think is really interesting, right? I think it's very, 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 very interesting, right? Because in the lead up to this movie being released, I've been speaking about it, just how wacky these things have been seeming to be, right? It's been seeming as if there's just like this constant assault on this movie before it was ever released, right? There's been edits and stuff being made to make it seem like Barry does things that he doesn't do. There's been pictures leaked showing the film in like a negative light, for like really like low quality photos, right, of still pictures, bad camera phone pictures like of a movie screen theater, right, when it totally doesn't look like that when you actually see it for yourself on the screen. There's been like
looks like pictures of a picture almost.
right, yeah, and so there just seems to be like this real push, right, to kind of stamp out any positive feelings that anybody may have for this movie and to not go see it, right? You're even seeing people come in here and they're trying to dissuade people from going to go see the movie. Now, when I at every turn, right, there's just been like something kind of negative, even if it really didn't make sense, right? So when I saw the first screening of The Flash, right, obviously I've stated this multiple times, the entire theater pretty much was loving it, enjoying it. They're all going crazy, right? And I'm hearing from all these other people that are going to these screenings, generally speaking, right, from the people that I actually know and I know are flesh and blood people, and I talk to them and everything, they're like, yo, everybody's going crazy in my screenings too, right? They went crazy in this screening that I was in last night, as well as y'all could see in my video. They were still like gathered around the front, kind of everybody's talking about it and sharing energy, right? But so when the critic score came out and it was at like 70 something, right? And I was like, you know what? That seems odd, right? Because this film's dope. And, I kind of didn't think that the critics would have like such a big issue with it, right? And I was like, that seems a bit weird, but hey, we're just going to keep marching on and trying to get the word out there, right? So then the cinema, no, before we even get to the cinema score, right? All of a bunch of the talk surrounding the Flash seem to be increasing, but yet the box office numbers just seem to just keep dropping and dropping, right? No matter how well that this film seemed to be being discussed amongst most people that had seen it. I was like, hey, that's a bit odd too, but we're gonna keep pushing on, right? So then the audience score drops and it's at like 95% at first, right? Which is like right under ZSJL, right? And I was like, okay, I'm knowing that it's probably going to drop a little bit lower than that, right? But, at the same time, that was, like, yo, I'm thinking that, hey, most people are going to be enjoying this movie, right? So, but the audience score started to drop a little bit and that was fine. But then the cinema score comes out and it's a B, right? Now, at this point, I'm like, yo, are you telling me that this movie is like on par with like some of these other movies that have gotten like, either better cinema scores or, right? And I'm like, wait a minute, this seems to be a little wacky. So I did just a little bit of digging, right? Just a little bit, right? And, the cinema score usually kind of matches up with the Rotten Tomatoes audience score, right? So I'm going to show you guys an example of this, right? So, oh wait, where did that go? Where did that? Let me bring this back. All right. Yeah. So, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, right? Made was it like almost like was like almost $900 million, right? Something like that, right? The audience score, is at an 85%. All right. Now, is anybody curious to see what Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness cinema score was? I'm about to show you. The cinema score was a B+. Right? Makes pretty much sense, right? Seems about consistent, right? Now, you can do this with a whole bunch of movies, right? So the cinema score seems to be pretty consistent with like what the audience score is, right? The Flash, which is at 86% audience score, right? Seems to mysteriously have dropped to be at a B, right? So it has a higher audience score than Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, but yet it has a lower cinema score, right? At every single turn, there is something that seems to be trying to dissuade people from going to go see this movie. This is really weird, Leon. Like, what do you say to this?
I've never really understood this obsession with cinema scores and how all of a sudden, like, that's a measure. Because I've heard this several times, like even on our streams, you know, that we've seen and been a part of, and you know, the Syndicate Network before it was called the Syndicate Network. The cinema score was being counted. I'm just like, I always rolled my eyes at it. Y'all could never see it, but I was always like, who cares, bro? Since when is a B bad? But like people go, oh God, if it's a B, then you know, historically that means this and that's gonna happen. I'm just like, I mean, I'm gonna take y'all word for it that means it's bad. I don't know. Like, I just gave the movie a B- and a C, but I also said go see it. I have no reason to tell y'all to go see it. I already got the information I saw, which was that the Snyderverse is good. Thumbs up, we good. I don't have to promote this movie anymore. This is,
we out of here, right?
Yeah, we out. I don't have to like 100%. And Cell does not pass or fail based on the Flash's performance. It doesn't. It does not. We're good. We're Gucci. Cell is what it is. The price will either go up or down, whether the Flash succeeds or fails, right? And it'll just be a price tag for Netflix to take advantage of, or a price tag for WBD to take advantage of. That's literally it. So and I'm sure Sky does not have to campaign anymore for the Flash's well-being. That being said, just because I give a movie a C doesn't mean I wouldn't recommend it. It's a C to me because I'm a cinephile and I'm hard as hell on movies. The people that watched this movie, they enjoyed the hell out of it. The people that sat next to me, and they had their little gripes, but they were also like, yeah, I'm gonna see it again tomorrow. Because I saw it on Thursday night. They're like, I'm gonna see it again tomorrow. That was Friday. And I'm pretty sure they probably saw it again. You know what I mean? I'm going to go see it again this weekend. And this is me who gave it a C. Because a C is not an F.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
but do you get my point? It's like,
oh, absolutely.
I don't have to love something, right? Oh, I love it, therefore I must see it again. No. It was good. I liked it. I'm gonna go see it again. I'm a fan of DC and this character. Like, I want to go see it again. You know? It is what it is. So this whole cinema score thing is just being used as yet another thing to try to make this movie seem like it's got to be like Casablanca or some shit, bro. Like, come on. it's annoying at this point. But I see your point in general. This whole, um, you know, all of a sudden, like these patterns that have taken place. Because I even heard that a B cinema score, a B plus cinema score means that the box office is gonna fail, right?
Wait a minute. Hold
Multiverse of Madness did really well, right?
Wait. Oh, hey, I want to show y'all something.
Oh, for sure.
Y'all want to know what else got a B cinema score? Huh? Y'all want to know what else? Hold up. Where'd it go? Oh, wait, here it is. Yeah. Batman vs Superman got a B cinema score. Joker got a B plus. right?
$1 billion Joker, huh?
$1 billion Joker got a B plus cinema score. Batman versus Superman. The what? How much? What? 869 million? Am I not mistaken? Leon, $869 million got a B.
And it had one of the highest,
bro.
One of the highest weekend box office of all time.
169 million, if I'm not mistaken. Right, Leon? Or 100? Yeah. I think it was 100. Yeah, 160 something million dollars. Right? Yo, real talk. So, look, man, all this old, cinema score, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, y'all can miss me with that, okay? Because if you saying that matter, then you telling me that Flash is on the same level as BVS.
the thing is,
I didn't even say that. Right, Leon? Like,
right. And he said a few things that have made my eyes go up, like, And here's the thing, like, I think me and Sky are kind of saying the same point, which is like, do y'all really know what this shit means? or are y'all just using this for your own conversations and your own battles? Like, it's literally a coin flip with these scores. They just don't matter. But y'all make it, if it's B, if it's a B, if it's an A, if it's a C, bro. Y'all don't know. We don't know, bro.
Bruh, hey, that shit could be people not even just people not wanting to see it. Yo, look, man, it's wacky stuff going on right now. Why y'all think I'm waiting until after the numbers are actually tallied to even have a conversation about this movie's box office weekend? Because I refuse to indulge in any of this wacky shit going on right now.
Quick question. How do they even compile the scores for the cinema scores? Like, how does it? I literally, I'm not even being facetious. Because, like, I've been watching movies.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hardcore for years, and not once have I gone to go give a cinema score. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't.
They never pulled you to the side, bro. It was like, hey, yo,
hey, sir, come here, sir. Hey, do you mind? No, get out of my face, bro. I'm not.
Ben 10, bro. They comparing this movie to Ben 10. Come on, man, don't do that.
Right?
Oh my God, it's wacky indeed, bro. I just look. I'm not doing it, bro. I'm not doing it. I'm waiting until the final numbers are coming in, and then that's when I will discuss what this movie did and didn't do. You know what I'm saying? And like, here's the thing too. Like, yo, what if the second weekend is huge? You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, it's wild. It's wild.
And for some people, this is a 3-day holiday because there's some people and companies that celebrate Juneteenth. So, I mean, we never know what's gonna happen.
My company got Juneteenth off. You know what I'm saying? I got work off on Monday.
Same here.
Right. So, hey, I'm not working on Monday. You know what I'm saying? So look, moral of the story is don't listen to all this stuff, yo. You ain't got a trip. You know what I'm saying? Like, this stuff is a crapshoot, right? We just showed you Batman vs Superman got a B cinema score, made $869 million. Or no, 872. Was it 872? Yeah, I think it's 872 and 169. Yeah, I think it was 872 and 169 opening weekend. So yeah, look, it's a crapshoot. right? You can get a B and make almost $1 billion. You can get a B plus and make $1 billion.
Here's the thing,
Right.
too, right? I just want to add this. I'm not saying there isn't merit, to studying whether or not the cinema score, is going to lean this way towards the box office or that way. I'm not saying there isn't merit. What I think myself and Skies are probably saying, I think we're saying that stop hanging your hat like you just know. Stop acting like, oh, it's a B, it's over, it's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
You could point to movies that have gotten a B that have flopped. You could point to movies that gotten a B that have overly exceeded. No one expected Joker to hit $1 billion, bro. No one. Multiverse of Madness got a B, and it did gangbusters in the box office for a Doctor Strange movie. So it's like, come on, man. Let's just stop acting like y'all know what's gonna happen, because y'all don't know.
Right. Said yes, 872 million, and it was pulled out of the theaters early. Right.
Facts. Thank you. Continue that narrative because it's a true one. I say it every day, bro.
Right. Pulled it out of theaters early. Why they do that?
100%.
Right. Why they do? Look, think about that in retrospect. Do you think WBD could use a movie that made $872 million right now, Leon?
Boy, I tell you.
What would they do?
100%.
Wait, did the Batman make $872 million?
Nope.
That's right.
It didn't. It did not. Yeah, that's true.
It didn't. Right.
Wait,
So
I don't even think it was close to it.
Right. I'm just saying. Right. So, these things are not something that you have to hang your hat on. And there's no reason to go around feeling like there is reason to be concerned or anything like that. Right.
That's one more thing too.
Feel.
Just to drown the Batman real quick.
You know what I'm saying? Facts.
I'm gonna just drown the Batman real quick because I don't want to hear nobody saying nothing. Joker hit $1 billion, and it got its entire run. The Batman did not, and it got its entire run. BVS was well on its way to $1 billion, and it got snatched from theaters early. Y'all can miss me with the bullshit.
Hey, I'm about to pour a little bit more water in that bat bucket. You know what I'm saying? Because I heard the Flash is outpacing the Batman in China right now. Right.
Ooh.
So that's what I'm saying. There's no reason to be like up in arms about anything. You know what I'm saying? Like this is great stuff. But look, we're gonna be here covering it. We're gonna be here talking about it. Right. I want to thank y'all for coming to this stream today. Everybody that came to the chat and hung out the whole time, and everybody that made it on the panel. Right. Much love to the homie Leon for sliding through. Much love to Austin. Much love to Necron. Much love to A-Pass. Much love to Josh. Right. I told y'all it was going to be a pretty big panel. Everybody wasn't on here at the same time. But, hey, look, it's super dope. And we going to get to it, man. There are a lot of things to be discussed. I will probably have more to say about this film after I see it again tonight. I'm really looking forward to seeing it again for the third time, but the second time seeing the final cut. And I'm gonna see if I can spot Cyborg this time and Army Hammer Batman, because I need to see that. I need to know exactly when and where Army Hammer Batman shows up. That's crazy, Leon, because I didn't see that. As a Batman fan, if you would have seen that, how would that have landed with you?
I would have been like, yo, because I know he's supposedly controversial too. I get it, but whatever. I'd have been like, yo, that's dope. That's dope. I'd have definitely applauded that. The more Batman, the merrier,
I actually forgot about all that stuff. But it's just the whole Justice League Mortal thing. That was definitely going to be a project. And if you're throwing in Nick Cage Superman, Right?
Might
Why
as
not
well,
throw
right?
in another alternate
The
Batman
original
that,
Justice League movie.
that didn't come to fruition, right? Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Shout out
Hey,
to George Miller.
right? Oh man, I can't wait for this Furiosa movie, man. I just thought about that. That's actually gonna be pretty crazy. Even though I wish it was like a straight up Mad Max sequel, I'm still thinking that's gonna be dope, pretty dope. But indeed, yes, wacky times, indeed, nightmare. But yo, as for us, today Saturday, not streaming again today. I don't think, because almost another 6 hour stream, pretty much, right? Yeah, we will be. I'll be tapping in with y'all tomorrow. We got a super stream for night shift tomorrow. A lot of big updates. The homie Mikey Sutton gonna be dropping some bombs, so be sure to not miss night shift tomorrow night because it's gonna be very, very interesting indeed. I cannot wait for that conversation. And you got anything coming up, Leon, that you want to let the people know about necessarily, sir?
I think we should have a few meetings soon so we can iron some stuff out and get some things cooking up. But other than like that, I'm just going to say something petty, which is I told y'all motherfuckers I'm cooking. I told y'all after I saw this movie that once they showed me that the Snyderverse was still in existence, I'm cooking. I'm cooking. So I'm ready. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a wrap. I have no dog in the fight of the Flash's box office and any of that stuff, right? That's just kind of a circumstantial thing. It's happenstance. Like it just so happens that the Flash ended up being a good movie, and it just so happens that I can recommend other people seeing it. Whether it does well or not is irrelevant to me. I saw the Flash. I thought it was good, and I'm going to be buying it on physical media. I'm gonna try to get like a special edition where it's like you know how I do the emboss, deboss. You know what I'm saying, the collector book, all of that, lithograph, all of that, because this is a DC movie love letter. You know what I'm saying? It has its flaws, just like every movie. It is what it is, but I'm definitely getting this bad boy on physical media, and I'm going to see it again this weekend. So, but even more so, I'm on y'all neck about this Snyderverse, bro. I'm on y'all neck about this Snyderverse. Y'all can miss me with the nonsense and they have zero details and they have zero like points when it comes to saying it's over. And it's like, okay,
right? It's just the same
why,
shit that we've been hearing, right? It's just the same stuff.
They said it before Full Circle. They said it before me and you met each other, even on streams. You know, fast forward, they said it after we formed a cool table. They said it after Full Circle. Like they said it after. Like y'all saying the same shit all the time. It's just a different topic. That's the only thing that changes, the topic. But y'all keep saying the same shit. So yeah, bro.
You know how many times that I didn't heard that the cell movement is dead? Like I just heard it again today.
Right.
I just heard it again today. But here we are.
Right.
Still breathing. Weird,
it's official.
Right?
Because first of all, you know what's interesting about this is like, let's say, and thankfully, what I'm about to say did not happen. Let's say they did not mention the Snyderverse. Let's say they dissed it. Why would that kill Cell? I think that would actually strengthen Cell. Because they'd be telling us they're not rocking with it. And we just keep going the same way we did before. When Sky had the idea for Cell, and I became the lieutenant, WBD gave us their ass to kiss, and instead of us getting all mad forever about it, we had other motivations now. So why would that kill Cell? It's stupid to think that. So Flash, quote unquote, into the Snyderverse, which it didn't, it would just galvanize us more. If anything, this kind of pacified us a bit. Like, Snyderverse can continue. Wow. Awesome.
Right? Oh man, great, right?
Right. Thanks. You just gave us some more hope. Oh, now I can just chill for a bit, and then we can do some more campaigning, trending, and events. So yeah, those are my final thoughts and final little quips and opinions until I cook next time.
Hey,
I appreciate being here, Sky, and I appreciate you doing this.
For sure, man. Look, we just trying to keep the candle lit, trying to keep that flame lit. You know what I'm saying? And
Absolutely.
really, and I'm glad that you're here because because I actually spoke to you about this the other day about how I was getting kind of drained recently, right? Until I had a certain conversation that really kind of charged me up again. And we back and we working, right? We working just as hard as ever.
Bro,
I ain't never
we
been doing this.
both were, bro.
Y'all know what's up. Yeah,
we both were, bro. Like,
you're right.
And it's crazy because like I didn't even know. It kind of validated me feel because I'm like, dang, I don't want to be that guy that's like, dang, man, I need a little break. I hate that because military minded. I'm always like, man, just get up, bro. Put that battery in your back. Quit playing. And then to hear Sky be like, yo, bro, bruh. And I'm like, yo, bro, me too. And he's like, oh, word. So we're just like, oh, it's kind of like we're human, We get to feel like we need to take a little break and chill out and just relax mentally and everything, So, but yeah, definitely, man. I feel extra charged up after the movie Flash. I feel relieved, but also charged up at the same time. So that's dope.
For sure. We're going to see what's up. So I want to thank y'all for coming out and hanging out and thank all the panel members for sliding through. Man, we about to get on up outro. I will see y'all next time. Peace.
Bang.